Guys, really enjoy the opening ceremony of BlizzCon 2013 live here on DirecTV on the Audience Network and live on the web as well. Enjoy the opening ceremony.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
Every BlizzCon is really just about the chance to re-engage the community at a real personal level.
It's a way for us to thank the community for all of their support and passion.
With BlizzCon, we wanted to make it about what really mattered, and what really matters is the players, and what really matters is the game.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build. And for a brief weekend, right, we get to connect.
The Hordes have returned for BlizzCon here in Anaheim.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
We are excited as hell.
When we first started, we really didn't realize would people even want to come to a convention hall in Anaheim and come to this event.
I think for the first time, we really felt like we were part of something much bigger.
We do have people that travel from all over the world.
Players from over 60 different countries coming in.
There's this surreal realization of the diversity.
It's so much bigger than you are and bigger than we are.
It's really about the things that are exciting or passionate, shared interests, shared experience.
Oh, hell yeah!
Costume contest. That one is always one that we always love to watch.
A highlight for me is always the StarCraft II Grand Finals. Watching a full hall with cheers and the moans, and it's like the best thing ever.
Things about BlizzCon, you walk around and everybody's owning their fandom and they're owning their geekiness and they're owning their passions about this stuff, and it just makes you just free to geek out at that level yourself.
And this is many times the first opportunity for people to meet each other in real life.
I met my wife at BlizzCon, crazy,
Will you marry me?
What's really exciting about BlizzCon is bringing the players together with each other, and it's bringing the developers together with the players.
There's nothing more important for us than making sure we're making the best, most engaging games in the world. There's no better way to do that than talking with our players, interacting with our players.
I definitely hope that, Red Shirt Guy takes it easy on me. That'd be nice. Go out of your way to stop and say hey and just meet people.
Do something and see something that maybe you haven't had the opportunity to be exposed to before.
Doing that and seeing the magic that comes from it is what makes BlizzCon epic.
And I want to encourage you all to show them who you are and have fun this weekend. We're going to be having fun right with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morhaime.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to BlizzCon 2013. I have been looking forward to this weekend for a long time. It is so great to be back here with all of you. I've missed you guys. That video brought back a lot of great memories for me. As we look back over the years at what makes BlizzCon so special, it's really all about you. It's about your passion as a community. It's the amazing costumes you create and wear. It's cheering for your favorite esports athletes. It's meeting in person with friends who share a common love for games. It's the simple joy of playing those games together and talking about them with other passionate people. That's what BlizzCon is all about. We originally created Blizzard with a simple idea, that if we gathered together talented and passionate gamers and made games that we ourselves were excited to play, that many of you would also enjoy our games. 22 years later, it turns out we were right. So I want to thank all of you here today and everyone watching at home for your many years of support for Blizzard and our games. BlizzCon is our way of saying thank you. Thank you for making our dreams a reality. Thank you for your support, because without it, we really couldn't do what we do. Through the many years of Blizzard's growth, I have learned that making great quality games consistently is the hardest thing to do. It comes together because we're inspired each day by each other and by you, our extended family. Our passion and excitement for the games in this community is still going strong. So I encourage you to see for yourselves. Meet and chat with us and each other through the panels, at the tournaments, and around the game areas. You'll see that you're among family. So from everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being here and welcome home. Can you believe this is our 7th BlizzCon? So much has changed since that first show back in 2005. Back then, we only took up about half the convention center. We only sold about 4,000 tickets, and the show wasn't televised. This weekend, all of this space is for us. There are more than 20,000 of you here, and countless more watching on DirecTV and online. I want everyone here to give a big cheer to all of your friends watching at home. We have a great show planned for you. Jay Moore is back. Jay will be hosting the community contests, which always prove to be a highlight of BlizzCon. We've got a new contest this year too, in the talent show, to go along with the costume, movie, and art contests. You can watch all of that right here on the main stage tonight. Do we have any esports fans here? All right. Esports is one of my personal favorite parts of BlizzCon, and there's some great competition lined up this weekend. We have an invitational tournament for World of Warcraft with some of the best arena teams in the world. We also have the global finals for the StarCraft II World Championship Series. Hundreds of StarCraft II pro gamers have been competing for the past 8 months in 3 leagues. One here in America, one in Europe, and one in Korea. They've been competing for a spot at this weekend's grand final. And now, the best of the best are here, the top 16 StarCraft II players in the world. But only one of them will leave as world champion. Let's take a look at a short video to get us in the mood.
I'm so thrilled to be here on this final day. The top 16 WCS points earners of the season go to the BlizzCon finals.
He blinks into the melee. Oh God, pushing this back here. He's gonna kill off MVP here. Oh, he kills off the mothership core. He is everywhere. Really, really nicely placed there. Is he gonna get the immortal? Oh, he gets that as well. Oh my God, huge side mule going down. The mule is being absolutely shredded. Amazing connections on the mind. If he loses this game, he is out.
Eight months of competition have all come down to this weekend. This is going to be a great way for us to close out 2013, a year in which we launched Heart of the Swarm and celebrated the 15th anniversary of StarCraft. Of course, we also have some upcoming games for you to check out at the show. The expansion for Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls, is here, and it's playable on both PC and PlayStation 4. You'll get to check out the new Crusader class and explore Westmarch. Tell us what you think and be sure to attend the panels for more info about the expansion. Before I move on, I want to say a few more words about Diablo. As you know, the development team has worked hard to add new features and make ongoing updates and tweaks to the game. But the biggest change is yet to come. 2 months ago, we announced that we're getting rid of the auction house. When we originally mapped out the overall game experience, it made sense to us that an item-based game should have an easy way to trade. But the auction house came with unintended consequences. The auction house took away the joy of finding that awesome weapon after killing tons of demons, or finding that hidden legendary armor in a treasure chest. That shouldn't have happened, but we're going to make it right, and we're not going to stop there. As we revealed at Gamescom, Reaper of Souls is bringing major changes to the loot system to give you more satisfying and more rewarding loot drops. We're also adding new endgame options to make things even more fun and replayable. Our goal with Diablo 3 remains unchanged, to make the ultimate monster killing and loot collecting RPG. All right, World of Warcraft players, where are you? I haven't forgotten about you guys, was just saving you for last. I want to thank all of you guys for making Mists of Pandaria such a successful launch last year. You're going to hear about our plans for the game very soon. You're also going to hear about the Warcraft movie. Duncan Jones is here, the director of the Warcraft movie. And he'll be joined by Chris Metzen and Rob Pardo at the Warcraft movie panel, which will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. right here on the main stage. Don't miss that one. There's a ton of other stuff for you to see and do this weekend. We've got more panels, lots of attractions and activities. We also have some incredible live entertainment to close out the show tomorrow. Southern California's very own Blink 182 is here. So check your schedules, and if you haven't already, download the Blizzcon mobile app for iPhone and Android to help plan out your weekend. I know a lot of you have come here to meet with friends that you've made through Blizzard games, but I also hope that many of you make new friends this weekend. All of us here are here to celebrate a hobby that we truly love. For us at Blizzard, BlizzCon is a way for us to connect directly with all of you. As developers, we feed off the energy and excitement that you bring here. And we take that back with us to work and use it as inspiration and fuel as we work on our games. One of the things we love the most about BlizzCon is giving you a chance to be the first in the world to see and play our newest games. Your feedback will shape how these games are made. With that said, we do have a couple of new things to show you this weekend. To get things started, one of our game directors, Dustin Browder, will be coming on next to talk about Heroes of the Storm. But first, let's check out a little video. Thank you, and enjoy BlizzCon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Game Director and Vice President of StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm, Dustin Browder.
Wow, BlizzCon. Heroes of the Storm is an homage to all of the amazing games that our players have created inside our editors for many, many years. We have a long history at Blizzard of shipping our tools, our technology, and our art to our players so you can become the developer. You can make amazing games of your own. And we have been blown away by the games you have made. Our communities have helped to create the tower defense genre, a whole genre of games that's gone on to take on the world. Our community helped create this hero brawler genre that has gone on to just conquer all of gaming. So when we had a chance to make one of these games our own, we really couldn't resist. Back in 2010, we had an assignment to make one map for BlizzCon to show you how our tools worked, how good they could be, the amazing kinds of games you could create inside StarCraft 2. So we made this map that would become one day Heroes of the Storm, and we brought it to BlizzCon. And we showed it to you guys, and you guys stood in line for hours to play this game. And you gave us amazing feedback. You told us the game was awesome, and you told us really great ways how we could make the game better. So we got pretty geeked up about that. We went back to the office, and we worked on the game for another year, and we brought the game back in 2011 again. And we showed it, and again, you stood in line for hours to play it. And you told us, this game is awesome, you gotta do more with this. And we took the game back to the studio, and everybody in the studio said, this is really cool. You guys gotta do more with this game. And so here we are now, in 2013, with Heroes of the Storm. And that's why this game has changed its name a couple of times over the years. Because it was at one point just a map. And that's all it needed to be. It had to have a name suitable for that. And as we've taken it from BlizzCon to BlizzCon to BlizzCon, our expectations for the game have grown, your expectations for the game have grown, and now we're finally here today. And now, I'd like to show you a video of how Heroes of the Storm plays in its alpha version today.
Prepare for combat.
Heroes of the Storm is Blizzard the game. It is a combination of all of our heroes, all of our villains brought together in a single battle to the death. You're going to be able to play as Arthas, as Kerrigan, as Diablo, as all of the heroes and villains you've come to know over the last many, many years. Many of these heroes are 10, 15 years old. They've got their own comic books. They've got their own novels. They've got their own cinematics. They've got their own games with their epic storylines all built in. But it's not just enough for us to just pay homage to the game and the games that our players have created. We've got to do something more. We've got to provide you with new challenges. We've got to challenge this genre and show you what it can become. So one of the ways we're going to do this is with our battlegrounds. And these are not just maps. These are all worlds with their own characters and their own ways to play. So we're going to take you to Blackheart's Bay. And on Blackheart's Bay, you're going to collect cursed treasure, and you're going to deliver it to an evil pirate lord. When you give him enough treasure, he's going to join you, however briefly, and turn the cannons of his ghostly pirate ship on your enemies. You're going to go deep underground on a whole other battleground to the haunted mines. And you're going to go and collect the skulls of fallen warriors. And you're going to take those skulls back to the surface. And you're going to combine them with dark necromantic magic and create a grave golem, this massive creature that's going to charge across the battlefield, destroying enemy castles and fortifications. On a whole other battleground, we're going to take you to the Dragonshire, and there you will discover the obelisk of the sun and the obelisk of the moon. When you capture these, you'll open up the ancient dragon altar, and then you can choose one hero from your team, your chosen champion, and you can send him to the dragon altar where he'll be transformed into the Dragon Knight, an unstoppable demigod that will slay any hero foolish enough to stand in his way. All of this is playable today at BlizzCon. We have hundreds of machines for you to play this game. We've got ways for you to give us feedback. There's hundreds of developers scattered throughout this hall who would love to hear from you how we can make this game better. We have an overview panel today on this stage at 4:45. We have a deep dive tomorrow at 1:30 in Hall A, followed by a live shoutcasted match where the game developers are going to battle to the death in Heroes of the Storm for your amusement. Finally, the beta signups for Heroes of the Storm are going live today. So you can sign up for our beta, you can play the game, give us your feedback, and you'll be able to help create Blizzard's next big game. Now, before I go, I want to say that this game wouldn't be here without BlizzCon. When we came to BlizzCon, we were inspired by the art hanging on the walls, by the banners that shows all of these characters together, and we thought, wow, those are all really cool games. What if they were one game? How cool would that be? And we were inspired by you guys. You guys gave us the encouragement, you gave us the feedback, you gave us the will to go on over the many years where this is just one map until now it's its own original game. So I'd like to say, from everybody at Blizzard, thank you, BlizzCon. Thank you for helping to create Heroes of the Storm. Sorry, I forgot. I'd like to introduce the Chief Creative Officer of Blizzard Entertainment, Rob Pardo.
What up, BlizzCon? Dear Lord, there are a lot of people here. I think way off in the distance, it actually starts to fog out like a video game. Well, I'm up here today to talk to you guys about a little game called Hearthstone. So, I don't know if you guys know this, but actually Hearthstone was kind of a stealth project at Blizzard. You know, for a lot of its development, it was kind of very quiet, and it was experimental. we wanted to see if we could take a small team and kind of go back to the old days of Blizzard and still create an epic Blizzard game, but with a small team. And there was actually a lot of skepticism, especially with the genre that we chose to do, because a lot of people, even at Blizzard, were like, card battling games, those are pretty nerdy and geeky. Is that really going to, appeal to a big, broad audience? So what happened? So we had this fun moment at Blizzard, actually, which happened in last year. I think it was in September last year. And what happened was we did our in-company alpha. And this is something we do for a lot of our products. And we asked the whole company, hey, play the build. And what we usually have to do is we have to let people do that on the clock, because otherwise they'd rather do other work. The games usually aren't quite that much fun yet in alpha. But what we found was we had this playing for 3 weeks. And during that time period, people are staying late, after hours, trying to play the game more. And during that 3-week time period, we had over 5,000 hours played. Yeah, so that's actually when we knew we had a really special game and we had a true Blizzard game. And we were super excited this year when we announced it at PAX, and obviously we got it out to beta too. I'm sure a lot of people here are playing, and the response has just been amazing. Watching the streams, watching the players, getting the feedback. I mean, it's really been super gratifying. And Hearthstone represents several firsts for Blizzard too. Along with being experimental, it's our first free-to-play game. It's our first tablet game. And also it happens to be the first game in a really long time that we announced and got out to the public in the same year. So, all right, so how many of you guys are actually playing Hearthstone now? How many of you are not in the beta yet? Wow, less than I thought. But good news, all of you that are not in the beta yet, we are going into open beta next month. But in Blizzard speak, that might mean January. Just warning you now. So here at BlizzCon, we have Hearthstone all over the place. So we have stations where you can play the game on PC, and also if you go to the Intel booth, we have the game on tablet, which you really should go and check out. We also are having a Hearthstone exhibition tournament that includes some popular community personalities like Day9 and Husky and Kriparian. So make sure to check it out tomorrow morning at the tournament stage in Hall B. All right. So I have more good news for all the people here that are Hearthstone fans that are attending BlizzCon. And this is both for people that are here in person and on the virtual ticket. So we have a special card that only attendees are going to receive. So the team had to think for a long time. They really wanted to come up with a special card that really said BlizzCon. So I think they came up with a really great one. So I want to show you guys the Elite Tauren Chieftain. So I'll show you guys more in a second, but I want to explain a little bit how he plays. The Elite Tauren Chieftain, when you drop him onto the board, he really announces his authority like a rock star. And what will happen is he has 3 different power chord cards that are all that are different and custom, have different effects, and he'll deal 1 to each player. So it's kind of this fun sort of random card. Really definitely says BlizzCon. And all the BlizzCon attendees are getting the golden version of the card, which you can kind of see behind me. And I'm going to show you guys what he actually looks like in gameplay too, because the team, they keep on doing more and more golden cards and cool animations, special effects, and every one just seems to be better than the last one that they've done. So I'll show you guys what this one looks like. if you guys have been playing the beta, you've probably seen a lot of golden cards. We've been adding to them in the beta as soon as we can make them, and it's really our intention to have all the cards have a golden version. It's a really fun collectible element. It's really fun getting the cool special effects. But I'm sure, probably it may have occurred to a lot of you that if we have all these golden cards, why aren't we doing golden versions of the heroes themselves? So I'm here to tell you guys today that that's exactly what we're working on. We're working on versions of the golden heroes. So the way that the golden heroes are going to work is you're going to actually earn them in the new ranked play mode. And I'll show you kind of an early version of what their animations are going to look like. So you can see they're going to be fully animated just like the golden cards themselves. And what will happen is in the new ranked play mode that we're creating right now, you'll be able to earn those, and you'll be able to unlock each class one at a time. So with the ranked play mode, we know that a lot of you have really loved the arena mode. And our goal has really been to make a ranked play mode that's just as much fun as arena mode and really makes constructed play really rewarding. So make sure that you come to this hall at 2:15 today and see the design team, because they're going to talk a lot more ranked play mode, golden heroes, and all the other stuff that's coming out in Hearthstone. But, oh yeah, I have actually one more piece of Hearthstone news, though. A lot of you guys, I know, have maybe heard about the tablet version but haven't got to see it yet. So at Blizzard, a lot of us actually prefer to play it on tablet. And unfortunately, there's just no easy way to put that out in a beta test. But once you play the tablet version, you can play on the couch. A lot of people at Blizzard, that's what they like to do. But I also know that not everyone actually has tablets. So we want to announce another platform that we're actually working on, which is the iPhone version. What? So both the iPhone and the Android version are in development right now at Blizzard. It's still really early on, but we're hoping to have them out probably in the second half of next year. So Hearthstone isn't the only news that's going on in the Warcraft universe. Can you guys actually believe we're going to have a Warcraft movie? Honestly, I can't believe it. We started this thing back in 2006, and that's a long product development schedule even for us. So like Mike mentioned, we're super excited to have the director of the movie out here at BlizzCon, Duncan Jones. So he's going to be here tomorrow. And we also are going to have Bill Westenhofer on the panel also. He's the special effects supervisor, and he's actually an Oscar award-winning special effects supervisor that did Life of Pi and Golden Compass. And more importantly, he's played World of Warcraft all the way from the beginning and has a level 90 character. So, but when I really look at Hearthstone and I think about like the Warcraft movie, it's like just how far we've all come together in this franchise, and all in front of you guys, and it's really humbling. It's hard to believe it, but this month is going to be World of Warcraft's 9th birthday. Personally, I've actually been working on or playing World of Warcraft most of my adult life. And it kind of makes me think back to how I got my start. I think a lot of game designers around my age, my generation, we got our start in a very similar sort of way. We would have our first game design experience actually playing Dungeons and Dragons. And as a dungeon master, I really learned early on that it's not just about creating experiences for your players. It's really about taking that journey with them and really having that entertainment experience as a partnership that you really take on together. So I just thought, thinking about those old days and just thinking about World of Warcraft the same way, maybe we can look back on some of the journeys that we've all taken together. So does anyone here know what the first battleground was in World of Warcraft? Well, the thing was, it wasn't actually designed as a battleground. It was in the Hillsbrad foothills. You know, the epic battles between South Shore and Terran Mill. And, you know, I remember back in those days when I was a orc shaman and all I wanted to do was get to my flight master. And just seeing him dead and realize, Alliance scum again. So, you know, another thing that I think really brings back a lot of memories is maybe our first raid together against the Black Dragon in Nixia. And back then, you know, it's you raided with 40 players, 40 of your closest friends and guildies. You know, it's kind of a mess. And probably the worst thing you would hear in guild chat is more whelps. Or what about, do you guys remember the first time that you could actually go through the Dark Portal? You know, and we really wanted to make that this epic, majestic experience. And for us to be able to go through that together, and it was also the first time that we had flying mounts, and you could actually fly over the lands of Outland. Of course, I think maybe we should have thought a little more carefully about the ramifications in PvP, where we introduced the whole concept of a swooping gank. Sorry about that. All right, so I have another question for you guys. How many of you were there the day on your realm when the gates of Encourage opened? You know, this is like the most epic world event in World of Warcraft history. The only problem was, as game designers, it didn't really occur to us it might not be the right idea to have everyone on a realm go to the exact same place at the same time. And I just want to apologize in front of all of you to our server engineers for not consulting them first. All right, but you know, last but not least, I think another kind of fun event to talk about was, I think, the first pandemic in virtual world history when we introduced Zul Guru. Who could forget the corrupted blood debuff and trying to go into Ironforge and everything was desolate? I think this might be the only MMO event that has its own Wikipedia entry. But that's the thing, though. As developers, like even when we mess up, you know, we're able to kind of create these memories that as a community we share together. You know, and that's one of the things that I love about BlizzCon itself, is that it creates these shared memories, because all of you remember all these memories for yourselves with your guild on your realm, but when you come to BlizzCon, you can talk about how it happened on your server or on your server. And it's something, and we share these experiences just like back in the day with Dungeons & Dragons. And that's like one of my favorite things about BlizzCon, is really getting to meet people that are in the community and players, and really be a player like you guys and be able to talk about these events and share these events. But I actually think my absolute favorite part of BlizzCon is watching all these players within the community that have all these virtual relationships and guilds and friendships. But when you come to BlizzCon, you get to sometimes meet each other for the first time and create lifelong friendships. And I think that's one of the things that's really special about BlizzCon. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, I want to thank all of you for letting us be your dungeon master all these years. But I don't want you to think that the journey's over yet. So I want to welcome to the stage my creative partner for many, many years to introduce to you the next chapter in World of Warcraft. So please give a huge ovation for Chris Metzen.
yes, and yes. Goodness gracious, guys, it is awesome to be back here again with you this year. And I'm going to apologize up front as usual. I'm totally peaked. It is going to be okay. You know, as Rob was saying, it is such an amazing time to be part of this thing called Warcraft. With the feature film in development, it's really good. At long last, with the debut of Hearthstone and all the ongoing development, you know, that we're normally doing on the game, oh boy, this is one of those moments. Yeah, Geek is forgetting your lines. With all of these things in development, we have been thinking a lot about Warcraft, about what makes it tick, what makes it distinct. What is it about it after all these years, coming up on almost 19 years? We've been working on this thing. What keeps us coming back to it? What keeps it fresh for us? Oh, thank you. We've been thinking a lot about the early days. How many of you were around and with us during the events of Orcs and Humans? Really? All right. Tides of Darkness. And Beyond the Dark Portal. Guys, these original games, like this original trilogy of RTS games, it's where it kind of all comes from. It's where the DNA of Warcraft has always come from. The events of those games, the characters, the storylines, the places they went to really predicate everything that's happening in the modern era of WoW. In many ways, they're kind of like the origin points for your factions. Alliance, you here? Horde, where are you at? Hey, Horde, check it out. Just because you guys went and got yourselves a troll as a new war chief, it doesn't mean I ain't with you. Many miles to go. So as we're thinking about all those moments, all of the adventure that came back in the day, and I love to hear that many of you actually played those games, you kind of stop to consider that there is a huge amount of World of Warcraft players that never lived those events, never met those characters, never really engaged with those storylines or that part of the adventure. And, you know, as we start thinking about where Warcraft goes, what are we doing? What are we working on? How are we pushing forward with this ongoing adventure? Man, you know, a lot of that content sure makes the wheels turn. And ultimately, as many of you probably know, the modern story of Warcraft really begins about 30 years ago. 30 game years. Ain't that old. When some knucklehead decided it would be a really good idea to open a dark portal between Azeroth and this dark, savage world called Draenor. And through that portal came an army of brutal, demon-pumped savages that took the world right to the edge. Led by characters like Red T-shirt guy. Damn it, not him. Led by characters like Blackhand and Kilrog, Ner'zhul, Gul'dan, Hellscream. Some of the baddest dudes ever in the Warcraft franchise. These guys almost had their way. They almost conquered the entirety, then of the Eastern Kingdoms. And boy, if they had, history would have taken a very different turn. If not for the most unlikely thing happening. The races of Azeroth. Humans, we got any humans in the room? It's kind of a weird question to ask. Dwarves, where are you at? Sons of Cosmodan. We don't have any high elves in the room. High elf cosplayers? Couple. Gnomes, where you at? Come on, we secretly love you. It's complicated. The various cultures of Azeroth, who were never fast friends. There was no love lost between them. They had no common heritage, they had no common history. They really didn't like each other down this stretch of years. But in the face of this onslaught, in response to these badass orc leaders, they came together. And they founded a union based on honor and righteousness and a deep-seated drive to dispense indiscriminate justice upon those who threaten their homelands. This alliance saved the world. Alliance, do you remember who you are? You are the Alliance of Lordaeron, champions of justice. And I love you for it. Damn it, you're the Captain America faction. And I love you for that. So what a trip. All those years, fictional, from then to now. Especially concluding, or including, the events of the Siege of Orgrimmar. Alliance, do you get it yet? You remain the world's standing superpower. How does that feel? Don't worry, Horde. There is honor to be served. Loktar. So when you think about all that history and all that context, or when we think about it, a really interesting question comes to mind. We asked ourselves, well, what if those dark days could come again? What if a pantheon of the most vicious villains ever in Warcraft could threaten our homes, our lands, our way of life all over again? And in the face of that, Alliance, how would you respond now? There was a few suggestions. Can you guys repeat? I didn't. I know how you'd respond. With righteousness and honor. Weapons primed. The conflict to come, I believe, will be the Alliance's finest hour. The dark days ahead will test you. Your values, your ethics, how do you fight? A savage enemy without remorse, without becoming savage yourself? It's a good question. And Horde. Horde, you're here, right? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Much better. Horde, you've taken some lumps lately. And not just from the Alliance. You had to live with the disappointment of Thrall's choices. I'd apologize for him, but we don't speak anymore. You had to live with the consequence of Garrosh's reign of terror. And you had a bunch of gnomes and elves running through the streets of your city. I can't imagine you enjoyed that a lot. But in the face of all that, Horde, under the leadership of Vol'jin, you have a chance. Right on. You have a chance at a new start. A chance to redefine yourselves in this brave new world. but as is often true, to forge a brighter future, sometimes you must confront the ghosts of the past. And I believe in the adventure to come, Horde, there will be honor to be served, and there will be asses to be kicked. There will be much heroism for all. So, are you guys ready? Are you with me, BlizzCon? Let's get this thing done. Friends, champions, fellow defenders of Azeroth, Blizzard is proud to present to you the next expansion set for World of Warcraft. We call it Warlords of Draenor!
It is the lifeblood of this world. We are its children. Soon, its masters. Ours is a legacy of conquest. Rising tide of blood and iron that will wash over this world and all others. Our bond is iron, our will unbreakable. Who will stand against us?
Oh, hell yeah! Right back to the start, kinda. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that announcement. I imagine you have a lot of questions. We have a lot of answers. Don't worry, it all makes sense. So, guys, again, thank you for being here with us this weekend. You'll never know what a thrill this is for us to be here with you and to share these games. Have fun this weekend. Take care of each other. Have a blast. And if you have more questions, by the way, about Warlords of Draenor, I just love saying it. We're going to have a panel at 12:30 on this stage. The dev team is going to explain the whole giddy up to you. So come back at 12:30 if you're interested. And at the end of the day, welcome to BlizzCon!
Crazy comebacks, which can be so exciting. You know, a team can be 2-0 up, and then they lose one game, and then they're like, well, maybe they figured us out. Maybe we need to change now. They start,
The World of Warcraft What's Next panel. Your panelists are Tom Chilton, Ian Hazakostas, Corey Stockton, and Greg Street.
What up, BlizzCon again? I'm so glad the opening's done. I did. What did you guys think about the announcement? Seriously, we're putting together, that art's not up there, we're putting together one of the most kick-ass expansion sets in a very long time. It's just, it's mighty. So the guys asked me to come with today. They're gonna talk a lot about the systems of the game, what it's gonna be, and they asked me to set it up a little bit. So I'm gonna try and do this succinctly, because it's, as you might imagine, a little involved. Is that artwork ever gonna be up on the screen? It's on our screen. They can't see that. We have the most kick-ass piece of artwork right here. So if that doesn't give you a little bit of an indication, Alex Horley did that for us. He's a bad, bad man. They just look like a 70s classic rock group from hell. Deep Purple. What were we talking about?
Warlords.
Warlords. Although you people get into my room.
So why are we here, Chris?
Why are we here?
Expansion. How did
I want to serenade you from down here, Tommy. So let's talk a little bit about how did this happen. I'm just going to jump right into it. It's very involved. I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of questions. We will get to them as we go through the weekend. We're going to do a lore panel at 2:30 this afternoon in Hall A. The predicating fiction of this expansion set is that after the events of the Siege of Orgrimmar, Garrosh was taken away in chains. We may or may not be doing a piece of fiction to talk about what happened immediately next. Suffice to say, Garrosh will be put on trial, and before the verdict can come down, he escapes. That bastard. That's what I was hoping you were going to vocalize. We've got you right where we want you. Pissed. Garrosh has a new friend who has, let's say, a unique ability to bend time. Garrosh goes back, crestfallen, upset. The world didn't work out quite the way he thought it might. And he hates the Horde now, with his coalition of mongrel races and trolls and elves, really? He hates this Horde and everything that Thrall ever stood for. And boy, does he hate the Alliance too. So he's gone back to the place and the time where the world made sense to him. Of course, going back kind of alters a little bit, but overarchingly, Garrosh's intent is to redeem the Orcish ideal as he sees it. This is a kid who grew up in Garradar, who grew up with the stories of his old man and all these other champions, right? That came up at that time and formed the first Horde, and he likes those stories. And he wants the orcs to be proud again. He wants them to be conquerors and not encumbered by all these other races that he just doesn't understand why they're part of the Horde. And so that is where he has gone. And the most critical element of his mission is to stop the one moment, literally, that defined the history of Azeroth. He's going to stop the moment where the orcs drink the blood of Manaroth. They will be uncursed. They will not be under the sway of the Burning Legion. But again, he will convince them that they must be a Horde, that there's conquering to be done. And he will build this Iron Horde. With all the chieftains of old, he will empower them with, don't panic, some of the technology and engineering that he loves from our present. Black iron machines, flamethrowers, I don't even know yet. Well, the guys know.
Garrosh is going to build a very different kind of horde, but its mission is the same. Using his little friend that we talked about earlier that can manipulate time, Garrosh is going to have them build a dark portal. And he is going to lead this iron horde through it. But his little friend has been given the task, kinda, of aligning it to our time. So the adventure of Warlords, for the most part, takes place in what we call Old Draenor, a fully realized world, right? Steeped in all the lore that's come before. We built it to heighten and maximize your sense of what Outland was, but this is a contiguous continent. It's got oceans, it's got beautiful skies, it's got giants, it's got monsters. What kind of world forges a race like the orcs in the first place? It is a brutal place. And from the bones of this world, he would construct this army to enact his revenge on us. Having said all that, I'm sure many of you are thinking like, oh, God, don't tell us. Another orc, really? Tell us this orc is not the boss of the expansion series. We want to get ahead of it. He's not. Garrosh facilitates the storytelling. This was the natural flow. And while he will be heavily involved in the storytelling, he's not the guy. There's a guy behind the guy. Those of you who are astute may conclude very quickly who the guy might be, but we're going to let that ride for a little while longer. I guess I'd also like to tease as the panel goes. The end boss of this whole giddy-up, as so far as we're thinking today, it won't just be an orc dude. Take that as you will. So, do you guys think of anything I haven't said that we should say? Or have I said too much?
I think we're good. We take it.
Thinking.
I'm not going to do it. Come on. Meaning. We are in a space where we're trying to think very far ahead of the expansion sets we are currently working on. Although we can't get into it today for obvious reasons. How this one escalates and what happens at the end of this one, it's going to spill over into the next one. So as you guys call out names of characters you want to see, yeah, we want to see them too. So as usual, bear with us. I hope you guys are in for the long haul, because we are. And we've got expansion sets galore kind of lined up in the queue like bullets in a 6-shooter. So please be patient with us. We will get to it all.
Thank you, Chris. All right, so what's up? You know, Chris has been talking about this expansion takes place on Draenor. And what is Draenor, right? This is a brand new continent. This is a new world. This is not the Outland that you guys know. Outland is that shattered remnant of the planet that once was Draenor. And so what we're getting to see here is what Draenor was back before all that stuff went down. This was the homeworld of the orcs. This was the heart of the Draenei civilization. And this is a brutal primal world of giants. It's got 7 new zones, you know, of course, all the bells and whistles you guys would expect. And we'll be talking about all those zones in more detail later on in the panel. What are you here to do? Well, you're here to defeat the Iron Horde. These guys have found a way, as a result of Kairos Dormu and his involvement, to connect this world of Draenor of 35 years in the past, and have that portal that gets built up connect to our time. And we have an imminent invasion. So Grommash has united the orc clans. He's brought them all back together, or at least most of them. You'll have a say in some of that. There are some clans that may not join. They plan to take their army through the Dark Portal and destroy Azeroth. This can't happen. You've got to stop it. So next up, we have a map. So this is what the continent of Draenor looks like. Might be somewhat familiar. Obviously, there's that familiar kind of Euro shape on the eastern part of it. The place that we once knew as Hellfire Peninsula was at the time called Tanaan Jungle. We have Shadow Moon Valley, which, as we'll get to in a little bit, is an actual idyllic valley. It's not a hellish, infernal draining from the sky kind of place. We've got Gorgrond. If you imagine that Gorgrond was kind of where Blade's Edge plus Foxfire, when the world shattered, those came together and collided, that formed the Blade's Edge Mountains. So there's that kind of clash of desert and also the frost. We've got Nagran, as you might expect. That was probably the least affected of the different zones back in Outland. It was still a bit different back in the day, and you'll learn more about that as time goes on. And then we've got Talador, which is the location of Shattrath, which is not where your main city is going to be. It's also the location of Auchindoun, but this is before Auchindoun blew up and went to hell. So, as players, you're actually going to experience this content in a very different way. As the Alliance, you're going to end up defending Karabor and saving it from the Iron Horde, and that's going to be your main city. Karabor is what you may have known as Black Temple in Outland. So that's actually going to be your city as the Alliance for the expansion. None of that Shattrath nonsense. For the Horde, you are going to travel to Frostfire Ridge, and in Frostfire Ridge, you're going to help the Frostwolves fight against the ogres that are there, and you're going to liberate the Ogre Citadel. There's a Blades Citadel there called the Bladespire Citadel, and that's going to be your city. So a lot of these places that will be familiar to you are actually completely different. And it's important to understand that this is very different than what we did Cataclysm, right? When we did Cataclysm, we took those zones as they were, and then we changed them, we modified them, chasms in the ground and filled them up with lava, and, did some stuff like that. But these zones are actually completely rebuilt from scratch. These aren't zones, because you can't really go from Outland to what it was before by kind of naturally modifying things. This is actually a complete redo, although kind of faithfully represents sort of a lot of the ideas that you kind of know and love from Outland. So this gives you a sense of scale. Outland compared to Draenor obviously was very important to us to maintain very similar proportions so it would feel right. And of course there are new zones. I forgot to talk about Spires of Arak. We go back there down to the south, Spires of Arak. That is the home territory of the Arakoa. This is back before they wound up all cursed the way they are in Outland. So you'll see kind of an epic vision of what their civilization was. Oh yeah, so in the corner, you've got at the very bottom left down there, that's a mysterious ogre continent. The ogres came from Britain, right? And the ogres at this time were at the height of their empire. Their empire exists mostly on the continent down to the south, but their influence has spread to Draenor, and you'll see one really epic city built of the ogres. The ogres also have Bladespire Citadel and stuff like that. So you get to see their civilization for what it was, before they got pushed into this whole horde thing by the events that you guys know with Manroth and all that good stuff.
And Tom, just to jump in on that, the one thing that really makes Draenor different from Azeroth is that Azeroth has all these different empires over time, right? From the ancient Night Elves, the Trolls, there's all these different kind of handprints of who is in control at any given time. And what's really interesting about Draenor is it's a much more savage world. The ogres are really the only civilization that had any kind of empire. They were it. They were the thing. So it's kind of fun, like as their empire's very much in decline by this time, it's really all the cavemen coming out of the woodwork, the orcs and the Maknathal and things like that are really kind of taking over, the ruins of that former empire.
Decadent and degenerate. Oh, well, we've got Farallon. That's TBD. You guys will explore that later on. So what you knew as Netherstorm at this time was Farallon, and you'll be adventuring there in a patch, but it's not there for the launch of Warlords of Draenor. You'll have to.
There's a lot to get through.
Forward. So with that, Chris, maybe you want to talk about the Orc clans themselves.
Sure. So I'll try and go through these really quick. So the Frostwolf clan is a very storied clan, is the clan from which Durotan, the chief, comes, and his boy to be born one day is Thrall.
So one of the really fun things about this expansion set is to actually kind of go back in time. We'll get to this in other panels, but go back to this era like Withdrawal, and he gets to deal with some family business, and he gets to see where he came from and how epic his parents were, and there's actually a much larger family in the line of Durotan, and we actually we get to hang out with them. There's some tension point on, Durotan as a fairly noble orc. Will he join this Iron Horde? His worry about the Horde last time is that they're all turning green and growing spikes out of their eyeballs. He didn't think this demon thing was very good for business. So this time around, he's kind of on the line. So that's part of the fun of the adventure, through Frostfire Ridge that we'll have is kind of interacting with the Frostwolves and seeing which way they will go. Shadow Moon, Ner'zhul. Some of you may remember this Yahoo is the orc that one day, well, at least in our continuity, becomes the first Lich King. So at this time, Ner'zhul and his Shadow Moon clan, the Shadow Moon are kind of more like scryers. They kind of read the stars. They're kind of the shaman to the shaman, if you will. So Garrosh and the warlords have come to Ner'zhul and go, are you in or are you out? And so much of the events of Shadow Moon Valley relative to the Iron Horde are illustrating the kind of crux of the Shadow Moon clan. Are they worthy to be in or to be out? Will history replay itself? The Shattered Hand. I love this clan. They're creepy. Kargat Bladefist was a villain from Warcraft 2. The idea behind the Shattered Hand is that they were not a natural clan. They were orcs from many different clans who were enslaved by the ogres and worked in the mines and just had a miserable existence. And Kargat, being one of the most clever and willful and just frankly big of these orcs in bondage, one day decides that he's had enough. And he strangles one of the ogres with his slave chain, and he uses his axe to cut off his own arm and sever the chain that bound him to slavery. And then he throws that bloody thing at the feet of all the orcs around him and goes, "Who's next?" And they go, "We're with you, man." And so the whole giddy up in this clan is to kind of fasten on to sever their own hand and fasten on some kind of piece of weaponry or something. And they're a very dark, very pain-minded clan. The Black Rocks are the backbone of the Iron Horde. In our timeline, Blackhand was the first war chief, and we depicted him as kind of maybe a little craven, like a bully, and he loved to lord over people. As we see him as a younger orc here, without the influence of... It's weird. It's a great problem for you guys. Without the influence of Gul'dan, we'll get to that later. Blackhand's kind of a more honest orc. And the Blackrock clan, we show they're smiths. As Garrosh comes from the future with this, and these kind of, for all intents and purposes, blueprints for kind of crazy tanks and war machines, it's the Blackrock clan that will stand up and really create their giant, smoke-pumping foundries and build this war machine for these warlords. Their land of Gorgrond, the current area it's trying to think of the Outland equivalent. It's kind of in the middle. It's kind of a little bit of like where Blade's Edge begins to happen. As you see on the earlier map, we have the Sea of Zangar, but the Zangar Marsh has not yet formed. Though there's a little bit of some toadstools, things like that. But Gorgrond is kind of central Draenor, and they come from a place of lots of steam and lots of ore and things like that. Gromash. That's the funny thing about those Hellscream boys is even when they don't have demon piss in their veins, there's still a lot of fun at parties. Grom's got some anger issues. There's a story there, and as you might assume, there's a really interesting interplay with Garrosh, who's come back to kind of redeem his heroes, and obviously Gromash will play a major role in the story to come. And the whole tension point with Grom is what? Could it happen all over again? Will his anger get the best of him, or will he be a great leader? I wouldn't bank on it. Gromash and the Warsong clan are much like Mongols. wolf-riding badasses. They're cavalry, right? They roll through the plains of Nagron, rocking the ogres and anyone else that gets in their way. So it's really fun to leverage them into kind of an earlier, more idyllic look at Nagron. A little less of the floating Bean Brothers, land masses in the sky, but it's very much that idyllic land you guys remember from Outland. The Bleeding Hollow, another one of those, just like the Shattered Hand. I love this clan, and not a lot of people know a lot about it. That's probably because we hadn't made up a lot about it until very recently. But Kilrog Deadeye, the Bleeding Hollow are a very shamanistic clan. They come from the Tanan Jungle. The Tanan Jungle is the landmass that will become Hellfire in your timeline. Back in the day, it was a very lush, very monstrous jungle. And the Bleeding Hollow, with their deeply shamanistic roots, well, I would say they're shamanistic, but they're absolutely out of their mind. They are a dark, bloody-minded clan, and their shamanism is very tribal, and it's very bloody-minded. And you would say through the ritual that all of the Bleeding Hollow chiefs have taken for generations, Kilrog included, is that on the eve of them becoming the chief, they go down into these cisterns with the Blair Witch shit all over the ceiling, and it's just gnarly. And they gouge out their own eye to receive a vision of their death. And that vision of their death predicates how they will lead their clan in slaughtering their enemies and seeking just perfect, bloody-minded victory. It's hard to get out. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, we're good. All right, so next we're going to talk about some of the creatures and the zones you're actually going to see in Draenor. So this is a list of just some of the races and the creatures that you're going to come across here. As Chris and Tom were talking about earlier, one of the cool things about Draenor is there's not a lot of civilized, established races here, so it gives us a chance to do just a different set of things, these giant, brutal creatures that you're going to run into. We've got some concept art here with a few of these. A lot of you might remember Gron from Burning Crusade. The Gron here are a completely different breed. You can see here they've been subjugated by the Iron Horde and being used as part of the army. This is another really, really awesome, unique-looking creature. This is called a Genosaur. Now, you can't really get the scale here from this picture, but this creature is something along the lines of the Magnetar from Northrend. It's kind of at that scope, so imagine this thing lumbering across the plain towards you. So here's the ogres. We mentioned earlier that this is the homeland of the ogres. These aren't the same ogres that you know that you fought in Dire Maul. These ogres they're bigger, they're stronger, they're vicious. I think you can get that vibe through the concept art here. And then another new creature, brand new race, these are the Saberon. The Saberon are a race that you're going to find all across Draenor. It's not something that's just located in one zone. You're definitely going to be fighting with them a lot throughout the expansion. Here's a Dragonfly. So to get kind of a sense of the scope on this, you can't tell it here either, but we're planning on making this a mount. So when you think about Draenor, it's like things like this. They're these creatures that you might be used to, but we're showing them in a whole different way here just because this land is such a different place than anything you've been to before. Speaking of flying creatures, this is the Chimera. So what's neat about this Chimera is, on top of the fact that it flies, it's also got a full set of combat animations. We're going to be able to fight this guy as a boss, fight him in the world. It's another one of those creatures that you see it and it just looks savage right off the bat just from taking a look at it. And that's the feeling we wanted to get with Draenor. So, those are some of the creatures you're going to find there. But how do you get there? What's the experience? How do we actually, get there and get started on this stuff? We decided to build a very specific introductory experience that all players will go through. Probably feels similar to anyone that did the Death Knight experience. That was a very guided, specific thing to jump you right into the story and get you started. The same thing that we want to do here. We're going to send you on a suicide mission through the Dark Portal to at least give you a chance to get a foothold in Draenor. So we're going to have a launch event before the launch of Warlords that'll kind of set this up. The Dark Portal is going to turn red out in Blasted Lands, and people are going to start realizing something's up. We've got to deal with this. You are the one who's going to deal with this. We're going to send you through. You got to do something about the portal so you guys can even get there and get started. What's great about this is it puts you right in. You don't have to do a quest and read about it. We're going to let you play it, let you experience it as quick as we can. Now, once, depending on if you're Horde or Alliance, once you finish the intro experience, you're going to go to your first zone. For the Horde, that's going to be Frostfire Ridge. Frostfire is a really unique looking zone. It's a frozen tundra, but we've mixed it with this element of active volcanoes. So it creates a really awesome look. It's very different than anything we've done. It's the home of the Frostwolf clan. So you're going to end up meeting up with Duratan here and help them. They're locked in this gnarly war with the Thunderlord clan, another local clan from the area. Now the Thunderlords are in the process of joining up with the Iron Horde. So it's really important for you to help put a stop to that and help the Frostwolves really establish the fact that they are not going to join the Iron Horde.
Spoilers.
Whoops. There's one more really important race in Frostfire, and that's Ogres. The Ogres have a fortress here called Bladespire, and you're actually going to help early on. One of your first things you're going to do is try to recapture that fortress so you can turn it into essentially your capital city for the expansion. This is where hopefully you'll bind and do everything from this space. So this is where Frostfire is on the map. It's up here in the northwest. Here's a look at the zone map itself. There on the western side, you can see Bladespire Fortress. You can kind of get that vibe. It's obviously a snowy, cold zone. Got a little bit of concept art here. This is something we had early on that helped us really get the vibe, get a feel for what it was going to look like. It's got these unique rock structures throughout the whole zone. Really sets it apart from anything.
A little anecdote on that, actually, is that we originally concepted this zone as a purple desert.
Yep.
But it wasn't really working for us.
Turned out everyone that saw it kept saying, why is that snow purple?
And why are the
really
frost wolves in a purple desert?
Fine, it's snow already.
Sometimes we're dumb.
Yeah. But we made it work. It's awesome. But we could talk about it and look at pictures all day, but what better than to show you guys a video? So let's take a look at it. And that is Frostfire Ridge. It's really exciting to be able to talk about that zone because that's the first zone we actually worked on the expansion. So it's been around for a while, so it's great to finally get a chance to show it to you guys. So let's get to the Alliance. So after they finish their introductory experience, they are going to go to Shadow Moon Valley. Obviously a familiar name, a place most people probably know what it's like now. It's completely different in this time and age. The zone is always fast in nighttime. It's nighttime all the time here. It's a zone that you're never going to see the day, so it gives it another unique fit. It's something we've really tried to hit with all the zones in Draenor, is that they have a vibe. When you leave it, you're going to go, oh, that's the zone that it's always nighttime at. That's the zone that's got the crazy fire stuff. We really want to give you that hit so you remember these places. Now, Shadow Moon is the home of Kerebor. It's what you know in the future as Black Temple, but at this point, it's the holy temple of the Draenei. Problem is, it's under attack by the Iron Horde. One of your first things you're going to do when you get here is stop that attack. We have to save Kerebor. Without Kerebor, the Draenei really don't stand a chance. If you can do that, then you can turn that into your Alliance city It's the same way we were talking about that with the Ogre capital in Frostfire. These will be your two kind of capitals that you'll bind from and play the expansion from. There's one other player in this puzzle, though, in Shadowmoon Valley. It's the Shadowmoon Orc clan. This is the home of their clan. They're led by Ner'zhul, and he is hellbent on joining the Iron Horde, and he'll do anything to his people to actually make that happen. You're going to take a part in that and help try to make sure that that doesn't actually come through. So this is where it is on the map. We tried to keep location in mind, make sure that it made sense in relation to where Shadowmoon Valley is in Outland. This is a look at the zone map here. You can see Kerebor off to the right. The Horde invasion comes in from the north there at that dock. The Shadowmoon clan's kind of located, got a couple different camps across the zone. It's a really awesome piece of concept art that we got early on. Helped us set the mood and the vibe for the zone. I think we saw this and we were like, well, why don't we just have it be like this all the time? This looks awesome. But again, let's just take a look at it in game. But before we do that, we wanted to give you a quick reminder. This is what Shadowmoon looked like before. It's a fell-ridden piece of just, I mean, there's a huge volcano in the middle of the zone. It's got Black Temple in it. I mean, the place was just a mess. So what you see here is going to feel much more idyllic, a completely different scene. Let's run the video. So that's Shadowmoon Valley. So we got two more zones we're going to give you a sneak peek at today. Next up would be Gorgrond. We talked a little bit about Gorgrond earlier. It's a completely different, again, the zone is really defined by the features that are there, and it's these giant steam vents that are all across the zone. They're trying to be harnessed by the Blackrock clan is working with the Iron Horde here to kind of cap these steam vents, and they're using those to help run the war machine for the Iron Horde. So you can see where the zone is here on the map. It's on the northern side, kind of nestled right between Frostfire and Tanan. Here's kind of a look at what early on we were concepting a lot to get the vibe for what would these steam bits look like? How could we really sell them in the zone in a cool way? This piece really helped define what we moved on to from that. And we got a video of it to show you guys. So you kind of got a sneak peek there at the end of a little bit of the Blackrock Foundry. It's actually going to be one of the raids that you'll be playing in as part of Warlords, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later in this panel and a little bit more in our panel tomorrow as well. So finally, we'll wrap up with Talador. Talador, in current time, is what you would know as Terakar Forest. At this point in time, it's basically the home of the Draenei civilization. Shatrath is there, but Shatrath is much larger than what you remember. It's actually a massive part of the zone actually looks like a city that comes out from Shatrath and extends across it. It's got a super, super unique look too, just because we were able to really push that Draenei look. We've always had Draenei buildings and structures, but you've never got to see what did they look like when they were at the height, when they were, they were doing everything that you would expect them to do, but you get to be a part of that and see it before everything kind of goes to hell. So Talador has some really unique, iconic places too, places like Auchindoun. We know Auchindoun in current time, it's blown up. It's in the middle of the Bone Waste, right? But in this time, it's completely different. It's basically their holy temple. It's where when Draenei die, they want to go to Auchindoun. It's like Valhalla for Draenei. You're going to get to see it also because it's a dungeon in the expansion. Speaking of Shatrath, this is a piece of concept art of what it looks like on Draenor. What's really cool about this is you can see it's got the water there. That's the Zangar Sea coming up right against the edge. Zangar Marsh isn't fully there yet, so it's really cool to see this place, but just in a different time. And let's roll the video. So that's a sneak peek at 4 of the 7 zones in Draenor. I hope you guys like that. It's stuff we've been working on for a while, so super rad to be able to show it off. So now let's maybe talk about a small requested feature. We've only been working on this for a little while, but like everything we do at Blizzard, it's something that had to be done right. And to do this right, it was going to take time. But I think you guys are going to be super stoked to see what we've come up with. So we had a lot of guidelines when we went into this project. There were things we wanted to make sure happened. Number 1 was to keep the soul of the original characters. When you log in with that female troll and you've got a unique hairstyle, you've got unique tusks, we want to make sure it still looks like what you know and what you've played for all those years, but that it just looks better. We don't want it to feel different. We just want it to increase the fidelity, have things look a lot more like in the current age. So the fidelity's been raised on all this stuff, from textures, polygons, effects, all the different things that you'll see on hairstyles and stuff like that. We've really gone to the nines on this stuff. Most of all, though, is the facial detail. All the emotes across the game, we've fully rigged the faces, so the characters have teeth, they have tongues, they can smile, they can emote. It really is, it completely changes that flavor of that character. But like I said, in a way that still feels like the soul of what that character is. On top of all of this, we've had to mod the animations to go with all these new models. So it's really been a lot of work, because we can't just go in and update the polygons and expect it all to work. There's a lot more polygons that have to be animated. We've got to make sure everything matches up, cloaks, tails, all that stuff. So it really has been a labor of love. We're super excited to show it to you guys today. So we've got 3 races that we're going to give you a sneak preview of here. This is the male dwarf as it exists today. This is the new male dwarf with the updated model. Here's just side by side. So you can kind of see how his beard is still the same beard style, but we've added adornments to it, make it look cooler, make it feel like it fits. Next up would be the orcs. Popular race. Current orc, and here's the new orcs. Here they are side by side. Again, same thing. He's got those lamb chops. They just look a lot better. And finally, come on now. Gotta rep the gnomes. So here's the existing gnome, and then here's the new model. I think this gnome very specifically shows what all that work has really paid off. The fact that this gnome looks so much better, but man, I'll be damned, it still looks like a gnome. So we've also got some video to show you guys of these guys in action. That was the orc. Come on. Gotta have a gnome dance. Shake it.
And
so that
for
was
everyone
just a
here,
short, that was just a short sneak preview of the character models. There's a World of Warcraft art panel where they are going to go into explicit detail on more races, how they did this stuff. If you're looking to get info on that, I highly recommend you go to that panel. Their panel is really, really awesome this year. This is just a sneak peek. So next up, Tom's going to talk about some features.
All right, so what do we have here? Obviously, you guys probably saw the feature list go by really fast in the introductory movie, and you're going, what is that? What are they doing? And there was maybe something in there that you noticed that might strike a little bit of interest. So what do we have here? We've got a feature summary, and we're going to talk about all this stuff. So I'll just get right into it. Garrisons. What the hell are those? All right, so what is a garrison? Garrison is the ability for you to build your own base on Draenor. So, that's right. This is the World of Warcraft version of housing. Woo! This isn't a cottage in a faraway instance corner that doesn't actually exist in the world. This is your ability to actually build a base, almost as you do in the RTS games, in the actual world that you will be able to see as you fly through the zones. You'll be able to see it as you go by it. You'll be able to invite your friends to come and see it if they want to. We'll even give you reasons to trade resources, stuff like that. But this is a full-on base. You're going to collect followers. You're going to send them on missions to do your dirty work. And you'll be able to customize your base. So you're going to be able to decide where do you want to put your armory, where do you want to put your barracks. Do I want to have a mage tower, do I want to have an infirmary, do I want to build the stables, or what profession buildings am I going to build? So you're going to have a lot of different plots, and you're going to be able to pick and choose. You're even going to be able to pick which zone you want your base to be in. So a bunch of the different zones out there. Right on. A lot of the zones throughout Draenor support the ability to build a garrison. So if you decide that you want your garrison to be in the hard zone of Gorgrond, then that's what you can decide. If you want it to be in the idyllic Shadowmoon Valley, then that's what you can decide. You get to pick. And finally, you'll even get offline progression. So while you send your followers off on missions, let's say you assemble a group of 10 followers and send them off on a raid, well, that might take a week. And you might come back a week later and see what they got for you. Or you might send some guys off on a dungeon and see what they got for you the next day. Or you might send some guys off on some quests and see what they got for you in a couple of hours. And again, this is integrated directly into the world. This isn't, we use our seamless instancing technology so that, while it is customized to what you have built, you see it from anywhere in the world and you seamlessly enter it and exit it. There's never any loading screen, nothing like that. It's just out there in the world. And so what do you get for it? Why would I want a garrison? Why would I want to have followers? Well, for one thing, you can get epic gear for your character. That's kind of your core progression in World of Warcraft is making your character better, and these guys can contribute to it. In addition, you get a piece of land to call your own. Think of this as like the farm times 1,000. You get unique benefits from the buildings in terms of what they do for your followers and the missions that they run. You get limited access to professions you don't even have. So, for example, maybe you only have skinning and engineering on your character. Who would have that wacky combo? But let's say you wanted blacksmithing and something else. And you wanted blacksmithing and access to something in mining. You can do that. In fact, your base, you can even build a mine in your base. And that'll give you access to special mining nodes. You'll get some extra mining nodes that you can go in there and mine every now and then. You can even assign an NPC that has a follower that has the mining skill to that mine, and they can do some of your dirty work for you. So Corey's going to talk a little bit more about exactly how the garrisons work.
So your garrison grows. When you start, it's going to be really small, and you're going to be able to expand it over a number of tiers. And every time you expand it, you're going to get more plots where you can build buildings Tom was talking about earlier, so you can get more bonuses as you grow this stuff. You get to pick which buildings you want. So like we said, you could build an armory over here, put a stable over there. Each of these buildings, though, offers bonuses that are completely different. So there's going to be some choice about what you want to do with that building and which one you think is most important to you. You get to choose the location. This is a key thing that we thought was really huge with the garrison, because Greg could choose to have his garrison maybe in Frostfire. I could maybe have mine in Spires of Iraq. So it's really neat that we don't have to all share the exact same space for our garrison, and you'll be able to move it. So maybe at a later point, you've had this garrison in this zone for a few months, you can up and decide to move it to a different place just because you think that's cooler. Your garrison is the point of interaction, though, with all of these followers that you'll be collecting. So you'll be going to the garrison to manage your followers, send them on missions, to do that stuff. So it's really an active place. We're going to really set it up so it feels like if you found a follower, you're going to see that follower walking around in the garrison. You gave him a name, you'll see that name when he's walking around in there. We really want it to feel like it's your place. Going along with that is the concept of monuments and trophies. What this is a way to show off. If you've got this big piece of land here in Draenor, we should let you do some stuff with it. So we're thinking the idea behind this would be monuments could be tied to achievements. So let's say you got the achievement for exploring the entire world. You went into every single zone there is. We could give you a monument, per se, that's like maybe like a big globe or something that looks really cool in your garrison that you can show off to other players. Same concept with trophies. Maybe you kill a rare mob out in Draenor somewhere. You kill a chimera or something, and you get to bring back its head and mount it in the town hall in your garrison. So let's talk a little bit more about the buildings. The buildings, as we mentioned earlier, there's lots of different buildings to pick from. They come in different sizes, and they all offer different unique bonuses. Those bonuses can affect lots of different things in the game. They can give you things in your garrison specifically. They could also do things to your character outside the garrison. Maybe you get a buff when you're not there. And they also do things that make your followers better at the missions they're running. Like an example would maybe be like an infirmary. You can buy an infirmary, and it makes it so that the recovery time when your followers get back from a mission is shortened. If that's something you want, you can buy that, and you can upgrade it over time. So when you buy that infirmary, it'll start out really small, maybe like a little tent, and over time you can have this choice to upgrade it and increase the bonus as it gets bigger. Now, right now we're talking about doing 3 upgrades on the buildings. When you hit that 3rd upgrade, we wanted to really do something special for it. Let it feel like it's customized to you. And that's what specializations are. A specialization will probably feel similar to your talent tree. So imagine a building and it's got a couple different options on it. When it hits level 3, you can choose one specific option for every building. And those vary as well. Those can be things that maybe the infirmary gives you the option to resurrect out in the world like once per day. Someone from your infirmary shows up and reses you. Or maybe it's something specifically for your followers so they can be stronger on a mission. It's just another way that you can customize this place and make it feel like your own. Speaking of making it feel like your own, you got to be able to pick where this stuff goes. So maybe you want to put your mage tower up on the hill in your garrison. Maybe you want to put your mage tower up near the front gate because you think that looks cooler. We're going to let you do that. You're going to get to pick where you want to put the buildings. This variety is really what gives us that customization we're looking for. Here's a look at one of the buildings. This is the inn. This inn in this shot is rank 2. The bonus that the inn is going to give you is the opportunity to find new followers. So the inn has a bar, Lots of people stop by the bar. I hear there's a few at BlizzCon here today also. So you can go to buy this building and you'll get a chance to find a new unique follower every day. This building also comes with a kitchen. That kitchen has a cooking NPC in it. Like Tom mentioned, there's some access to different profession stuff that you can get through the buildings. And of course, it has specializations. The specializations on this building give you the chance to kind of hone in on what kind of follower you're looking for. Maybe you need a tank specifically for some of the missions you're running. You can pick that here, and the next day, you'll have a better chance of finding that type of follower. So here's a look at how the buildings upgrade. This is a huge undertaking. There's a massive amount of art that goes along with all the gameplay that's built into this system. Each building has unique art like this that upgrades over time with it, both the interiors and the exteriors. Speaking of interiors, that's a look at the barracks from the outside, and this is the inside, so you can just kind of get a feel for the level of detail we have in this stuff. Now this is a look at a work in progress UI of how we would see people interacting with the garrison. So on the left there, you can see your buildings. So you can pick a building and just drag it over to a slot. The plots themselves come in 3 sizes, so you just match up the building with that size, pay the currency cost that it'll be to build it, and off you go. Anyone that's seen the pet stuff, it's pretty similar. This is a video showing the garrison upgrading. So before you ask, yes, there is separate art for Alliance and Horde. Horde will get their own complete, unique set of buildings and have their own look. So once you have your garrison, you need to fill it with followers. Lots of ways to get followers throughout the world. You can find them and bribe them to join your mission. You can earn faction with them and have them join you. We're going to give them out in a lot of different ways to get people out into the world. What you do with followers is you send them on missions. We have a wide variety of missions they can be sent on. When they run the missions, they earn experience points to help them level up. So they're going to level from 90 to 100, just like you are. Once they max out, you can keep increasing their strength, though, by equipping them with gear, which gives them higher item level. So it doesn't just end when a guy hits 100. He can keep going by increasing his item level after that.
Imagine that.
What a new concept. Now, followers also have abilities and traits. These are the kind of things that you're going to use when you send a follower out on a mission. You'll try to match up your abilities and traits with the things that are on that mission so they can have an advantage. And of course, they also come with quality. So anyone that's used to the pet system kind of understands that concept where you can find a common, you can find a rare, you can find an epic. Same concept here. And of course, you could customize them with names. So if you want to name your guy Johnny McCool, you can name him Johnny McCool, and that's what he'll be like in the game. Anyone that comes to your garrison will see that guy named that. So this is a look at another mock-up UI of what it would look like to have a follower. This player is really lucky because he has Oprah Winfrey in his list over there. It's really rad.
I think this guy
So
just
from
became
here-
a new major world NPC.
So over on the right there, you can see his abilities. You can see some of the gear he's equipped with. So this gives you a little bit more detail on a follower. So you send these guys on missions. There's going to be a pretty wide variety of missions you can do. Tom mentioned earlier you could maybe send them on a raid. You could send them to a dungeon, send them on quests. That's all going to be up to you. And what you do is you mix those missions with followers that have the right traits and abilities. It's It's kind of like a mini game in its own way to match up the right guys so that they're successful on those missions. We also have this concept of specialized missions, and these are unlocked by buildings. So let's use the infirmary as another example. When you buy and place an infirmary, that then gives you the option to run rescue missions. And rescue missions are very unique. Only people with infirmaries can run them, and they'll have different bonuses from other missions. So another way that the buildings that you choose help customize what your garrison is like. Here's a look at the mission screen. So on the left is your followers, on the top is the party, and so you just drag your followers into those slots, and then as you do that, you can see the bonuses that they'll earn on those missions, and then you send them off. And like we mentioned earlier, this works completely offline. So a mission could take hours, it could take days, it all just depends on which one you pick to do. But that's not the only feature. There are many, many more, and we're gonna have Greg talk to you about some of those.
All right, BlizzCon, you still with us? I know it's a lot of information. We've got a lot more to go. It'll take about 2.5 more hours, and we'll be good. Boost to 90. Look at this orc. He's so happy. What are we talking about, boost to 90? So you'll hear us say this a lot this weekend. WoW is a game that is better with friends. Such as all of you. So tell me, do you know this story? You get a friend, someone who hasn't played WoW with you, or maybe they took a break and they want to come back, and you're like, awesome, we really need a healer. Just play for the next 4 or 5 weeks, get some gear, and then you can finally raid with us. And the dude's like, okay, I'm in. It is awesome that all of you, I'm assuming everyone in this room has a max level character, and a lot of you probably have many max level characters. But we want to make sure all your friends do too. We want to make sure as soon as Warlords of Draenor comes out, all of you can get in and jump right into the action without having to go back to Burning Crusade or Lich King and play catch-up for weeks and weeks. So, when you purchase Warlords of Draenor, you get to boost one of your characters to level 90. For some of you, this may be a character that never quite made it. For a lot of you, this is going to be, you just got a brand new level 90 alt. If you've ever experienced what we do with Scroll of Resurrection, we want this transition to be really clean. We don't want you to have a lot of, Fell Iron or some quest in Grizzly Hills that's half completed. So we'll clean up your bags, we'll clean up your quest log and your action bar. We're not going to take anything away from you. It'll all be there. We just want to make the experience really seamless so you can jump right in and start having fun in the Return to the Dark Portal adventure. Inventory updates. So we've introduced this concept you guys are familiar with of collections. Currently we have pets and mounts that are collected. What this means is you earn it once and it's account wide and you can use it on any of your characters across realm and things like that. So what are we going to add to pets and mounts? We're going to add So this is your new heirloom UI. Anything you want is stored here. All of the icons that are grayed out, just with the pet journal, will give you information about where to acquire it, so you don't have to try to remember, was it some vendor in Stormwind, or was it a rare drop, or something like that. All the information is there. And again, this is cross-realm on any character, so you don't have to worry, who had my heirloom? Was it that one dude? I can't find it. Everything's here when you need it. We know, it's time. You've earned it. It's really account-wide. And then this is the toy box. It works similarly. You can see a couple of the toys up at the top are starred. We've also added a mount journal that also has starred favorites, including a button that's like summon random favorite mount. Your bags are still a mess, even with all the heirlooms and toys taken out of them. So what can we do about that? We don't think big bags is the answer. It takes forever to find stuff in it as it is. Instead, we're just trying to organize it a little better. These are a lot of requests we've gotten over the years, and we're finally able to deliver on some of it. So there's a lot of information on this screen. The first thing is you can assign each bag a particular type of inventory. So you can say, I only want consumables to fill up this bag to help you find your stuff better. Secondly, you'll see the white icons indicate new items that have gone into your bag since you last opened them, so you can find that new stuff pretty easily. And then we also highlight the different quality of the items. You can see some of the rare and epic items have their appropriate blue or purple outlines around them. And then finally, the bag that has all the gold icons shows you quickly at a glance that that's vendor trash that you can safely get rid of. And in addition, we're not going to put quest items in your bags at all. We'll just store these items right on the Quest UI so you can see them. If there's a clickable item, it'll be there. And again, hopefully, we may give you bags that are slightly larger, but overall, it should be a much better experience, and you'll spend more time killing orcs and less time organizing stuff.
You didn't mean that, orcs. It wasn't personal.
The bad orcs. And then finally, we're just going to allow you to craft directly from your bank. So if you have resources there, you can just access them right away without so much mailing. We're also going to increase the stack size on a lot of these things up to 100, so you'll get a little bit more of your bag space back. What is the adventure guide? Now, I know all of you out there are masters of World of Warcraft. You never have any questions about where to go or what to do next. But we know that's not true of everyone out there. So the adventure guide is really designed, particularly when a new patch comes out with new content, and you're like, am I supposed to finish doing the current stuff, or am I supposed to jump right away? Blizzard, tell me what to do. So the adventure guide is a path to gear upgrades. It shows you the new content that's out and what might be appropriate to you. And most importantly, it's customized for your character individually. So this happy little gnome here, we've identified, plays a lot of PvP. So if you can imagine, when the Siege of Orgrimmar patch came out, we would tell them, hey, Deepwind Gorge is out, that's something you want to try. And we noticed that you're rank 7 in the Brawlers Guild, so maybe you want to go to rank 8. Along the bottom, we also show you, based on your current gear, the kind of raid content that we think you're ready for. And then this is a more PvE-focused player. One of the things to point out is that we mentioned the Sky Golem specifically because we know you're an engineer. So we can customize all of this for your character. If you haven't played a dude in a while and you come back in, you can kind of figure out what you're supposed to do next. Level 100 talents. We can't count, so we gave them to you 5 levels early. You can go play Frostfire or Shadow Moon today at BlizzCon. I doubt you'll reach level 100 in 15 minutes, but I know you guys are pros. You'll still be able to open up your talent tree and see these new talents. These are fairly early designs, but they're not just standard. We're taking them seriously, so feedback is appreciated. One thing to note is we're going to start splitting out the tooltips of talents a little more by spec. Particularly classes like Druid and Priest have these pretty wordy tooltips that say, if you're Shadow, it really does this. If you're Holy, it really does this. So I'm just adding that as a caveat because some of the tooltips you'll see at BlizzCon are quite long. You're welcome. All right, Ian will now talk to you about our incredible Dungeons and Raids.
All right, well, it wouldn't be a new expansion without some new Dungeon and Raid content, so of course we've got some of that. We're really happy with the overall amount of multiplayer group content that was in Mists of Pandaria. Though we've heard you guys, we could probably have used some more patch dungeons, something we're still thinking about looking to do. Hear you on that one. Well, let's jump right into this. So dungeons. We're going to have 7 new dungeons available at launch in Warlords of Draenor. 4 of these will be available as you level up, 3 exclusively at max level. And you may see that last bullet point there. So we always look to see, if it makes sense with the story that we're telling, where the expansion's going as a whole. It's great to have this opportunity to revisit old favorites, old classic dungeons, update them the way we've done with places like Dead Mines or Scholomance or Scarlet Monastery. And given the central importance of the Blackrock clan to the Iron Horde and their plans, this felt like a great time to revisit Upper Blackrock Spire. So that's going to be overhauled, and it will be a new dungeon available at level up as well as max level. And you can see what's going on there. There are some interesting things. We're going to have normal, heroic, and challenge difficulties of all these dungeons. One slight difference between this and Mists of Pandaria is that we will have normal versions of the max level dungeons to really flesh out a full tier of itemization and progression to help you get ready for some maybe more challenging heroic dungeons. So between these max level normal dungeons and scenarios, you can be prepared. And we're happy with how challenge modes have worked out in Myst, so we're continuing to do them to provide some really challenging multiplayer group content for people who want to push themselves in dungeons. So, one dungeon, let's take a close look at this. The Bloodmaw Slag Mines. It's located in Frostfire Ridge, and the Bloodmaw Ogres are just running this brutal mining operation inside pretty much an active volcano. It's a 4-boss dungeon with a non-linear layout, so you can kind of work your way through as you choose, though the final boss will be the final boss regardless. What's going on here is ogres that are, putting Frostwolf orcs, putting Draenei hard to work in this volcano, and as you go through, depending on your faction, you will liberate them, kind of stage a revolt, raise allies on your side, and take down the cruel master of the mines. Now, this dungeon is completely playable on the floor of Blizzcon today, so if you are here with a few friends, guildmates, you can line up as a group of 5 and jump right in. If not, maybe you can spam the equivalent of trade chat as you're waiting in line, try to find a group to put together. While this dungeon is in a horde starting zone, if you're alliance, you'll have an item in your bags that will teleport you to the dungeon. So both factions can check it out. Curious to see what you guys think when it's on the floor. This is a look at a 2D layout for the dungeon. Here you see some of the non-linearity. Basically, there's a ring that you can work your way around. One boss on the left side, one boss on the right side, one patroller that makes his way through the mines as a whole. Once all 3 have been defeated, you can access the boss in the back. And we have a video for you guys. We'll walk through the mines. So, and of course, that's just one dungeon of the many. Some of the others that you're going to be seeing in Warlords, there's a dungeon set at the Blackrock Foundry in Gorgrond, where you can really see the Blackrock War Machine kind of in full swing and help take that apart. Alkindune in Talador. As you mentioned earlier, this is not the smoldering crater that you may remember from Outland. This is the holy mausoleum of the Draenei, where their souls go to rest, but also to be protected from the Burning Legion and the Eridar that eternally hunt and thirst for Draenei's souls. And maybe the followers of a fellow named Gul'dan might have some interest in a place like that. We'll have to see. The Arakoa Spires, looking down upon the land and the spires of Iraq. These are not the hunched, twisted Arakoa that were cursed in Outland. This is the majestic winged race that has a high civilization, and you will be seeing what they're up to there. In Shadowmoon Valley, the Shadowmoon clan, Ner'zhul, beneath the earth, is working and dabbling with dark powers in the Shadowmoon burial grounds as he slips further into his descent into darkness. And you'll have to go in there and put a stop to what he's doing, of course. And the Iron Barracks, where an army is being raised, this army that's going to march into and take over Azeroth, unless you stop them, and more. So that's just the dungeons. Of course, raids. As I mentioned, we're happy with the amount of raid content that was available in Mists of Pandaria release. We liked the way the staggered 2-tier rollout worked, where we had Mogashan Vaults initially, and then Heart of Fear and Terrace of Endless Spring afterwards. So we're kind of looking to mirror that going forward into Warlords. There are going to be 2 new raid zones available. The one right at the outset is going to be the Ogre raid at Highmaul in Nagrand. This is a bit of that high Ogre civilization that we talked about earlier. This is going to be a 6-boss raid, and will kind of whet your appetite for the things that are to come. After that, you'll be able to venture into the Blackrock Foundry, where really this is the war machine of the Iron Horde. It's the height of its military might. The processing, refining of the Blackrock ore, for which the Blackrock clan gets its name, as it's forged into weapons and armor and war machines that are assembled and sent off to the front lines to wreak havoc upon Draenei and eventually Azeroth. And Warlord Blackhand, commands this from the interior of the Crucible, and you need to go in there, work your way through this 10-boss raid, and put a stop to his plans. We'll be talking a bit more about this raid at our later Raid and Systems panel. And of course, we'll see the return of world bosses. There'll be fierce new world bosses in the model of, Sha of Anger, Ordos, Nalak, etc. Always continuing to learn from our experiences there, improve upon the experience we're delivering, and give players that really epic multiplayer feeling of, 30, 40 frostbolts flying through the air as you fight something in the outdoor world, not necessarily in an instance. In addition to some of the specific raid content that we're releasing, we've also taken a moment to reflect upon our philosophy and how we're approaching the design of our raids. So, any Flex Raiders in the house? Awesome. Yeah, we're super happy to see how flexible raiding has worked out so far in patch 5.4 and how it's been embraced in Siege of Orgrimmar. I think that it really, flexible raiding offers a solution to a lot of the social problems that often are one of the downsides of group raiding. Anytime there's a mismatch between the number of people on hand that want to raid and the fixed size of raid content. If you have 8 people looking to do a 10-player raid, well, you're going to have 8 pretty unhappy people. If you have 12 people looking to do a 10-player raid, well, then you have to deal with who sits on the bench, maybe no one wants to. That's not very much fun either. And one of the great things about the flexible structure is the ability to come and go. If you don't have to feel guilty if you miss a raid, or if someone logs on in the middle of the night, they can hop right in. You just keep going. And it's really opening an experience that we think of as a core part of the multiplayer role-playing experience to more people. And that's fantastic. Now, for several years now, for a couple of expansions, we've supported a parallel 10 and 25 player structure. From Wrath of the Lich King onward, and then in Cataclysm, we really took efforts to make them truly equal in terms of difficulty and reward. But there have been tensions throughout that system that we've experienced, and trying to reward them equally, trying to keep the difficulty equal, while trying to recognize the logistical difficulties of keeping a 25-player roster together, but also not making the 10-player raiders feel like second-class citizens. There's been this kind of struggle, this back and forth between the 10 and the 25 camps. Well, one of the things that we see out of flexible, one of the potentials of flexible raiding, is that in this 10 versus 25 war, everyone can win. And we see Flex as the way forward in that regard. So we're looking to see, how can we expand flexible mode? How can we expand the scaling tech that we have to suit other types of raid structures, other difficulties? How far can it go? One of the first things that we realized when we were testing flexible mode of Siege of Orgrimmar on the PTR is that actually, really the biggest difference between that and normal mode raiding was just the tuning. People who might have tested the very first early flexible tests on PTR may remember when we were scaling your item level down maybe a bit too far, and the tuning was maybe a little bit too high. It actually felt pretty much just like a normal mode raid, except you had 21 or 19 or 14 people, and that was the core difference. So obviously that wasn't our tuning target for 5.4 Siege of Orgrimmar flexible mode, but it was this great proof of concept for where we could go in the future. And we see no reason why what's currently normal mode difficulty can't just work flexibly instead. So you can do it with 10, 25, 14, 19, however many people you have on hand. And so that leads us to continue to think, well, is there anything else the Flex can do for us? what about Raid Finder? Now, Raid Finder, I think it makes sense to continue to matchmake to a fixed group size. However, I'm sure most of us who've done Raid Finder have had the experience where you're about to pull the boss, a couple of DPS and a healer or something drop, and you're standing around with 22 people in the group waiting for it to backfill. Wouldn't it be nice if the boss could just scale down smoothly in difficulty so you could just go ahead and pull instead of waiting? With flexible scaling, we can make that happen. Now, so is there anything Flex can't do? Well, okay, yes. There's one area where we don't think that Flex scaling is really very well suited is the most cutting edge, the most tightly tuned hardcore content, because the reality is it's a challenge for us to begin with just to tune it correctly for 2 difficulties currently. And this is the audience that really is going to try to min-max and take every possible advantage. The last thing we want to see is for the right answer to be to do boss 3 with 17 people and then drop to 14 for boss 4 and so forth. No one wants that. We're not going to do that. Don't worry. But what that means is that really cutting-edge content is best suited in terms of tuning, in terms of presentation, to a single raid size. And we've been looking, since we've been getting rid of this parallel 10 and 25 structure in our normal mode, and we've been thinking, what can we do about that for our current heroic mode? And what we're doing is looking to consolidate to a single 20-player raid size going forward. We were trying to pick an intermediate point that would be a compromise between the 2 existing raid sizes, but also allow for us to do some things like assume that you have at least one of every class present. So if you really missed the Enslaved Demon mechanic on High King Malgar way back when, or Spellsteal mechanics, we can do that. I don't know that we do exactly that, but we can do that. And it will provide a much more level playing field, more tightly tuned content, and a better experience all around going forward. So to sum up, this is the picture of raiding in Warlords of Draenor. We're streamlining. We're condensing from 6 separate modes of raiding down to 4. We'll have Raid Finder, which exists largely as does today, with the benefit of being able to scale slightly to accommodate variances in group size or maybe to improve queue times. We will have a normal mode that scales flexibly from 10 to 25. We'll have a heroic mode that scales flexibly from 10 to 25. And for those seeking the ultimate raiding challenge, we have Mythic difficulty at a fixed 20-player raid size. So we'll be talking a bit more about raiding and some of the philosophy that went into those changes and our systems going forward at our Raid Systems Quests gameplay panel tomorrow. But in the meantime, let me hand this off to Tom, who's going to talk some more about PvP changes.
All right. So do we have any PvPers out here? Okay. I think that was at least 4. All right, so what are we doing with PvP? Here's kind of a summary of the different things that we're tackling. We're going to create a world PvP zone, and I'll talk about that first. That's probably the most meaningful, really new type of thing that we're doing compared to what we've done in the past. We're also making some UI improvements. We're going to make some changes to the way that we do Battleground rewards, and we're also going to introduce a concept that we're calling Trial of the Gladiator. So to start with, what is this world PvP zone you speak of? Well, we're creating a place. It's one of those islands that you guys referenced that was off the coast. It's off the eastern coast of Tanan Jungle. It's called Ashran. And it is a staging area near the Dark Portal that both the Horde and Alliance want to control. This has faction bases on it, and it has a variety of different hotspots. There are a lot of different points of interest that the different factions are going to want to control. But really, more than anything else, what separates this from previous PvP world zones that we've done is that it is a PvP sandbox that is persistent and continues on all the time. It isn't like Wintergrasp, which really felt like a kind of an instance battleground because it had that start and finish. This is really going to be more like a timeless isle of PvP, in that all the objectives that are there are all PvP oriented, but you're kind of free to go in there and do whatever it is that you want to do. It's a lot like what you might think of as the original Alterac Valley. I don't know if there are many people here that played the original AV. But, you know, there was a day when, you know, you used to queue up for AV, maybe get in the battleground, let's say in the morning. You could leave the battleground sometime to go to work or go to school. And by the end of the day, you come back and you actually jump right back into the same battleground because these things lasted sometimes 24, 48 hours. So that's really what this zone is all about. This is a persistent war in this zone that's going to swing back and forth as time goes on. You can come and go whenever it is that you want and take part. There are a lot of different objectives in the zone, so you'll be able to, kind of pick out whatever it is that you want to do. Do you want to take over the mine to, contribute more supplies to your team? Or do you want to try to build the siege vehicle to take out the enemy base? Whatever it is that you want to do. Maybe take over a tower, etc. And finally, this will use our cross-realm technology, right? Because obviously, I'm guessing maybe some of you play on a realm that doesn't have the best Horde versus Alliance faction population balance. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be pairing up realms so that when you go into this zone, and you'll fly into this zone seamlessly, just like you do with cross-realm zones, you will be paired up with other realms that have the opposite problem that your realm has. So really what we're going to be able to do is to create a faction balance using the cross-realm tech that is at least far, far better than what it is on your home realm today. And you guys will, duke it out over that territory. And then if the faction balance changes for whatever reason, we can at any time pair up different realms. So there it is off the coast of Tanan Jungle. This island actually existed in some of the really old Warcraft maps, was sort of referred to as the Deathwing Island, mysteriously. And this is just a concept piece, it's just a mock-up to show kind of some of the environment and art assets that we're looking at using. There are a lot of different pieces that we're going to be assembling to create the Horde and Alliance bases, and there are going to be a ton of different points of interest around also. You're looking at a zone that's going to have constant, non-stop action going on. So for any of you PvPers that really want to just feel like you can go to a zone and hang out and have some kind of, entertaining killing of the other side without a whole lot of structure, this is the place to do it. You'll get to build and commandeer siege vehicles. Some of these are vehicles that you might build over the course of multiple days, right? You might gather some materials on one day and continue your progress on the next day, and then eventually build your machine of mighty destruction and have a rampage on your enemies for a while. You'll be able to reduce the enemy base to rubble, and the battle will rage on. Here are some of the siege vehicles that you'll get to use. You'll also be able to commandeer some of the Iron Horde siege vehicles that are around. The Iron Horde has had a presence here also, so you'll get a mix of different stuff. We have things like the Incinerator. We have the Blade Mortar that shoots this, giant net full of old weapons at your opponent, so it just kind of flays them with shrapnel. Good times. So next up, we have our UI improvements. We have a lot of different things that we're going to try to do to the UI to just make the PvP experience cleaner, a little easier to follow, all that kind of stuff. We have our objective tracker. We're going to do capture status so that you can actually see how much progress you're making toward capturing a point of interest. And we've got some little screenshots to show you what that looks like. So imagine you're looking at the Arathi Basin map, and right now, today, unless you have a mod like Deadly Boss mods, you really don't have the ability to see how much time there is left to capture a point of interest. So now you'll actually be able to see that right on the map. I'll zoom in a little bit, right? So you'll be able to see how close you are to capturing it. We'll also be able to reflect that in the actual world assets themselves, right? So today you see, when you capture the blacksmith, let's say, you see the Alliance flag go up. And then, it's gray until you finally capture it, and then it, turns blue. But now it'll actually fill in with its color as it's in the process of capturing. So even just as you're fighting out in the world, you'll have a better sense of how close you are to capturing that point of interest. We're also going to introduce the concept of a battleground score. So the battleground score is something that we're going to be able to do to give players a clearer sense of how they're doing in the battleground. Here's a little screenshot of what the scoreboard's going to look like in 6.0. And the default sorting, you'll notice, is by score. Today, the default sorting is by killing blows. A lot of people resort their battleground scoreboard by damage done, or if you're a healer, by healing, stuff like that. But it's really hard to get a sense of exactly how you're doing versus other people. And that feels like not really the best way to sort. So we've heard a lot of feedback over the years that players really want to get a better sense of how well they're doing in a battleground. And this score will factor in everything that you're doing. It's really, a lot of it is based around the objectives that you're completing. And then, of course, your damage and healing factor in as well. So, your deaths, your kills, all that kind of good stuff. This way, you really have an ability to look at it and see, okay, how am I doing? And potentially, it could play into the rewards at the end. It could also maybe help us identify AFKers better, too. So I also talked a bit about the reward system and what we're going to try to do with that. So today, one of the problems that we have with PvP is that it's too deterministic. And we love some of that determinism in that okay, well, I need this much honor to be able to buy the legs that I want to buy, or the helmet or whatever. But it feels a bit formulaic in that from week to week, okay, well, it's going to take me about 8 battlegrounds and I'll have enough honor to buy the pair of pants, and it just feels very formulaic. We thought it would be really cool to break that up with bonus random rewards. So, of course, the honor system is going to stay in place, and you'll still earn honor, and you'll be able to buy the items exactly as you do today. But wouldn't it be cool if at the end of any given battleground or even arena, if you had a chance to get lucky and win some stuff in advance? Hey, here's to getting lucky. So what are the things that you can get? You can get items, maybe that pair of legs that you really have been wanting to buy. You might get lucky and roll that and happen to get it in advance. You might get some bonus honor. You might get some bind on equip gear. And so while the bind on equip gear might not be the stuff that's a direct upgrade for your character, it might be, depending on where you are in your progression. It could also be really cool to put on the auction house and actually make some money off of doing PvP. Imagine that. Also, we'll have things like consumables, stuff like that, so that, if you ever wanted to have, something like the battleground potions that we used to do back in the day, this is a really cool way to earn those things. Finally, we'll also be able to do a weekly quest to upgrade an item so that it takes a little bit of the pressure off of your honor in terms of, oh, should I buy an item, or should I use my honor to upgrade an item, or that sort of thing. We'll be able to do a weekly quest to complete, to win a certain number of battlegrounds or arenas. And as soon as you do, then boom, you'll be able to upgrade an item. And last but not least, I want to talk a little bit about this thing that we're calling the Trial of the Gladiator. And so you might be asking yourself, what is the Trial of the Gladiator? I know what gladiators are, but how does this work? Well, Trial of the Gladiator is the arena ladder. I don't know how many of you are, fairly competitive in the arena these days, but yeah, hell yeah. So one of the problems that we have is that it's very difficult to find people of your caliber, if you're a really high-end competitive player, to play with at the same time. And so really the Trial of the Gladiator is taking the concept of the arena ladder that we have right now and really focusing it to concentrate the queues at certain periods of time during the week, so that you really get a lot of people in the queues at the same time, and that it also provides great benefits to us in terms of finding people that are exploiting. I don't know how much you guys know about it, but pretty much any time there's an exploit going on with the arena ladders, or even the rated battleground ladders, it has something to do with a couple of sketchy dudes logging in at like 4 a.m. and queuing against their other sketchy friends and manipulating the ladders. And so by concentrating all the activity into a shorter period of time, it gives us an ability to monitor that much more closely, and also it makes it a lot harder to exploit because there are a lot of people in the queues when that thing's happening. In addition, one of the really exciting things here is that we get to use what we call tournament rules. So this is a lot like the way the arena server works, right? So when you go to the arena server, it's not a competition about gear. Anybody can go to the Trial of the Gladiator and use the vendors and put on the gear that they want to use and hop right into the Trial of the Gladiator. It is purely about the skill. So if you're the kind of person that doesn't want to grind toward your gear on a season-by-season basis, this is the thing for you. You show up, everybody has the same item level, you pick which items that you want to use, and you jump in there, and that's what you use. Your PvE gear won't work in there, only this stuff. And this, of course, will determine your prestige rewards. So if you ever wanted that gladiator title or mount, this is the place that you're going to do it. Your regular season kind of stuff that you do, is going to happen, and you'll be able to earn your honor and conquest and buy gear and all that kind of stuff that you can use to take into the world PvP zone. But really, the crux of how you're going to get the prestige stuff is through here. All right, so that pretty much wraps it up. I want to thank all you guys for coming out here, and unfortunately we don't have any time for Q&A, but fortunately we anticipated that, and we created an entire panel that is purely for Q&A. That'll be near the end of the day tomorrow. But what I do want to do is call out some of the other WoW panels that we're going to be having. We have the Adventure Continues panel to talk more about the lore of the Warlords of Draenor expansion today at 2:30. We have the art panel. You do not want to miss the art panel. It is fucking amazing.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Also, raids, gameplay, questing, and more. We'll talk in more depth about a lot of the stuff you just heard about, and then our QA. So thanks and take care.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
The World of Warcraft raids, gameplay, questing, and more panel. Your panelists are Craig Amai, Tom Chilton, Ian Hazakostas, Dave Kosak, Corey Stockton, and Greg Street.
All right. Hello, guys. Just jumping right into things. So this panel, we're going to kind of pick up a bit where we left off at our intro panel yesterday. Go over some raids info, questing info, gameplay, and other systems that we didn't get to talk about yesterday, and then we'll have some time for question and answer right after that. So let me just jump right into this. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the raid content that we're going to have in Warlords of Draenor. So yesterday I mentioned the Blackrock Foundry raid. This is going to be the capstone of the raid content that we launched the expansion with. As I mentioned, we're going to try to repeat the two-tier system that we had in Mists of Pandaria, where we have that sort of smaller intro tier that's available right away to kind of whet your appetite for raiding, as most of the world is still leveling and gearing up and getting ready for that. And then a few weeks after that, we unlock, sort of the real centerpiece of the intro expansion content. And that's going to be the Blackrock Foundry. Now, this is the center of the Iron Horde war machinery in the zone of Gorgrond. It's going to be a 10-boss raid and non-linear layout. We have heard you guys, we miss Old War 2, we miss Ice Crown Citadel, that type of layout. There's a lot to be said for delivering both an epic raid.
So does one other guy.
Exactly. Just that one guy, though. There's a lot to be said for delivering an epic raid in terms of scope, but also giving you the freedom to kind of work your way through a place more organically instead of just proceeding from boss 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. It's also nice to be able to choose what you're going to progress on and so forth. So we're happy to do that. And your goal here is going to be to dismantle the Blackrock Foundry from the inside, tear down the war-making capabilities of the Iron Horde, and face off against Warlord Blackhand, who is the chieftain of the Blackrock Orcs and heads up the Foundry as a whole. Now, this is a concept illustrating just kind of the general vibe we're going for here. Really just a lot of, this is smoke and soot and flame and dark iron. That's what the Iron Horde's all about. That's what their machinery is all about. Now, this is a sort of overall layout in 2D of what we're looking at for the structure of the raid as a whole. And you see there are 3 wings here. There is sort of the first wing, which is mostly about melting down the ore into slag. Second wing, where that molten ore is forged and refined and shaped into weapons, armor, the engines of war. And then finally an assembly wing, where all of that is put together, soldiers are armored up, the war machines are shipped off to the front lines. Now, we want to put this together really as something that has a very functional feel to it. This isn't, a place that was designed as a raid zone, this is a place that was designed as a foundry. And we want to get back to some of that interconnectedness that you got as you walk through old places like Upper Blackrock Spire or Blackrock Depths, where you can kind of look down and see the other parts of the zone going on around you. So just because you see this 2D layout where everything is spread out in different directions, that's really more just to kind of help us in our conceptualization of the zone. But the thought is 3 separate wings, and then once you've cleared all of these wings, you can access the crucible that you see at the top of this layout, where Blackhand himself awaits. Now, part of what we'd like to do in having nonlinear layouts is also really preserve some of the freedom that players currently doing flexible mode may be used to in how they approach the zone. Right? If you're doing Siege of Orgrimmar today, at this point, if you want to just queue up and face off against Garrosh directly, you can do that if you're doing flexible. Now, with our new raid structure, it's going to be something that you just zone in the front door for instead of queuing, but we want to preserve some of that freedom. So we envision some things such as maybe once you've cleared all the wings a certain number of times, maybe you can forge a key that lets you directly access the Crucible later on, if your raid leader has that ability, so that you don't necessarily have to feel like if you have to re-clear 9 bosses just to get to the 10th every time. And in general, you have as much freedom and be able to plan your raid week the way you want. Speaking of the new raid structure, I'd like to revisit this slide from yesterday's panel. I know there were a lot of questions, and I've definitely heard a lot of interesting discussion coming out of this. I just wanted to clarify how this is going to work overall. So in Warlords, we're going to have ultimately 3 different difficulty tiers for organized raid content. Raid Finder, more or less unchanged. The Raid Finder of Warlords is going to be the Raid Finder you know today, with some addition of flexible scaling tech to help a bit with queue times, to help with minimizing waiting time if people leave midway. But other than that, we see the normal mode in Warlords really being equivalent to what flexible mode is today in difficulty and in overall, in our overall philosophy towards it. It just doesn't make sense to call a difficulty flexible once flexible really is the norm and how the majority of our rating is going to work in Warlords. If you are a normal mode guild today, you will find heroic content likely suitable for you in Warlords, except that that will now scale from 10 to 25 flexibly. And if you're a heroic guild today, our 20-player mythic content will be for you. Now, about the raid structure, one of the awesome things about this, and one of the things that makes flexible raiding as a style great, is the freedom that it gives you to raid with friends that maybe can't necessarily make all of your raids, people that may log on late for the raid one night, they can hop in, and you can also participate without necessarily feeling a sense of obligation where you're letting 3 people down if something comes up and you can't make it. But what this also means is that all of our raiding, except for Mythic, will be fully cross-server enabled from day 1. That is normal, that is heroic. So when Highmall or when the Blackrock Foundry opens up, if you have, you want to join some real-life friends on another server for their normal mode raid on the weekend after you do heroic with your guild, you can do that, or vice versa. We really want to give the maximum amount of flexibility to be able to play with your friends and experience the content as you choose. I think cross-server Mythic would be a bit messy with things like Realm Firsts, and for the most part, Mythic guilds are grounded to a single server, so we're keeping it that way. Each difficulty has a separate lockout. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I did heroic with my guild on Wednesday, so I can't join my friend's raid on the weekend. It also means there's no more dynamic difficulty switching, because everything is its own lockout, which has some other interesting implications. Right now, you have the UI interaction very frequently, if you're a normal or heroic raider, where you say, let's switch the difficulty to heroic for this boss, then back to normal. Well, when you're doing Mythic raiding, for example, you're just doing it as a standalone raid. It means we can also have Mythic Trash. I know everyone really has wanted Mythic Trash if you've been dying for it for years. Okay, maybe not. But you can get Mythic Trash loot, which is something.
Gastropods.
Just wait for the Mythic Gastropod. Moves like 10 times faster. Now, the way these lockouts are going to work also is that they're very similar to the current flexible lockouts in that they're loot-based lockouts. That is to say that you can be in the raid with a boss alive that you've already looted that week. However, you just can't loot it again. So again, if you want to help out a friend, if someone asks you to join them later on, you're not going to be able to loot the same boss twice, because that would be all kinds of problematic, but you're completely free to raid and join groups as you see fit. Currently, the way flexible raids work, you go through the interface and you queue up for it, you're teleported into the zone. That's a concession ultimately that we made to just get the raid finder functionality, to get flexible raid functionality into the game and in your hands for Siege of Orgrimmar, which we think is very well worth it and awesome. But in the long run, since this is normal raiding going forward, this isn't some special mode, this is just how raiding works. You walk in the front door, you form a group, you zone into the instance, and you are raiding, except it scales flexibly. The only raid activity that's going to work through queuing through the UI and teleporting is going to be Raid Finder. So, how does loot work, many people have asked. Does this mean that personal loot is now the norm for heroic raiding? No. Again, personal loot as it currently stands is really well suited to groups of strangers in Raid Finder or pickup groups where maybe it lets you not have to deal with, do you trust someone to be the master looter? Do I trust this guy's not going to ninja loot and run off with things? But when you're playing with your guildmates, when you're playing with your friends, you want the ability to trade items to those who need them more than you. If someone comes back to the game after a while, maybe you want to kind of train them through and dump a bunch of loot in their laps so that they can really get caught up quickly. Maybe you want to pass something to someone for their 4-piece set bonus. All those things need to be possible, we feel, and that's how loot is going to work in normal and heroic mode. So that raises the question, of course, well, how is the drop going to work? If I have 13 people, do I get 2.6 loots? What is 0.6 of a loot? The answer is actually 0.6 of a loot is 60% chance to get a third loot. So the thought is that this will scale smoothly where the ratio of loot drops per eligible player remains constant throughout. We really want to avoid and continue to work on avoiding any perception of breakpoints or magic numbers when it comes to making these flexible groups. That's something we've certainly learned and heard from the community as this has played out. We never want you to feel like when your friend asks to join, you say, oh no, that's going to put us over some invisible threshold. We also don't want you to feel like you need to go out and find some random warm body to get over some threshold. In addition to loot, one of the things that we're working on doing is streamlining the way some of our ability targeting and logic work, again, to avoid breakpoints. In many cases today, you have cutoffs where when you bring a 15th player, suddenly 3 people get targeted by some boss's ability instead of 2. Again, we feel like with most abilities, we can probably randomize in a way that avoids the existence of breakpoints. So for example, to use a Siege of Orgrimmar example, Sun Tenderheart in the Fallen Protectors encounter casts Shadow Word Bane. Shadow Word Bane hits two people if you have 10 players, 5 people if you have 25. Today, the second you go from 14 to 15, it starts hitting a third person, which makes many people, I think, somewhat justifiably feel, oh, we should try to avoid having 15. 14 is kind of a magic number. Well, if instead it just hit when you had 14 and had an 80% chance of hitting 3, 20% chance of hitting 2, over the course of the fight as a whole, you're still going to see the same number of debuffs on average, but you're never going to feel like you're hurting yourself by bringing an extra person. Now, there are some mechanics that won't necessarily work for, like prisons on Shav Pride, where it's actually really important to know exactly how many are going to go out. You don't want to be caught by surprise or have it be random every time. But for the most part, we're going to do everything we can do to avoid the existence of breakpoints when it comes to mechanics, when it comes to loot, and to really make it feel like, okay, you have 17 people online, go raid with 17. You have 12 online, go raid with 12. Just play with your friends, have fun, enjoy the content. Now I'm going to hand it off to Craig, who's going to talk a bit about some of the quest revamps we have coming up.
Thank you, Ian. Hello, BlizzCon. All right, let's talk about quest. So one of the first things you're going to notice when you step into Draenor is that we're calling out key storylines through icons on our quest tracker and our quest log. Essentially, we want to draw attention to the big quest chains with big characters that lead towards big rewards, so you can make intelligent decisions about what content you want to participate in, what you want to focus on, especially as you reach that kind of end of the zone point where you're considering moving on. While those key storylines are guiding you through zones, you're going to be noticing that a lot of the other quests outside of those chains are more distinctly separated. So you really have the choice of whether you want to participate in additional quests along the way or whether you want to follow just that primary story track. This will have the side effect also of making the world feel a little bit more full and organic. If you go wandering out and find a quest hub, there won't be a magic quest that unlocks it and makes all the quests there start appearing. And it'll give you a lot more control over your experience. The efficient route will still be follow those key storylines, pick up the other quests along the way. But if you've been doing dungeons a fair bit, or again, if you're reaching the end of a zone, you may choose to focus on those key storylines and not be picking up as much of those strictly optional quests. As you go through these zones questing, you'll notice we'll be using a lot more of these side systems, dynamic events and treasures that we first introduced on Timeless Isle. So dynamic events are essentially gameplay challenges with cool rewards behind them and minimap callouts. So on Timeless Isle, for the most part, they were soloable rare spawns, but as you step into Draenor, you're going to be seeing some more complex versions, some multi-stage events with big culminations, or some wandering raid bosses that encourage lots of players to pile up and overcome a big social challenge. these will be mixed in a lot more during the level up experience. You'll also be seeing them a lot at level 100. So it should make the entire experience feel a little bit more, again, organic. Make it feel like there are opportunities coming up outside just the questing experience. Treasures are essentially our way of encouraging you to explore the world even more than the art already does. We make beautiful worlds, and we want to reward you for peeking in every nook and cranny. So the idea with treasures is when you find that hidden path that leads up the mountain that the quest never took you up, it's very likely there will be something at the top of it that makes it worthwhile to go up there. We also want to, with our treasures, kind of support just little mini stories within the world. So a couple examples you'll see in Frostfire. When you go into one of our ogre towers, you might run into a little bird's nest up on a rafter that just has a sparkling gem in it that you can loot for a cool reward. Or you might run into an Iron Horde caravan that's become entrenched in snow with some Iron Horde troops trying to dig out the wheels. And if you kill them, there's a chest on the back of their caravan that has a cool reward in it. You expect these to be very frequent because as we have that goal of encouraging exploration, we want to make sure that we're doing it effectively all over the world. Another thing you'll be seeing is what you might be used to from the reward scheme for quests is that you'll run into a lot of green items along the way and then cool blue items at the end of essentially key storyline chains. What you'll be running into now is that there's going to be a lot more opportunity for rewards to spike during your questing experience. So a reward that might be green for one player might actually end up being blue or epic for another player. It'll become less predictable, a little more exciting as you're questing through. We also have a fair number of UI updates that are coming in with Draenor. I want to give you a sneak peek at a few of them. So here you'll notice the special icons next to some of the quests in the quest log. Those are the key storyline icons I was talking about. Above them, you also notice that we're calling out the number of key storylines that exist in a zone in the form of chapters here, 2 out of 6. This will help you actually have a rough gauge of your progress through a zone, so you can make choices about whether you want to finish that zone off versus moving on to another one, depending on how far you're through. The other thing you'll notice here is the quest banks on the map. Those are actually calling out the locations of key storylines that you haven't yet picked up, or that maybe you abandoned along the way. So these will actually dynamically update if you went halfway through a storyline and stopped. They'll show you where you can pick back up on that storyline if you want to. This should make it a lot easier to figure out exactly what you need to do to knock out those zone achievements, finish off a zone without, asking for help from CS or anything. Max level content. I want to talk about this a little bit while we're here too. So we had the philosophy going from Cataclysm into Mists of Pandaria that we wanted to provide you a lot more things to do when you reached max level. Well, that philosophy still stands moving into Draenor. We want to give you lots of options, a lot of opportunity for things outside of just dungeons and raiding, things that you can do in the outdoor world. So in Draenor, you'll be seeing more max level content than ever before, but I can promise you right now that little, if any, of it is going to be daily quests. So there's a couple key content structure philosophies we locked in on Mists of Pandaria that we really liked. One of them was the progressive long-term storylines behind the Dominance Offensive and Operation Shield Wall dailies. The chapter-based kind of like leave you off on a cliffhanger, pick it up again in a few days or a week type content to take you through a big story over a longer duration. The other content structure we really liked the success of was the more open-ended structure inherent with Timeless Isle, with the exploration, the deep reward systems, options for how you want to participate your content. We essentially want to marry those two structures and create big zones with lots of opportunity, free-form content that have these long-term progressive storylines that thread through them over the weeks, so you keep having reason to go back and dive into them even deeper. The one other type of max level content you might be seeing a bit more of in Draenor is essentially environmental gameplay in the form of, I guess you would have seen it in our Troves of the Thunder King loot room scenario. What we want to push forward is opportunities to use all those class abilities in the outdoor world that sometimes only apply to PvP or top-end raiding. Opportunities to play out your race and your class to its unique advantages to try and squeeze out extra rewards. So you'll be seeing a little bit more of that at max level too. So that's a good overview of our max level content. Next up, we're going to talk about garrisons. I'm going to go ahead and hand this over to Corey.
Just going to jump in and reiterate some of the points. You know, our overall goal with our questing system is we wanted to create a more dynamic world, a more organic experience this time, and really kind of break you out of your patterns that you have while you're questing so that you see more happening around you. And particularly at max level, we experimented a lot in Pandaria, and some of those experiments we think worked out really great. Some of them were the Golden Lotus, but we tried a lot of things. And I think you'll see some of those more successful experiments roll up into the next expansion because we really want to have a lot to do out in the world while you're exploring this great world of Draenor.
Right on. So now we're going to get into some garrisons. Anyone that was here yesterday for our talk, we kind of did an overview of the system, and today we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into how some of this stuff works. So when you build your garrison, you get a certain number of buildings that are already there to begin with. These are things that we didn't think they didn't really fit the paradigm of taking this structure and getting to place it anywhere in the garrison, like a mine, for example. A mine kind of has to be placed in a specific spot. The town hall is your main building. That's the building you're going to go to interact with the guys that are running your garrison and send your guys on missions. So that's got a predefined spot, and it upgrades with your garrison as it goes. After you have starting buildings, you'll get the chance to build your first small building. Here's a list of all the small buildings that you can build. All of our profession buildings are considered in the small category. And this really fits the kit of what we were talking about yesterday, where you'll be able to actually dabble into professions that your main character doesn't have. So for example, let's say you find a follower, and that follower is an engineer. You can now choose to build the engineering works building, assign that follower to that building, and then you can now run missions to get recipes for engineering and build engineering items, but you're actually not even an engineer. You're a blacksmith miner, for example. It's a really cool way to integrate it into the gameplay. So moving on, now we have medium buildings. This is kind of the next step up from smalls. It's a wide variety of buildings here. The inn, we talked a little bit about the inn yesterday. That's a place that you could find new followers. This will also be the place that you can get the pet stable, which is a building that's very unique to pet battles. You'll be able to come here. There'll be a trainer here you can fight. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do here that'll be just based around having that one unique building. Next up would be large buildings. These are the things that you would expect to see like in a Warcraft 3 base. Things like your barracks, right? Your armory, your mage tower. These are really these defining large buildings that are going to set the scale for your garrison. Each of these buildings has a bonus. These buildings have some of the best bonuses because they're the largest ones that you can get. So things like the barracks will increase the amount of followers you can actually have at any one time. So you're going to want to have more because they're out getting that loot for you. So the more followers you can have out on missions, the better chance you have to get new loot. Now, how do the buildings work? As we talked about yesterday, they upgrade over time. So you start out with a building. Now, each building has its own unique upgrade. So that barracks that you built, it'll start out looking kind of doinky, kind of small. But over time, you can get cooler and cooler versions that'll make it look more badass, more awesome, and it'll increase the bonus. So here's a look at a screenshot from our mock-up UI of how this would work. You can see the tooltip there on the infirmary that right now it's level 1, but at level 2 it increases the bonus. Obviously you'll have to pay a cost to get that, but you'll do all of that through this UI. You'll be able to come to the building, choose to upgrade it, wait a little bit of time, and then you'll get that new bonus. Now, how do we get the upgrades? Some upgrades you're just going to be able to purchase just for gold or currency. But we really want to get this feature to be something that feels like a part of the world. So we're going to drop a new item called blueprints. And you'll be able to find blueprints all over the world, lots of different ways. They could be a faction reward, quest reward, a random drop in a zone. When you find it, you just right-click it, just like a recipe for a profession, and then you can go back to your garrison, and now you'll know how to build that upgrade for that building. Where are these plans? Anyone that's played the pet battle system will be familiar with this concept here. So on this infirmary, to get the level 3 blueprint, we tell you where it is in the world. We show you it's a drop, it's in Frostfire Ridge, We could do the same thing with faction or wherever it would go. So you don't need to hop out of the game and go somewhere to try to find that info. It's right here available to you. Now, yesterday we talked a little bit about this too, about specializations. This allows you to customize a building once it gets to rank 3. So buildings have a total of 3 upgrades, and when they hit that 3rd upgrade, you unlock the ability to specialize it. So here's a look at what that would look like in game. You can see this armory has 3 specializations. Currently, we're thinking we'll let you change the specialization probably once each day. We might put a cost on it to change the specialization. We don't want you swapping it all the time, but we definitely want to give you the option to change it without too much trouble. It's a really cool reward for getting rank 3 of a building. Not only do you get the new art, the better bonus, but you get this piece of customization that you can do to it. Some buildings will let you assign followers to them. The example I gave you guys about the engineer a little earlier, all the profession buildings can have a follower assigned, but you can also assign followers to other places, like the mine, for example. You could find a miner, assign him there, and then he could actually work offline while you're gone and collect ore for you. And then what you could do is you could come back into the garrison, go to that building, and collect that ore from him when you log back in. Here's a look at what that would look like. Here's a mine. You can see we've got an orc there working away, generating a specific amount of ore per hour. But it's not like this is free, right? Because that follower, he's working at this mine, but he could also be out running a mission for you, trying to get loot. And that's where a lot of the gameplay really comes into running your garrison. You're going to have to make decisions about, I have these followers, do I want to have them do things for me in the garrison, trying to learn profession recipes, gathering resources, or do I want to send them out on a mission and have them try to bring back, gear for me? You have to really make those choices. So the garrison itself upgrades as a whole. You have buildings that upgrade, but you're going to need a place to put all those buildings. So your garrison starts small, but as it grows, we'll give you more plots to put things in. So here's a look at how that UI would work. This garrison is currently at tier 2. It can go up to tier 3, and you'll get 3 more building slots, allowing you to get more bonuses, find more followers that you can assign to those buildings. It's really a system. It works like your character, right? Every time you level, you get an opportunity to do more things and do more stuff, and that's really the concept here. We want the garrison to grow with you. Now, how do you get it to actually change from one tier to the next? You have to fill all the plots. So let's say at rank 2, your garrison has 6 plots. Once you get a building in all 6 of those plots, you'll unlock the ability to upgrade the garrison as a whole and move it to the next tier. Those plots come in 3 sizes, and you just have to match up the building size with the plot size, and then you can place that building anywhere you want in that garrison, as long as the plots match up. So here's a look at the garrison map in-game. This is rank 1. So we've got 5 plots here for players to use. This is what you start with. Then you go into rank 2. And you can see we've added a few more plots here. A mage tower has been placed, an infirmary. And finally, here's rank 3. And everything's unlocked in this garrison. There's still a few empty spots for players to fill here, but you can really get the vibe of how big it grows with you. So you've got followers, you've got buildings. What do you do with them? You need to send them on missions. So let's talk a little bit about how that would work. Missions can be a number of different activities. Here's an example of a few, how it would work in game. You can send them on a quest. You can do a scenario. You can obviously run a dungeon, and even you can run raids. Raids we're thinking are going to take multiple days to run, but it's really that cool, epic feeling that these followers you find can do awesome, cool things. They're not just hanging out. You can send them out to actually fight for you. The difference between all these activities is they take a different number of followers. So a quest you can run with a single follower, whereas a dungeon, you would have to combine 5 followers together and send them off. So how do you assign them? Here's a look at that UI. So your followers are listed out here on the left. On the right, you've got a list of missions. In this case, they're dungeon missions. And you just drag followers into those slots. You can see those lists of icons down there on the right side. Those are basically traits for the mission. And what you want to do is try to match those traits up with the abilities on your follower to get a bonus. So let's say there's a mission where you've got to kill orcs. There's an ability on followers called Orc Bane. You want to try to match those 2 together, and then you'll get a bonus on that mission, and you'll do better at it. So next up, you select the mission here. We show you the difficulty of the mission. So as you're dragging the followers into the UI, it's going to dynamically change and try to give you a little bit of help and know this is something you can do probably pretty easily. This mission, you might have a chance to fail at it, so you really want to decide, do I want to send those guys on it or not? And of course, when you're done, you send them off and wait for them to bring back your sweet loot. So that's a little bit of some more details on how garrisons will work. I'm going to hand it off to Greg, and he's going to talk to you about some of the system stuff coming up.
I was going to elaborate a little bit, because one of the things that I think is important to call out is that even though you're using that UI to assign your follower that has mining into the mine is an actual physical place in your garrison. So when you go there and you go inside the mine, you'll actually see your follower hard at work. Maybe you can whip him a little bit or whatever it is you want to do. If he's a lazy peon, but maybe
the booterang
or something like that. So you can go in there and you'll even be able to get some mining nodes yourself, and even that mine upgrades over time. So the mine is able to get bigger, so you're able to get access to more nodes, stuff like that.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about social philosophy. I hinted at this yesterday, but ultimately, we want World of Warcraft to be a game that you play with your friends. We think you guys will have more fun. We think you'll build connections. You'll ultimately probably stick with the game longer. So what we're really going to try to do in Warlords is to encourage you to play with the friends you already have. We're trying to remove the barriers that stop that from happening. And we'd also like you to encourage you to make new friends. There was once upon a time, before we offered so much random matchmaking, where you would, hey, this guy's a really good tank. Maybe next time I run a dungeon, I want to find this guy. Nowadays, we can provide a tank, sometimes takes a little longer than others, but we'll probably get you a tank at the end of the day, and there's less motivation to play with your friends. I like this anecdote with the guys in my office. One day I turned around, and one of the dudes was running a dungeon. I'm like, man, if he had asked me, I would have run it with him, but it was so easy just to jump into the dungeon himself that, maybe I wanted to get a cup of coffee or something first, and it was easier just to random matchmake than to play with a guy sitting right next to him. So the random matchmaking isn't going anywhere. We're still going to have Dungeon Finder, we're still going to have Raid Finder, but we kind of want that to feel like a last resort. That's what you do when your friends aren't online, or you're between friends, you start a new job, you got to find a different group. We're going to try to make Raid Finder feel a little more like tourist mode. You're there to see the content and experience the bosses and get to tell part of the story, but we're going to try to encourage people to also experiment with what normal and heroic feel like. So how are we going to support all of this enhanced socialness? We've talked a lot about flexible raiding. Something else we're going to do is finally add a pretty good group finder. We have a raid browser in the game today, and it's pretty terrible. And you guys probably forgot it was there. You can still access it. It's kind of a trick to find it. But we think this feature can be a lot bigger, a lot cooler, compete with the random matchmaking stuff that's already out there. There are some mods and add-ons that people have developed to do this already, and there's a ton of demand from you guys, so we're going to do it. It's going to be very browser-based. You can make a group to do anything. If you want to go back and work on your Shadowmourne, you want to go make a group to kill world bosses, you want to make a rated battleground team, you can do all of that here. It's all cross-realm. You can browse through, find a group of people that look like you want to hang out with, and get a group together. Stacking the deck is a new type of buff that you'll see in Dungeon Finder. Currently, we have the luck of the draw, where we give you rewards to encourage you to play with people in the random queue. Believe it or not, at the time, we were worried that people wouldn't use Dungeon Finder, so you had to give you a little bit of extra incentive there, and that worked out really, really well. So the way stacking the deck will work is it will give you a different type of bonus, in this case, bonus Valor. Imagine you get 10% bonus Valor for every friend that you queue with. And then that last bullet is indicating that if you do use Dungeon Finder for a random group, and you get to the end, you're like, hey, this worked out pretty well, do you guys want to re-queue? That will then count as a pre-made group, and you will also get the stacking the deck bonus. All right, let's talk about leveling. 10 levels are back. And we really want leveling to feel exciting. We made the change to the talent tree in Mist for a lot of good reasons, and we're really happy with that change overall. But it's a totally fair criticism that getting a new level doesn't feel as exciting as it did in the old day. Even getting plus 1% crit, as lame as that was better than getting nothing. But we want to stop handing out so many new abilities. We don't think it's going to be a great experience if you get 10 new buttons to stick on your bars as you level up from 90 to 100. This has been kind of a long time coming. It's amazing to kind of see the turnaround in the community that now everyone's like, you know what, I'm good. I don't need any more abilities. Stop giving me new abilities. So what we're going to try is from level 91 to 100, as you level up, you'll get some type of upgrade to one of your core spells. Some of these will introduce class changes that we already were planning on making to kind of make it feel like a bonus as you level up. But to be totally fair, some of them are just going to be passive bonuses. Think of them kind of like the old school spell ranks, except you won't have to visit your trainer or anything like that. You always gain a little bit of power just from gaining a level, but we're going to put a really big boost behind some of your spells so you can really feel it. Like if you suddenly had 20% bonus damage to execute, that's something you're going to feel the next time you go kill someone. But don't expect a ton of class changes overall. Like I said, a lot of these are going to be passive bonuses, not change for change's sake, just to give you a level 93 reward. These are some sample leveling rewards. Hopefully they'll stick, but it's the kind of ideas that you can see that we're playing with. Okay, let's talk a little about items. So our philosophy with itemization, this is like the best reward we can give out in the game, and it's really disappointing when the best reward we can give out in the game feels a little lame. We really want getting a new item to feel exciting. We think part of the problem here is all the modification you have to do when you get an item. It's really disappointing. You get a new helmet, and you're like, oh man, I'm not gonna get a meta gem. Maybe I'll just keep it in my bag for a while, and maybe I'll get something better. That's awful. It's time to stop the madness. Hidden expertise. One of our core design values is to make something feel like a bonus. And we think we're at the point where hidden expertise don't feel like a bonus. You have to get to these magic numbers before you feel like you're really fully functional as your spec. Similar, dodge and parry are cool mechanics. Like it totally makes sense that you're super nimble dude and you dodge out of the way of the dragon claw. But it just hasn't worked out really well as dodge and parry rating that you stack on gear. And we know, particularly lately, tanks are kind of bummed when they get avoidance on their gear. And remember, I'm going to talk a little bit about items here, but yesterday we talked about how we're going to clean up your bag space. I don't want anyone to freak out at all the different types of items we're going to drop, because hopefully you'll have a little more room to deal with it. So I think I have to credit Travis Day with the initial gone slide, but here we go. Now, again, your warrior will still be able to dodge. Maybe we can have more interesting mechanics, like following a successful whatever, you have a higher chance to parry the next attack, but you won't see it on gear. We will have tanking stats, and I can talk about that in a sec here. Ooh, reforging. This is what we call an idea that sounded good on paper. But what it turned into is this terrible cascade where you get a new piece of gear and now you have to reforge all of your old gear to hit some cap. And yeah, it'll be a little better without hidden expertise, but things like haste caps and crit caps are still out there. And overall, we think it just drags down the excitement of getting a new item when you know you're nowhere near being able to put it on yet. And there's more.
I like how we could get that kind of cheer when we introduced reforging and the same cheer when we get rid of it. It's awesome.
Then 7.0 will bring it back.
It's reverse
8.0
psychology.
will get rid of it. Enchants are one of those other things. We really want enchants to feel like a bonus. Back in the day, you would get your Avalanche, your Crusader, whatever on your weapon. Those are a really big deal. Since then, we've kind of gone overboard, as we tend to do. And you're putting enchants on your bracers and stuff like that. What we really want to do is have a system where fewer items overall can be enchanted, but there's more choices for those individual items. So maybe we'll make multiple weapon enchants, and you pick the one that's good for your spec or your playstyle. I feel like I'm beating down on some of the professions a little bit here. Don't worry, we'll try to figure out to make sure to minimize the economic impacts to enchanters out there. But we don't think it's fair to everyone to have to deal with so many enchants just so you can have a little bit of gold in the bank. We're going to do something similar with gems. Very few items are going to have gem sockets, but when they do, they're going to be a really big deal. There'll be something exciting. You might only have a gem on a couple of your tier pieces, for example, but it'll be a pretty big stat bonus. I don't think we'll do any like multiple socketed items, so there's no reason to have set bonuses again. And likewise, we think meta gems aren't really a decision. You just get the one that's right for you as a healer or a DPS, and that decision's over. But if you think of the way like Warforging works today, where there's a random chance that your item could be a little better, there's a random chance that it might have a gem on it. So you might get a weapon, and then a few days later, you get a weapon with a gem socket on it, and now you have the decision of, is this an upgrade you want to use? Do you want to pass to one of your buddies in the group, and so on? Whoa. Nobody's happy but the paladin when the int plate drops. So going forward, we're just going to have plate. If plate drops and you're a plate using class, it's potentially something you can wear. Same thing is true of mail, leather, and cloth. So the way this will work is this is awesome. I get all the good slides. If you're a ret paladin, like most of you are, the plate will have strength on it. If you change to your holy spec, the strength on the plate will change to int, and you can just wear that.
Most popular change ever made.
So even in like PvP, for example, they'll just be the priest set from now on. You don't have to, decide you want the healer one or the DPS one. So I'm talking strictly about armor here. So, helmet, shoulders, legs, all of those very visible pieces. We still want jewelry, cloaks, trinkets, and weapons to be more role-focused. If you talk to healers, many of them will tell you that spirit is actually a pretty interesting stat, and you can decide how much spirit you want on your gear in a way that, say, the mage can't decide how much hit they want on their gear. So jewelry, cloak, trinkets, weapons can still be more role-focused. You might have items with spirit, in which case the healer would be interested. You might have an item without spirit, in which case other people might be interested, or the healer might be as well. Some of these will be less, spec agnostic, so they'll be more spec agnostic. So they may just have attack power, spell power, rather than being like the agility spirit item. And then to replace the loss of dodge and parry, we think we're back at a place where we can just put armor as a good tanking stat. Active mitigation has worked out really well, and we think there's room just to have armor. It won't be the stat on every piece because it's not going to be on all of your actual armor, but it can be on things like the rings and cloaks. Tertiary stats. So it might seem like we're really streamlining gear here, But what we're really trying to do is give it a long tail. It's not fun when you go for a long time and don't get your weapon and feel like you're just really far behind everyone else. But at the same time, we don't want you to gear up, in 2 weeks and be done, and then say like, dude, when's the next raid coming out? So we're kind of expanding the idea of warforging. I mentioned we're doing it with gems. We're also adding these bonus tertiary stats. So you may get a glove one day that has an extra stat on it that does something cool. These don't count against the budget. It's just a bonus when it happens. And here's some examples of tertiary stats we're playing with. I'm not going to read all these. You guys can see the slides. Now again, it's really unlikely, unless you're very dedicated or very lucky, that you're going to have your sturdiness set, because there's just not going to be that many pieces out there. You're not going to be able to stack sturdiness, and guess what? You can't reforge it. We added a little bit about will stack down there because we realize our movement bonuses are kind of difficult to understand about what works with what. So we've rebuilt the system to where pretty much any movement speed you get will work with any other movement speed up to some, sane level druids. Cleave's been an interesting stat. We played with it a little bit on the trinkets in the latest raid tier, and we don't think it's necessarily fun to be like, I'm going to put on my cleave set, I'm going to take off my cleave set. But if you get it as a bonus on some of your items, hey, that could be pretty cool. You'll do a little bit of extra AE cleaving sometimes. Item squish. We tried it before, we're trying it again. Why? I'm a pretty simple guy at the end of the day, and I have trouble understanding when I see that many zeros on the screen. Make whatever jokes you want. Most of our item inflation comes from previous raid tiers. But it's much less important that Blackwing Lair gear is a massive upgrade over Molten Core gear. Yeah, people are still running that old content, and we're cool with that, but it's not that big a deal that the Blackwing Lair gear is much higher item level anymore. So we're just going to flatten out all of the big jumps that come at the previous raid tiers at these levels. This is current insanity. And these are some slightly more sane numbers. Okay, a bunch of caveats here. I hear people cheering, but I know there's people out there grumbling too, dumbing the game down. Your relative power will not change. If you look at percentages, if you are a healer and you know how much your flash heal heals on your tank, the bar will still jump by the same amount. The relative power of 5.4 gear will not change. So if you're currently a heroic raider, your gear will be just as powerful as it is today relative to all the other gear, and that'll still translate into going into 6.0. If it takes you 5 seconds to kill a Timeless Isle Gulp Frog, it will still take you 5 seconds to kill a Timeless Isle Gulp Frog. And I should probably say this one 4 or 5 times, but if you like to solo old content, you can still solo old content. We'll make sure that happens. We knew a lot of people were trying to get their Ashes of Alar, trying to get their hammer from Ragnaros, but it turns out a lot of people do this all the time, and it brings a lot of extra value to the game for players who want to keep supporting it. And if you've played on the floor, the item squish is already in, and if you didn't even notice it was in, then awesome. That wraps up our presentation. Looks like we have about 10 minutes left, so we would love to entertain some questions. Be nice to stick to the Warlords of Draenor topics for now, though we are doing a second Q&A later on today that's pretty much open-ended.
We also appear to have a giant dance floor here in case you guys want to dance while you ask the question.
Mosh pit.
Hi. I know you said that the mythic tier of rating will stay outside of the cross realm. I come from a very small server, and we don't have any 25-man teams, and most of our guilds are also very small. We may have the issues coming up with a 20-man team. Do you have any way to address switching from a 10 and 25-man option to exclusively having a 20-man option?
So that's completely a valid concern. On smaller servers, the connected realms that we're unrolling and continuing to roll out are going to help a lot with that in terms of making sure that you have a certain critical mass on any given server, that it feels like you have a lot of active guilds to deal with recruitment and for people to find a home to raid. But that said, we recognize that this transition is not necessarily going to be an easy one, particularly for the current 10-player heroic guilds. One thing that is worth noting is that the introduction of a flexible heroic mode does at least mean that as you're trying to grow upward, you actually can continue to raid as you strive to reach that 20-player mark. Previously, it was impossible to grow from, let's say, 10 to 25, because what does a 16-player raid group look like today in Mists of Pandaria? It looks like a lot of people sitting on the bench being angry. Whereas you can do 16-player, 17-player heroic, then when you get to 20, now you can begin to do mythic. We wanted to get this information out there ahead of time so that people can start planning. And the reality is, when we release a new expansion with new content, you are going to be progressing upwards through those tiers of difficulty. There will be a lot of people returning to the game looking for homes. And our hope is that while we know it's going to be a difficult transition for many to make, in the long run, we'll be able to offer a much more streamlined experience, a much more competitive experience for the higher-end heroic raiders, and a better tuned experience all around.
Hey guys, my question is more around the player experience with questing and garrisons. So how will you manage the suspension of disbelief that happens when, for example, you have a phased-in garrison or a random event that just happens over and over and over again when you want to create a living and breathing world in Draenor? Like all the things that if you just wait a little bit or camp a little bit, you will be able to do. How will you manage those rewards for players?
Maybe you can clarify a little bit. I'm not sure what the garrison and phasing has to do with camping things.
So, for example, if you have a garrison, I'm assuming that is per player and phased for that players.
Right, like the farm.
Yeah, so particularly in that, it has to do with the living and breathing world, because I don't see what the purpose of having a garrison is if you will not have any real consequences for it. For example, why would you have a fortress if it cannot be attacked by other players, for example?
Okay. So I could see, interactions with other players being something that we do as we continue to develop the feature, maybe in the long run. I think, building a base for the sake of building a base is actually really cool. I think players will have a lot of fun, deciding where to put their buildings and what buildings they want to use. I don't think it necessarily requires that it be attacked by other players for it to be cool. Also, as far as its, kind of phased location in the world, you got to bear in mind that 99% of the world is still not phased, right? And it's still all the kind of public adventuring area that you normally experience. So I don't think you'll be running into a problem where you're coming in and out of phases constantly because of garrisons. There are very predefined locations in several different zones where you can build them, but those are, relatively small compared to the zone itself.
It's also worth noting that we have some new tech that will help us better integrate the garrison into the world outside. Whereas with your player farm in Half Hill today, you only kind of see your own personal plots and farm phase in as you kind of walk up to the farm. Our plan is that if you have a mage tower in your garrison and you're 1,000 yards away across the zone, you'll still see the silhouette of your own tower long before you get there.
Hi, I'm Richard Boone, guild leader for WOD the Musical on Chandras. Now, you were saying that you would like to get more friends working together to do the content on this. Where was any love for the guilds? That's our biggest thing for getting friends together.
I think
are you going to bring back, have group will travel?
Well, when we say friends, we mean that interchangeably with guild mates, right? So if you are, going on one of these dungeon runs with your guild mates, that's kind of what all we mean is that you've pre-grouped with somebody before you enter the instance. So if you group up with your guild mates and go into the dungeon, you'll get that stacking the deck bonus, for example.
Okay, 2 expansions ago, you gave us a bunch of guild perks. Last expansion, and so far this expansion, we see nothing.
Yeah, it's one of those systems where we feel like, it accomplished what we wanted it to accomplish for Cataclysm, but it isn't the kind of thing where we feel like we really get a whole lot out of it by continuing to pile on more levels and more perks. If we had some awesome ideas for what perks we wanted to do that just felt like, oh my God, we have to do this, then it would make sense for us to add some levels. But we don't want to be in the reverse situation where we're just increasing the level just to increase the level and then having to contrive perks to fill it out.
Flex rating should also help guilds in a lot of ways. We think flexible gives you a lot of, flexibility building groups and keeping a guild together and having different sizes of guilds work with the content. So Flex is a really good feature for guilds, I think.
Hey, I'm Suzushiro from Big Crits. My question was on flexible raid sizes. Because right now, flexible caps at like 25 people, which makes sense because every other raid site caps at 25 people. But in Warlords, flexible is the normal one and is the norm. And Mythic is this weird mode that requires a specific number of people. So in that context, flexible, no other normal raid nodes capping at 25, that feels like something weird, arbitrary number. Why not make it 30? Why not make it 40? A lot of people, ever since you removed them, a lot of people were asking for 40-man raids back. I thought they were crazy, but why not give it back to them?
I think that's definitely an interesting suggestion. There is some upper limit at which we lose confidence in our ability to make the fight mechanics scale truly seamlessly, as well as there are obviously issues that people have seen with input lag. The more people are involved, a lot of it scales exponentially in relation to the number of players present. But something like 30 is certainly a possibility, since there are social groups that are around that size today. It's not something that we have planned in stone right now, but it's something we certainly could explore.
My question is directed at Mr. Hazakostis. Hazakostis? That's it.
Yeah, close enough.
What's the status
Has a question.
What's the status on character scaling for old 5-mans and raids?
So the feature that was very briefly accessible, you're saying, in the recent 5.4 patch? I think so. That's something that we're exploring. I think the question is really how to do it correctly. We have the ability, as we've seen, in challenge modes and proving grounds, to scale item level down. We've also been exploring how to scale player level down functionally such that you keep your abilities, but maybe that their potency changes. It's something that we're still working on, continuing to work on, and once we have a way that we're happy with in terms of fully integrating it into the game as part of a reward structure, it's something that we'll have more to talk about in the future. But we're definitely interested in finding a way to explore and let people revisit the old content in a way that feels relevant, since there's so many dungeons out there and old raids that people probably never saw at the intended level.
So my question is about the garrison followers. When you send your followers out into the world to do a quest, do a dungeon, are they actually completing that content for you so the player doesn't have to do it, or is it garrison specific?
It's actually going to be garrison specific content. It wouldn't be something where like the follower is taking anything away from you. We're going to craft all of that content uniquely, specifically just for the garrisons.
Hello, I am WatchTech, former top druid in Goon Squad Mal'Ganis, and yeah, Mal'Ganis! So last year, or last expansion, we decided we didn't like the hassle of 25-man raids, so we went to 10. And now we do heroics, and it seems like you're taking our content away, so what are we supposed to do?
Again, understandable question, understandable position to be in. That said, I mean, Goon Squad certainly in particular is a fairly large community with, I would imagine, a number of interested heroic raiders to draw upon who may be returning for warlords. I think that ultimately there is a population of people out there who are looking to do this cutting-edge, difficult content, and there will be some rearranging involved, inevitably, as happened when we went from 40 to 25, but really we're making this as as sort of a change with an eye towards the long-term health of the game, towards the long-term health of high-end raiding, and that we'll be able to deliver a better experience when we can focus the design and the tuning and the content creation on a single player size. For example, right now, there are many times where we have some cool mechanic that we would like to do, but we realize it's not going to scale down to 10 players at the high end very well, so we have to leave it on the cutting floor. Going forward, we think we'll be able to deliver a higher level of content, even though we do understand that in the short term, it does put people in a difficult situation.
It looks like we're out of time, so thanks everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, BlizzCon.
Thanks, guys.
You're watching BlizzCon 2013, an original DirecTV production since 2008. Level up to direct.
To the World of Warcraft, the Adventure Continues panel. Your panelists are Alex Afraziabi, Tom Chilton, Brian Holinka, Dave Kosak, and Chris Metzen.
Hello, 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 BlizzCon. Guys, I am so excited. I'm so excited to be here, just to meet the fans and the costumes. Guys, you outdo yourselves every year. I got to tell you, you guys make this the most fun gaming convention I've ever been at, hands down. Thank you so much. All right, so we are going to talk about Warlords of Draenor. So if you were at an earlier panel, we blew through. I think we blew through 200 PowerPoint slides in like 60 minutes or something. It was a little much. We kind of ran out of time. For this panel, we wanted to slow it down a little bit, take it easy. We're going to talk about just a few topics. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about the heart of this expansion, our values, sort of the soul, and why, most importantly, why Draenor is absolutely the next place to take the Warcraft franchise. All right, so let's get my PowerPoint up here because I'm a big fan of PowerPoint. Okay, so recap. How did we get here? How did this all begin? We asked ourselves, what if? What if you take this guy, Garrosh Hellscream? Now we know about Garrosh. We know about his values. We know what's important to him. We know, we know the kind of horde that he wanted. What if someone gave him a golden ticket, maybe a certain bronze dragon that you might have met on the Timeless Isle, to go back and make the horde that he wanted? What if he stops the orcs from drinking the blood of Manroth, stops them from becoming the fell, green-skinned, possessed barbaric horde that we know from the past? Makes that one little change. What do we get? Oh, we're still getting a horde, all right. We're getting a little something like this. We call it the Iron Horde. There they are. We're going to talk a little more about these badasses a little bit later, but I can give you a quick nickel tour there. There's Kargath Bladefist there on the left. Black Hand is looming above him. If you've played the RTS games, these names are familiar. Now, before, maybe they were an inch-high unit on an RTS screen, but now we're going to get to meet them. We're going to get to smell their breath. We're going to get to really interact with these guys. Now, a couple things to note. So, Garrosh, he's not the main villain of this expansion. Just want to make that clear. He's going to set things in motion, and then they're going to spiral out of control, which is kind of awesome. The other thing to note is they are coming for us. He's not manipulating some other time. He's trying to open a portal to our present to take vengeance on the Alliance and Horde that deposed him. He's angry. He's got an axe to grind. These guys are coming for us. So we like this idea because it does a couple great things for the game for us, right? First of all, this threat, this kind of threat, these badasses coming through a portal to eat our faces and eat the faces of our unborn children, this is exactly the kind of threat that Warcraft is all about. This gets our franchise back home. This gets us really, this is what Warcraft is all about. It's about war and craft. We like that. The other thing we really like about this is it gets us here. It gets us to Draenor, and we're going to spend some time talking about Draenor and why this is such an amazing world. But first, what did I miss? What else do we want to talk about these guys before I move on? Boom! All right, I'm going to keep going. Draenor. What do we love about Draenor? So this is a place steeped in Warcraft lore. It's the home world of the orcs. And if you play Draenei, you know that the Draenei kind of adopted this as a home world. They lived here for a couple hundred years. This is an amazing place. It is just a place of mythic scale, mythic scope. It is a savage world. It's a primal world. It's untamed. As Chris said at the other panel, it's not like the Seven Kingdoms where there's all these kingdoms after kingdoms that have built over time. This is a primal world. This is a savage world. These are clans fighting for dominance. We call it a world of giants. This world will eat your face. And this is one of the main themes that comes across. And I'm going to apologize because we're going to use the word savage a lot. We're always talking about a savage world. This is a savage place. And that gives us a great theme to really dig into, gives us a great place to have these really heroic adventures. This is a savage world. How do you cope with a world like this? How do you cope with the world where to escape slavery, these guys will cut off their own hand and attach a weapon to it? Like, these guys are hardcore. How do you cope with that? Do you become a savage yourself? Or do you kind of bond together with your family, your clan, or your faction as kind of a bulwark against this savage world? What's this world going to do to us? That's one of the questions that we get to ask and we get to explore with all the adventures that you're going to have here. What about the Draenei? The Draenei land on Draenor, and it's fair to say they're kind of living in a bubble. They were living separate from this savage world. This savagery is going to bust open their walls. It's going to come pouring into their cities. How are they going to react? What are they going to do? Are they going to become savages themselves? Are they going to come together? We get to explore Draenei in sort of their sort of crucial turning moment, and we haven't really been able to explore that yet, so that's pretty exciting. This is the Frostwolf clan. Frostwolf is Thrall's home clan. Horde's going to get to spend some time with the Frostwolf clan. When we find them, they're not really running on all cylinders. They're not really working together. They really need to kind of get some of their stuff sorted out so that they can come together and fight off this savagery themselves. Even the garrison, and we're going to talk more about garrisons at a panel tomorrow, even your garrison kind of hints on this theme. I mean, this is a dangerous place. You got to build these big stone walls to, keep the savagery out. This is your bastion, your safe haven on Draenor. And also, in that idea of that building that community, you're going to be bringing heroes from all over the world to your garrison, and you're going to sort of be forming your own sort of dream team here. So, this theme comes across in all the content, in everything we do in Draenor. What am I missing? Anything else here?
That was savage.
Savage.
Way savage. We might want to pause here and actually talk a little bit about how we got to this savage world and how we decided upon Draenor. Maybe that's a good conversation
It was
to have,
a savage process.
It was brutal.
Ideation.
It was brutal, actually, yeah. Not Fred Savage. It's taken a little too far, but close. Yeah, so interestingly enough, when we talk about this expansion, warlords are at the highest point of equity for us, I think. But the second point is, as it always has been, the world. And we went through a whole lot of iteration as to what this world could be. I think we really
we wanted to get those warlords, and we were like, well, what does he do? Does he raise them from the dead? Does he bring them back? Where do we put them? Where do we put this expansion?
And we actually did that. We initially went, Garrosh is going to go to the Outland itself. He's going to be exiled or something like that. He's going to use some kind of ancient horn and resurrect the fallen warlords and then invade Azeroth. And as we started to look at what that would look like from a world design perspective, I think we all were a little over Outland as it exists now. But then we thought about, wow, there's something here, though. There's a world here with a story to tell. And so how do we get that world? How do we get that version of Outland to our players who have never seen it and get our warlords. And I think this is how we started going down this path of what we have now, which is the Warlords of Draenor and Draenor 30 years ago.
And Tom in particular really wanted us to get into the theme of time travel and use it a lot.
He did.
Because it's very popular. And,
Or not.
And easy
We
to
use
do.
time cop rules, by the way.
Yeah, it's important to note this is an expansion about Draenor, so it's not really the time travel expansion. You don't have to worry about Thrall's parents not meeting and now he's got to play guitar at the school dance. That's not the expansion we're building. We want to get you to Draenor. We want to get you to this really epic, mythic, heroic place to have savage adventures with savages savaging the landscape. Is that good?
Nailed it.
Actually, like on that point, like just to get out ahead of it, like with the time thing. I mean, you know, we've got a number of stories kind of set in the past, you know, War of the Ancients and things like that. And there have been issues over time where there's little potholes or little breaks in the line. You know, as that factored into this expansion set and really chasing this story, we certainly thought a lot about that. The time travel stuff's it could be pretty rough, you know, just as writers and making, you know, editorially making sure everything lines up and everything's hip. Sometimes, you know, things don't go to plan. So with this one, we just want to say very clearly that yes, at some point, oh my God, some point soon, Garrosh will go back in the past, but the point at which he arrives, which is slightly before the events of Rise of the Horde.
You can stop now.
Oh, I lost my train of thought. See how complicated
Sorry.
it is? But at the point at which he arrives, it's all normal kind of continuity to that point. And the point at which he arrives, effectively, it's like it's its own game. Our world's fine. History's fine. The threat ultimately is that it maybe makes like a quantum. I'm not going to go there. You told me to stop, I'll stop. Fine. Fine. You explain it.
If we do our job as the past is fine. We are focused on Draenor going
Right.
here, kicking some orc butt. But what really excited us about this place, as Alex was talking about, was sort of all these kind of unanswered questions. This is a place steeped in WoW lore that we've never really gotten to explore. I mean, you've never seen Draenor before the demons had their way with it, before it was shattered in the Outland. So what was it like? What was this place like? What was Karabor like before it was the Black Temple? This, by the way, this will be the Alliance capital in this expansion. You get to see Karabor when it was its sort of gleaming, glorious past. What about Auchindoun? What did it look like? Well, probably something like that. What was it like when it was sort of this beautiful mausoleum to the dead?
Savage beauty.
Savage beauty. How about Shatrath? Did you know that Shatrath was a coastal city? Did you know that Draenor had oceans? Of course it did. This is Shatrath on the Zangar Sea. We're going to get to see Shatrath, the City of Light, as a glorious, the city that it was. Of course it's in trouble. This is Warcraft, so we're going to have to save it. But this place is really steeped in lore, and it really gave us a chance to explore it. What were the Arakoa like when they had wings? It was a spoiler, they were jerks. But so when we have this kind of savage backdrop, it gives us the opportunity to create these really, really over-the-top villains. And I think we started to talk about these guys, and I love, all their stories are amazing. We get to spend a lot of quality time with these guys. Look, sort of buried here in the middle on the left there, that's Kilrog Deadeye, right? These guys rip out their own eyeball to see their future, their own glorious death, and then they steamroll toward that death with everything they have. How do you fight someone like that? How do you fight that kind of savagery? Yeah, I said it. What are you gonna do?
Should be a drinking game.
Yeah.
Be plastered by now. BlizzCon's over. It's too much.
I guess the important question to ask is, what would happen if the baddest badasses in Warcraft history formed a basketball team? Dudes can dunk, is what I'm saying. Sorry, thank you. I'm glad that got a chuckle. I spent minutes photoshopping that. Now we kind of cheated. We snuck in right there in the middle, wearing the wolf cowl. That's Duratan. That's actually Thrall's father. Is he a hero? Is he a villain? Ooh, you're gonna have to play the expansion. Now, having these big epic villains. Is there anything else we want to cover before? I did my basketball joke. That's all we need. So, having villains this big and this bold means that we can have heroes rise up to the challenge. First of all, that's you guys. You guys got to face this kind of threat down. Someone just raised their fist. Yeah, he's talking to me. You guys are going to get to do that. It also gives us the opportunity to really kind of adventure with some heroic characters. And I'm very pleased to introduce you to Ural. Ural is one of the Draenei. This kind of situation, this kind of savagery, go ahead, have a drink, is going to force ordinary Draenei to step up and become extraordinary. And so we're going to get to follow Ural's journey. She's kind of a Joan of Arc kind of archetype for the Draenei. Is one of the kind of characters we get to follow, and you get to help on.
I mean, just to jump in on that, Dave, it's like, you know, we're aware that the past number of expansion sets, you know, we set the Draenei up in Burning Crusade. It was potentially a really deep, really interesting kit. And by the end of that game, you know, they had got help from, you know, the Alliance and Horde, and ultimately did whatever we did in Outland. We beat Illidan, right? There's yeah. It was a little aimless in hindsight. Nothing personal. It's all Alex's fault.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the Draenei kit had a lot of potential, and the past number of expansion sets, we haven't done much with it. So part of this was being really, really excited to kind of dig in on the Draenei kit and show them. I think David said it earlier, kind of at the height of their civilization. You know, before they were rolled by the Horde, before they were annihilated, we get to see what they were like and what they thought and how they lived and were their factions within their own race. And being able to create a character like Ural has been super cool, right? Just not only to get butt-kicking female character kind of to the fore of the Draenei, but just to have just a really rockin' new, mega level alliance champion, that isn't one of the, the same old race leaders. Like, that was something that was really, really fun for us.
Again, once we started talking about going back to Draenor, all these sort of ideas and plots started to spring into mind. We got really excited about it, which is a good sign. While we're talking about the Alliance, hey, let's talk about the Alliance. Much like Pandaria, Alliance and Horde, they're going to come in. This is going to change them. And so this is something we really get to explore. We talked about this earlier in the other panel. I mean, the Alliance at this point, it's superpower status. And in a lot of ways, this is Beyond the Dark Portal all over again. What I really like about this is the Alliance is going on the offensive. They are taking the battle to them. They're stepping through the portal and kicking some butt.
Speak it, Brother Dave.
Love it. So who's going to be one of the first people to step through? Well, do you guys remember Murad? Maybe not. Some of you do. Good. From the Burning Crusade cinematic. Maybe that's all you remember him from, because we really didn't do a lot with Murad.
Most of the dev team did not remember Murad, by the way. Although we have statues of him all
That's
throughout
a fact,
the office.
by the way.
So you want to talk about some unresolved issues. Murad saw it all go down. He saw his people just slaughtered. Everybody he knew practically from Draenor slaughtered. So he's got to face kind of the demons of his own past. He's going back through there. He's going to try and set things right. He's on the front lines of the Alliance going through. And then his own values, once he comes face to face with this, are going to get questioned and tested. We're going to really get to explore this character. Anything else about Murad? What do we want to say about Murad?
I mean, I think it's a theme though for us in terms of the warlords of Draenor as an expansion, right? I feel like it's not just the orcs that are the warlords. I think that there's a lot of history here. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of characters here, and I think Murad, we're going to find out as we go through his story, is also categorized as one of the warlords of Draenor, and maybe by the end of this thing, you will be too. We'll see.
How about this guy? Who wants to see him put some armor back on?
I do.
Yeah. Is it about time? Yeah. He's talk about some unresolved issues. He's got a hammer to pick with Garrosh, I think. Yeah.
Talk about unresolved issues. Yeah, Thrall's chomping at the bit. Yeah, we had talked about this before. We had seen it on the internet. Like, a lot of people have been speculating that who is the orc racial leader in the Horde now. And we haven't totally decided it yet, but if I was to be asked to vote, I would say I don't think the orc racial leader is Thrall at this point. I think it should be like Sarfang or someone like that. Because Brother Thrall here has some serious work to do to ultimately bring Garrosh to justice. Certainly to get a new outfit here. And ultimately just solve a bunch of problems with his hammer. Would please me.
The best solutions involve the hammer. Yeah.
Strong blunt instruments.
But Thrall's story really kind of dovetails into just the whole Horde story. The Horde, as we said earlier, has to come face to face with sort of its own past at a time when it's trying to reinvent itself after the disastrous reign of its last war chief, and it's trying to really figure out who it is. To go back to the roots and really figure that out is something that excites us about the Horde storyline here. All right, and you know, we talked about this earlier, the Draenei. We haven't really had, we haven't been able to do a whole lot with them in the last couple expansions, and people are saying, what about the Draenei? This is really our opportunity to really look at their civilization, look at what made them cook, what made them tick. Even in Burning Crusade, we only saw them after they had already fled, after everything had already been destroyed. When we were exploring the Draenei civilization, it was pretty much wrecked already. This gives us a chance to see who they really were, what they were about, and
just to cut in on you, one of the promises we made, a pact that we made for this one, as we first started talking about the Draenei, was that we're not going to allow them to crash any spaceships this time.
What about a little spaceship? A little spaceship? No? Okay, all right. No crash Draenei spaceships.
No spaceships. It's very important.
We really get to explore the Draenei, and you know what I think is really interesting is we get to see them at that pivotal inflection point. I mean, this is their Pearl Harbor moment. We get to really see them at the key moment in their recent history. So that'll be pretty exciting. It also lets us build up the culture kit, like what their buildings look like. You know, how things really were at kind of the height of their civilization on Draenor. Last point. And this is more of a gameplay value, really, than necessarily a story value. But we're excited building this world. We're excited building Draenor. And something that we'll talk about tomorrow in the Raids, Quest, and More panel is that we really want you to get out there and explore this world. We've loaded it with all these kind of cool nooks and crannies and these little hidden caves. And we want to load those hidden caves up with treasures and events and spontaneous things happening around you while you're questing. A little more like the Timeless Isle. If you play the Timeless Isle on Pandaria, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of rare bosses. There's a lot of stuff that just happens that's bringing people together all the time. Let me give you an example of that. This is kind of not the greatest screenshot, but it illustrates a point. While you're in Frostfire, which is playable here at the convention, if we would ever stop talking, we'd let you play the game. It's playable here at the convention. While you're running around the world, you'll see the Iron Horde here. They got snowed in. This is their caravan. These dudes with shovels are trying to dig it out while their war chief is yelling at them. You can just sort of stumble on this while you're playing. In the back of that cart, there's a treasure chest. If you can kill these guys, if you can kill the cleft hoof that's pulling it, then you can loot the treasure chest. There's not a quest to go there and do that. It's just something you find in the world. It's just an example of the kind of things that'll be around the world. So we really want you to just dive into Draenor and just explore and find things and discover things as you play and just make it a more dynamic, living world. And that's something we'll talk about more tomorrow. So I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna bring it home. This screenshot to me says so much about Draenor, and I love it. And you might have seen it at the earlier panel. You might not have gotten the scale of it. Sort of near the neck of the giant there, that's a tower. This is huge. This is an entire city. The Thunderlord Orc clan, they're the way they work. They all get together and they hunt giants together, and they work with teamwork. They topple these enormous giants. So hundreds and hundreds of years ago, in their kind of mythic past, they killed this enormous giant, and then carved out a city in its dead husk, and this kind of became a Thunderlord city. So this really gives you a feel for Draenor and how savage it is. this is the kind of thing, this is the kind of place it is. It's a mythic place. It's an epic place where you can have these amazing, big, epic, huge adventures and really feel like the hero. And that's the value of this expansion that we're really getting across. That's why we're so excited about going to Draenor. All right, parting thoughts. What am I missing? What did we
Parting
forget?
thoughts.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Kozak.
Do you want to go right to the Q&A? We good? We get it? Did we nail it?
We have 35 minutes to get our heads kicked in with brutal questions.
They're passing out red shirts somewhere over there.
I saw him the other night. He's ready to go. He's got one.
This is for Mr. Metzen. I've been enamored with this world you have created since listening to my father slay wretched pigskins in the other room. And I would be honored if you would sign my Warcraft 2 manual.
Totally. Let's do that after the Q&A though, dude. Come down here and I'll take care of that.
Awesome.
Hey guys. My question's for Chris. A couple of BlizzCons ago, someone had asked you to talk a little bit about the internal conflict Prince Kael'thas was dealing with during the events of the Burning Crusade, and you got really excited, and you said someone at Blizzard had written up like a 70-page treatment, and you were really excited, but you couldn't talk about it now. Could we get an update on that?
Don't look at me.
Yeah, well, the update is he totally wrote it, and it exists. I can't give you an exact update, and we might have talked about this 2 weeks ago. Like, we're close to publishing it. I just can't remember in what. Because there's so much awesome stuff we're doing. I don't remember. Dave, you were supposed to be on top of that.
I'll get right on that.
It's like Rise of the Prince Kael'thas book.
I see the bus going by. Dave's under it.
Yeah, it's it's imminent.
Awesome.
Maybe.
Thanks.
Hey guys, total respect for everything you do and all the attention to detail in the story. It'd be easy to gloss over those, I think, and I'm glad you do it. But just with the way this is shaping up, the storyline, we've always been moving things forward. Of course, we're going back in time now. So how will how will our future really shape up story-wise? How do you build anything meaningful off of something that didn't really happen?
Well, I would really want to emphasize that I think that it all depends on how you look at it, in that we aren't going back in time and doing an adventure that takes place back in time. This is Draenor of 35 years ago, but it's now. It is a present and imminent threat. The Dark Portal will have turned red. Iron Horde will be spilling through the Dark Portal. That's today. That's now. Okay, so that's a very real threat to Azeroth. So even though these are the Orc clans as they were, it's very important to remember that this is happening now and this matters now.
It's a lot like you go to Northrend, you kick the Lich King's butt, you come back home. It's going to feel like that. You're going to go to Draenor, you're going to address this threat, you're going to save the world, you're going to come back heroes.
There will be repercussions from this expansion too, and I mean, obviously it's spoilery, we can't go into it, but as you unfold or uncover what's happening, you will see.
Right. All right. Thanks, guys.
The events of this one definitely culminate and ultimately launch the next one, whatever that is.
Hi guys. I have a question for you. If we're going, okay, you're talking about Draenor. We're supposed to be going back in time, but we're not going back in time, right?
Correct.
So Outland never happened?
Still out there.
Still out there. Okay. What about Ilaria and Terralion?
Still out there.
Are we gonna see them?
We decided this,
right? We did decide. Go ahead.
We did.
Yeah, go.
Spill
We
it.
did.
Yes or no?
It's a no, right? Yes, it's a totally no.
It's a no.
It wasn't a guess. We're not going to see them.
Yeah.
Listen.
bad man.
You ready? You ready for the magic word? Yet.
We have plans for them.
Okay.
But do you know who's coming through with us? Khadgar is going to come with us. He's going to be working with us.
Awesome.
It's a lot of people that you're going to be working with.
Yeah, baby! The lighting's like perfect. It's just.
It's like a spotlight.
Okay, my question is not so much about Warlords of Draenor, but one thing I've kind of wondered about, especially since Pandaria came out. The southernmost points of the Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor and Pandaria, are all either jungle or desert, which almost suggests we're at the equator. So does that mean there's a whole southern hemisphere of Azeroth left to explore in the future?
Or maybe the planet is just very steeply angled.
A lot of the climate of Pandaria is shaped by Azeroth's unique ocean currents, thanks to the Maelstrom.
Trade
It
winds.
creates some different
Trade
weather.
winds.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Yes.
One day.
No.
Let's just say. What did you say? Yes.
Ocean
no.
currents?
We're gonna say yes and no at the same time. No, it's a very astute observation. It's crazy. Actually, we actually have argued about this in the studio, and it's boy, we went back and forth because it does look like it's all temperate, kind of down there. So I think it's totally possible that there's more stuff down there. If these guys would quit doing globes with art inside of was it Ulduar? Well, you can't put globes with continents. It's going to look like that's all there is. And you go, no, it's going to look cool. It's going to look awesome. But don't do it. Don't do it because it doesn't look like there could be anything else. Was my argument.
It did look cool, though.
It did look cool.
Oh, on the bright side, there is a good way to work around that. The globe in Ulduar already isn't accurate, so you could just say it's obscured.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
What did the Titans know, anyway? What did they know, really?
But it's a good observation. There is potentially, yes, more stuff a little, south of the border.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Red Shirt Guy. And we're all right.
We made it.
Relatively
Dude, ask
unscathed.
away, baby. What have you got?
All right, so Tome of Divinity, found by Uther in the Dead Mines. He goes to recover it, but it specifically mentions paladins in it before there are paladins in Azeroth. So the question is, were there paladins in Azeroth, Titan-related, whatever, and where does the tome come from?
Dave?
I can't really say that one. I'd investigate the author of the book and see if his facts were correct at the time. Yeah, I don't know.
What was it from? Was it from?
It was in the Dead Mines, right?
Right.
The tome of.
Yeah, somehow the ogres get a handle on it. Lothar goes to recover it for Northshire Abbey, and
Was this in the War I manual?
yes, and it was a mission in the original Warcraft.
Oh, that's right. Well, I didn't work on the original Warcraft, so. We'll look it up, man. Like none of us have an answer.
Will
for
we
that.
see Paladin lore in this expansion then?
That's a good question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. No, the yes is not a yes. The yes is a right on. Yeah, no, we have not.
We will.
Actually,
we
you
will
know
totally
what?
do Paladin lore.
Why don't you just answer from now
Yes.
on? Because he knows. Actually, we have talked about, yes, there will be Paladin lore in this expansion. Yes.
Lots of it.
But not from Northshire Abbey.
I just want to preface this by saying that I had the Chris Metzen Twitter account for a long time before it was taken away.
What was it called?
Cool Chris Metzen now. That was I originally had access, but I got a terms of service violation and had that taken away.
That's right, baby. No,
so my actual question is Garrosh in this expansion was kind of a to me personally it was a little bit of a letdown because some of his characterization as far as like the legacy of Grom wasn't really addressed. There was some things where like Grom had made a mistake where he had corrupted the entire race, and then we have a scene where Garrosh takes the heart of your Saj, corrupts himself, goes down basically the same path and never acknowledges it. I was just wondering if you guys were going to address that in the next expansion.
Yeah, I think. Yes, we are going to.
Yes, times two.
And times two. And I feel like we may have pushed Garrosh a little too far in one direction. My fault. But I think we are going to, I don't want to say we're going to redeem him. We're not going to redeem him. But I think we will provide for a satisfying ending for you and him.
Well, thank you personally for a satisfying ending, I hope. It was just, there was like 2 mentions in the entire expansion, neither of which were from Garrosh, about Grom. That's just what my question's about, so.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what we're talking about is whether his path had a lot of continuity with his daddy's path, for sure. And oh, hell, it ain't over yet. But what you're totally looking at there is that this dude has crazy daddy issues. Right? No, this little boy growing up in Garadar.
I was just hoping that would be like some major.
I just don't. Garrosh isn't. He's not going to talk about it. He's not going to talk to us about it, right? But like, yeah, he's got some serious issues. And ultimately, I mean, when you really look at this idea, he's working some stuff out. He's literally going back, like, yeah, it's foreground, you know.
Yeah,
I've said too much.
No, you haven't said too much, but there's a lot of Garrosh explanation that's going to happen in this expansion. For the better, I think, though. So hopefully it'll shed some light on him. Yeah.
Well, thank you for answering my question, and I'm just still a little bit upset about the Twitter incident, but I'll get over it.
How dare you make me look funny on Twitter?
Oh, the new dwarf model is here.
I actually have a question about the demons in this next expansion. Since you say the timeline is going to take place before the Rise of the Horde, how are demons connected with the expansion, with Medan, with still corrupted? Is he still contacting Gul'dan?
Yeah, you know, one thing I forgot to point out on the image, I mean, you'll notice that Gul'dan has green skin on the image. He drank the Kool-Aid, he's bought in, and in this sort of configuration of events, he's kind of the outcast. So that tension between Gul'dan and the orcs is something we really get to explore.
Right, it's definitely part of the core storyline. Actually, we should have called that out. Gul'dan at this point has already, kind of taken the power, and then he offers it ultimately, as it goes to Grom and the rest, and things go a very, very different way. So imagine, up to the point where they kind of don't drink. All of Gul'dan's plans, the rise of the Shadow Council, the beginnings of constructing the Dark Portal itself, a lot of that has already kind of begun to occur. It's just at the point where the literal corruption came for all of them, they stand up and say, no, we're going another way. So Gul'dan definitely plays a major role in the storyline. And he's not entirely pleased that his plans did not pan out.
Okay.
Nor is Kill Jaden.
Oh, that took. Thank you, gentlemen, for everything you've done.
That was a good question. That was a good one.
I think we can all agree that this expansion has too much wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey. So, a simple question, Chris. Since you're the father of Thrall, are you going to voice the father of Thrall?
Honestly, I would say probably no. I will say no, because I don't know. It has been suggested to me that too many is too many. So I'm happy to do Thrall, and we'll find a real actor to do Durotan.
Thank you.
Now, gentlemen, sorry. You showed a lot of really great warlords up there, and while this guy wasn't necessarily a warlord, where is the best friend of Durotan, Orgrim Doomhammer?
You'll see him. You'll have a
Yeah. He's in there.
Intimately.
Excellent.
No, not really.
It's just Orgrim's. He's not one of the chiefs. Obviously, oh boy, yeah. In this continuity, he's Black Hand's second in command. So He's definitely involved. He's got a bitchin' storyline where you kind of engage with him and kind of feel him out. But yeah, he's definitely not one of the chiefs. So he didn't make the picture.
All right. That's great. I look forward to seeing him.
Yeah, Duratan really feels betrayed by him, and we're going to explore that friendship and see what happens there. It's a big plot point. So thank you for asking the question. That was a good one.
Take it easy.
Right. Thanks for making the game. I want to ask, because we've got the time aspect in the expansion, does that mean we're going to have double ups on certain characters, like to vindicate the Morans? Because...
Nope.
No.
Oh!
And it's because we're clever.
Awesome.
Again, we really want the emphasis to be on Draenor, and so we can decide what kind of story we want to tell, and we're not really telling the time travel story. We're not really telling the paradox story. We're telling a story about going to this world and kicking butt.
Hi. So we did a lot of going over all the leaders for the various factions, like Lothamar, why he's still with the Horde, or Tyrande, and so on. What did the Pandaren leaders actually add to their factions? Like, why is G still in Orgrimmar when we're sieging it, and so on?
Yeah, it's always a question of space. We only have so much gameplay to explore the different stories of the different faction leaders, and I kind of regret that we didn't get to do more with G and Asa. We sort of hinted that things went pretty bad between G and the Horde, and ultimately we got him out of there. Sorry, spoiler if you haven't gotten to that fight yet. Yeah, we really didn't get a chance to really drill more into their story, their relationship with the Horde. And now that there's a kind of a new Horde under Vol'jin, G can sort of step in and be the Pandaren representative for the Horde. And so, yeah, we didn't really have a lot of space to tell that story, which is a shame, but it's a good question.
Hi, my question's about Gul'dan's posse, Cho'Gall, Terra and Gorfin. Are they with the Iron Horde, or are they still with Gul'dan?
They're with Gul'dan.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's good of you to bring that up. It's actually going to be a pretty big part of the Gul'dan story, as we'll get into Gorfin, we'll get into Cho'Gall, we'll get into...
Is he still alive in the old universe?
He's actually known as Terran Gore.
Oh, sorry.
He's not Gorfin yet, but we'll potentially see that.
All right, thank you.
That's a good question. This guy knew his stuff. He's
did,
ready.
yeah, I
He's
like
ready
that.
to go.
Hi there. So my question was about how you said there are two timelines. Like Garrosh brings the Draenor from the past to the present. So the characters that like Garrosh and Thrall are related to, Grom and Thrall, are they going to learn something about their history or their past? Because it is a separate, now that they brought it and you said it's got nothing to do with our world's history, Garrosh didn't know his father, Thrall didn't really know his father that much in that way. So how are they going to be impacted by seeing their family members that they never knew?
So that's a really good question, and that is one of my favorite things about choosing to go in this direction. Is Thrall didn't know his parents at all. He was an infant when he was kind of left, or found, more to the point, by, was it Blackmore? Garrosh the same way, didn't really know his dad or whatever. And look at that, look at that continuity. Like, this is just core throughout this whole thing. And even though the instances may be different, obviously both of these orcs are going back as grown men and engaging, their parents really, almost like as when they were young, or in their prime. What a fascinating experiment, right? And it's all about that. Like, obviously these situations would never have naturally occurred, but there's so much for these guys to learn about their folks and about where they come from. Right? Even in those situations are totally different than anything that might have happened. The core of those people is still the same. Duratan, Draka, even Gromosh, right? Like, they're going to react true to character, And I think these two orcs, Garrosh and Thrall, are going to come away hugely affected by what they find. Maybe it may not match what they always thought. if I'm Thrall and I'm going back in time, is Durotan a really noble dude? Or was he noble because the situation demanded that he be noble? Because he didn't want his clan to get, fell corrupted. So these are all the really interesting questions we ask as we dig into this lore, as we dig into the possible storylines. And I think for me, that's the root of it, right? Is the opportunity to really dig in there and change these guys and how they look at things. I'll be honest with you, from the Thrall storyline, we attempted to do something during Cataclysm, which was, my friends will tell me it was a little touchy-feely, and maybe it didn't work very well from MMORPG, right? Maybe the game doesn't have enough subtlety for where we tried to go with Thrall, like an internal Cataclysm. He's really losing his identity. He's really got a grip to figure out what he's about, and look at all the calamity that ensued. But I'll tell you what, Thrall going back to Frostfire and meeting his dad and meeting his family, and spoilers, his uncles, right? And a much larger tapestry of Frostwolves, and just seeing how badass they were, this is what he needs. This is the vacation Brother Thrall needed to pull it together and remember who he is.
People, right? Thrall's
What?
Durotan and Grom, they're pretty much the same people.
Yeah, their character's pretty much the same. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to be challenged. Everyone will be changed a little bit by these events. But yeah, we're going off the presumption that it's really the core of the character, even though the situations may be a little different.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi guys, my question has to do with the wibbly wobbly timey-wimey, as someone mentioned earlier. You said that this isn't going to affect our current timeline, but is there a chance of exploring alternate realities based on what we change in this expansion?
Yes.
All right,
We
sounds
probably
great.
will do something like that. And it does, it affects our current timeline, but as Tom was saying, in the present, right? So these Iron Horde guys, they're going to come through, they're going to stomp on people in our Azeroth. We need to stop that from happening. But it definitely does give us that opportunity.
Yeah, I think the clarification there is that this does affect our current timeline. What it does not affect is past history, right? History is not undone for our timeline. But certainly, there are Iron Horde orcs coming through this portal.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. My question is regarding Zayla and the Dragon Maw. Will we see the Dragon Maw clan and Zul'Hed the Whack in this expansion? Does Zayla live from the Siege of Orgrimmar? Is she pregnant with Garrosh's kid? What's up with the Dragon Maw?
So Zayla definitely survived the siege, and obviously she's cast her lot in with Garrosh. And then there's a question: Does she go through with him? And I don't remember if we've decided that yet.
She does. Yeah.
She does.
I think we said at
Yeah.
some point she does go back.
Yeah, she's there with Garrosh back in Draenor. So we're gonna find Zayla again.
All right, and we'll see the past Dragon Maw clan with Zul'Hed the Whack.
Honestly, we haven't talked all that much about the Dragon Maw so far, but I would say that is a possibility. There's a lot of kind of second tier orc clans that all have pretty cool kits, but we haven't been exhaustive yet.
Yeah, more importantly, there's no native dragons on Draenor, so that whole clan identity wouldn't have existed until later on.
In effect, what Dave's saying is that he wishes I hadn't made him up anyway back in Warcraft 2, and sometimes I wish I hadn't either. So we don't know exactly what we're going to do with them.
Okay.
Hi guys. To dovetail on the question about Zayla going through, I want to get into the feminine side of the orcs. Obviously, you've mentioned we're probably going to see Draka, Thrall's mom.
Absolutely.
Are we going to see Gaia, Thrall's grandma? Is she going to be around still?
She's alive. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And
I think she's mother instead of great mother at this point.
Yeah, at that
right?
point.
She's not so great. Yeah.
And since Zayla's possibly going to be going through with Garrosh, is Agra going to be going through with Thrall and Thrall's little one?
No.
Yeah, that honeymoon is over.
Yeah, we talked about that.
It's more of a boys' trip
Gotcha.
for Thrall.
There you go. And then the last question I've got about that is, what about Garona? Are we going to see her?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
My question's basically around the age of Grom Hellscream, how he seems to stop aging at some point. The book Rise of the Horde, he seems to be shoulder to shoulder with Durotan, like in that Rogues Gallery pick, which is awesome, by the way. But in Warcraft 3, he's shoulder to shoulder with Thrall, not looking any older. So he looks kind of spry for an
He's
older guy.
definitely older, at least 20 years older than Thrall on Warcraft 3.
Okay.
He's just got good genes, right? So there's not a lot of gray in the hair, like some people. But yeah, no, he was clearly twice as old. All right, maybe clearly isn't all that clear, but in my opinion, and I wrote it, he's definitely, he could be Thrall's dad.
Okay.
And that was the nature of.
Do you want to talk about?
Stop there.
Do you want to talk about Gromash back? I mean, he's definitely a young guy back on Draenor. Do you want to talk about his history, like his whole thing? Dude's like a rock star back on Draenor. I mean, he's in charge of the Wolf Riders. He's kind of the head of this Mongol cavalry that can just strike viciously at the ogres and then run away. I mean, he's living large. He's partying. He's a serious guy. Is kind of Gromash's background.
And then things go terribly wrong.
Yep.
Thanks.
As
Oh,
they do.
and Rexar origin story, please.
All right, guys. My first question is: you said that the timeline is before Rises of the Horde, but Durotan's dad dies during the book. So,
well, Rise of the Horde encompasses a big chunk of the timeline. So,
so let's be clear.
Yeah.
What we mean by that is before these guys march through the Dark Portal and invade Azeroth. That's what that means. Before the critical events of Rise of the Horde really begin to move.
Yeah, Garrosh goes back 2 years or so, maybe 2 or 3 years before they drink the blood of Manroth. So he goes back, starts manipulating things, and then things will change from there.
okay. And my other thing is the Burning Legion going to show up?
Yeah, well, Gul'dan's still on the telephone with him, so.
Don't worry, I'm going to take care of it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Kill the Hellscreams.
I got it.
Calling the wolf.
The wolf?
Thank you. Good question.
Yeah, I had a question about Sylvanas. She's clearly still resurrecting dead bodies, taking more land. Varian at the end of 5.4 says we have to get Gilneas back, but no one else seems to notice. And if we're going to be going to Draenor, are we going to be taking care of her? Is she going to become more of a spotlighted character? What's going on with her?
Yes. No, I mean, we love Sylvanas, and I think we like to leave her kind of crafting and doing wicked, terrible things in the background. So one day, she may, do something terrible, and we'll have to deal with it. But for now, she's okay.
There will be a
her.
day when she's featured huge. That's an awesome character that we all really like, and there's going to be a time where she'll be in the spotlight.
There'll be some sort of reckoning.
Yeah.
The last thing she wants to do is go to a planet full of a bunch of orcs. She does not care.
Not interested.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, so
It's Rathion.
It is.
What's up?
Hi.
Will you be distributing loot after the panel?
No. I can send you on quests if you want, but no loot. So my question was actually about the Blood Elves, and if they're going to play a role at all in this expansion. It might be kind of interesting to see them going back to a planet that they kind of killed before they killed it, and there's be a lot of feelings there for the Magisters and Kael'thas sympathizers.
I would say to answer that question, or to address that question, it came up a little earlier. Should we drop it like it's hot, or tease? When the Paladin question got asked earlier, there may be a correlation with Blood Elf Paladins, a deeper understanding of where Paladins come from, how the light works, what Auchindoun is, and what the Draenei have really been up to on Draenor. How interesting that it's Blood Elves coming back around to kind of learn pretty big lessons about what it means to be a Paladin. After all the events of the Sunwell and the kind of redemption of Moru, I think that was the name of the Oh, Lord.
Muru.
Naru.
Oh, Naru.
I knew
Yeah,
it.
the
I knew
name
that.
was it.
But yeah, that whole. Yes, that's a theme that we're very interested in looking at.
On that note, are you going to pull Silver Moon out of 2007 anytime soon?
No.
Rocking 2007 like it's 1996 or something. Judgmental.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As an orc shaman, we'll go into Draenor with the shamanism that was developed on Azeroth. Since we're dealing with the race of shamans who were not locked up into Azeroth, what kind of mega powerful shamanism that developed over 35 years on Draenor are we going to be seeing, and will it change our method of shamanism as well?
You're going to see awesome stuff. You're going to see Drekthar. You're going to see that actually embodied in Drekthar. You're going to see him go blind from just messing with the elements, so to speak. But there are actually huge shamanistic elemental lines that we're going to play with in this expansion. There's going to be a lot that we tell, I think. Yeah.
One thing we get to play with is the different orc clans kind of have some different ideas of shamanism. So there's some different flavors out there, and so you can kind of see how they're all sort of treating it a little differently than what we would think of as a modern shaman. So that'll be fun.
It's like we're trying to deal with shamanism kind of in a different way. Obviously, the class is the class, and your abilities are your abilities, but we're trying to paint these cultures in a way that's kind of maximum different from Azeroth, but not broken. You know, so like the guy said, we're trying to paint shamanism in a kind of a different way. It's still innately elemental, but we want to kind of mythologize it too. You know, like Drekthar going off and speaking to the west wind. You know, as opposed to it's always like these elemental creatures. We want to kind of mythologize it a bit more and kind of have a little more reverence for it, for shamanism as the core, you know, system of this world. You know,
well,
trying to play with it a little bit.
If it would alter how we cast our spells and how they look like it. Well, Warlock's got the Green Fire quest line.
We have about 4 minutes left, so maybe 1 or 2 questions more.
First off, thank you for the 9 years of awesomeness. So
Is
thank
that
you
the
very
craziest
much.
thing?
My question is this: in light of the Alliance high point, if you will, what can you expound upon the Horde addressing their issues and difficulties of rebuilding a little bit?
I think it's a really good question. It's a little hard to answer. There are no direct anything. It's just like the adventure's coming and we're planning to do a lot with the Horde. I don't know how to answer it overarchingly, but I think what we've seen recently is a battle between ideologies. The Iron Horde, even though it's not felled out in green, is every bit as ruthless and dangerous and hateful as the original Horde from the first few games. Towards the modern times, Thrall built a very different kind of Horde, right? Where there is equality, where there is no, there's no, evident kind of racism. Everybody gets to come in. It's almost this, coalition for mutual survival. All these cast out races, right? They didn't have any fast friends, they didn't have anywhere to go. So the Horde just kind of took them all in. And Thrall kind of held it all together because that's just the way he sees the world. And so I think the ideological conflict was with Garrosh. To Garrosh, who grew up in Garadar, like with stories of his dad and Kargath and Kilrog and all these rock stars, it's like the Horde is not about trolls and are you kidding me with these elves? It's about orcs. It's about the orcish ideal. And Garrosh could never resolve that. I think when he met Thrall in Nagron, all those years ago, and I love that quest line. I think he was like, yeah, take me with you. Totally, you're such an epic orc. But the more he saw when he got to Azeroth, the campaign in the far north, like everything he had been through, I think it just deepened this confusion in him. They're like, this can't possibly be right. Democracy? Really? So I think at this time, under Vol'jin, and especially throughout the events of this next expansion set, I think the Horde's thinking a lot about what are we about? Who are we? There's a troll as a war chief for the first time. I love that. Almost love the idea. It'd be very difficult in gameplay or whatever. It'd just be too gnarly to do. But I love the idea. Like every couple years, like someone else gets a shot. Imagine a blood elf as war chief. I love that. It's just so weird, right? But I think the Horde is in that transition state where they're trying to figure it out again. Was Thrall's way right? Do we need to adjust it? Should we triple down on it? And we're kind of in the space of exploring every part of that. And I think it's a good turn for the Horde. I think there's, like we said in the intro today, I think it's this total opportunity to kind of rebirth what it's always about. It's always going to be a little Wolverine, right? It's all, Horde's always going to be tough and badass and just kind of that chaotic, neutral, scrapper kind of thing. But I think it's in this place of kind of spiritual transformation, and I think that could be very powerful in the lore in years to come.
Thank you very much. I've seen my little timer here starting to blink, so I think we're out of time for questions. But everybody, thank you so much for coming to the panel. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
We'll be
Thanks,
around.
guys.
Ask us questions. We'll be around. Thank you very much. Thank you, Blizzcon.
The world. Welcome to the Art of World of Warcraft panel. Your panelists are Eric Browning, Gary Plattner, Chris Robinson, and Wendy Vetter.
What's up, BlizzCon? I can already see the look in your eyes. No, I am not Chris Metzen. Thank you. For the record, I grew my beard first, and Chris Metzen looks like me. I also didn't forget my lines. I brought them with me. No, my name is Chad Wingard. I am a member of the World of Warcraft community team. Some of you know me as Crypto, a name many of you are familiar with, having seen my NPC run around Stormwind aimlessly looking for cheese and kittens. No, we will not be taking any requests to nerf my damage. Have no fear, though. I'm not here to cause you to corpse run back into the hall. I'm here to represent you as we go over the art of World of Warcraft. Today, we have a lineup of incredible talent that have brought you some of the most eye-popping, incredible details that you will be able to see in the next expansion. What you are about to see here, you cannot see anywhere else. It will blow your mind, and all of it will be available on Warlords of Draenor. If you're so inclined, by the way, you can see some of the latest developments over at the World of Warcraft demo area, which is in Hall B. We have gone to great lengths to gather up your questions about animation, dungeon, environment, and prop design. As an added bonus, though, we're going to address one of the hottest, most popular questions we've gotten for a very long time. Where are the new character models? So let's get this started. Please welcome to the stage Senior Art Director Chris Robinson, Lead Animator Steve Aguilar, Lead Environment Artist Gary Plattner, Lead Dungeon Artist Wendy Vetter, and Lead Prop Artist Eric Browning. The first question that we have coming up is going to be for you, Chris. It comes from Lixia from Korgoth. The biggest thing that she wants to see from the art panel is a glimpse at new player models and animations.
Okay, so you guys can't see that. Are they going to put this on? There we go. So wow, look at all you guys. I'm going to pretend I can see everybody because I can't see anything right now, but it looks like there are a lot of people here, which is cool. This is really cool. So yeah, I want to get started with this. We have a lot of really cool stuff to show you guys. First and foremost, is thank you for coming out. It's really awesome that everybody's into WoW art, and we're humbled that you're all here and want to see the cool stuff that we're working on. So to get started on it, I did want to give you guys a quick look at what we're doing with these guys. If you can see that, everybody come around and look at this monitor right here. So yeah, I'm gonna give you a little breakdown on the process that we went through. We're working on the new player character models. These guys, and maybe a little bit about her as well. All right, so to get started, I want to talk a little bit about core philosophies that we used when we were redesigning the characters. I want to stress this is not really, and I just use the word redesign, but I'm going to take that back because it really is just kind of like a refresh of the characters. We didn't sit down and really want to go like, let's change everything and make sure that nobody knows what they're looking at anymore. We wanted to make sure that what you guys felt like were the iconic features of your characters we maintained, and we just made it look a lot better. We needed to refine things where necessary. So one of the coolest parts of this whole process is us sitting down in a room and just kind of looking at our current player models and trying to figure out like what we're looking at. So to be honest, a lot of the current stuff in game, like our dwarf male here, it's sort of hard to tell like what's going on with his hairstyle. Some of the facial features are just really hard to read. I'm sure this isn't new information to you, but it was one of the things that really took us a long time to go like, if we change this, are people going to be bummed or are they going to be stoked? And hopefully make the decision that is going to make you guys stoked in the end. And then ultimately, unify the rendering. So it's really important to us as a team that when you log on and you see your player standing next to another player in Ogremar or Stormwind or wherever, that you feel like there was one person who modeled, textured, and animated that character. So we went to great lengths to just make sure that everything looked consistent all the way through. Whether it was a team of 4 character artists that were working on these guys at any one time, and they went back and forth with everybody. This wasn't just one person working in a room. This was, all the character artists, was myself, everybody just kind of pitching in to make sure that they look killer and awesome. And a whole team of animation just to make them move and do really cool stuff. So, next question.
All right, next question comes from ACL of Proudmoore. And this person has a 2-part question. Of course, the first one is going to be for you, Chris. Could you share with us some more detail about the actual process of revamping characters? And did you run into any specific hurdles while you were creating them?
Yeah, so several thousand hurdles, and all good. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. So I mentioned previously these meetings that we'd have about like, what are we looking at? And I think this is a prime example of that. It's obviously the Scourge male. And we all know, obviously, like that's his spine sticking out of his back and he's got bone protrusions on his shoulder. But really when you look at it, the spine's just kind of this weird like slug type shape, and the shoulders are kind of weird, and he's got some facial features that you can't really tell what are going on. So here's what we did with the Scourge male, and here's the updated model. Nice. That's the reaction I was looking for. There's a whole collective sigh of relief coming from the character team and myself right now. Oh, I'm just gonna sleep for a little while on the stage and somebody wake me up. Okay, so yeah, anyhow, you'll notice like on the spine, we really wanted to define what you were looking at. We wanted to make sure that this stuff matched some of the things that, when we put a new boss model in the game, we get a lot of feedback from the community that says like, that looks amazing, why can't I look like Garrosh or any of these characters? And so that's what we did. We wanted to make sure that all of these guys were at that level, if not better than what you've seen from us previously. Here are some facial variations for the... Okay, so yeah, let's that question, and I definitely wanted to talk a little bit about our process. So this is a breakdown of sort of our process, and to give you guys an idea of like how we went about doing this. You see on the top right, that's obviously the current in-game gnome male, and to his left is his wireframe and gray model. There's a lot of technical information here, but really the thing to pay attention to is sort of the above and below, and that'll give you an idea of like when we were doing the revamp, how much detail we actually put into these new models. To talk a little bit about the process, what we'll do is we'll sit down and, like I said, we'll look at the old existing model or the current existing model, and we'll talk about what things we want to maintain and what things we want to exaggerate, and then we'll do a concept like the one you see here to really pick out some of the facial features and other things that we think are important. And then we go into modeling and texturing, which is what you see on the bottom. The bottom right is the actual, like the basic modeled and textured gnome male without any of his facial hair or any of the options turned on. Obviously his hair is turned on. Quick breakdown on numbers. So without getting into too much detail,
I'm assuming everyone here can read for the most part. I have a difficulty with that, but I'll read it to you just in case. So 956 polygons versus 5,408. That's a pretty average difference that we're seeing when we're doing these revamps. But the bone count here specifically, the gnomes are very small, and so they don't require as much intricate movement as some of the other characters. So you'll actually see some of the larger characters have upwards of like 250 bones for the newer models that we're doing. Texture sizes are obviously much larger, and I'll get into that here in a little bit, but all of this stuff, all the polygons and all the bones and all this technical information, what it really means is that we're now able to go from what used to be the kind of Muppet style, you know, like characters that could just open their mouths and blink every now and then, to characters who can do things like this. So obviously this has a lot of game implications we're really excited about, whether it's a quest giver that's really adamant about you going and doing something for them, or scared of someone coming to slaughter them. But you know, there's a lot of other applications that are really cool, like what's the community going to do with this when they start making you know, in-game films, machinima and things like that. We're just super stoked to see what people do with this new technology and how they use it. So breakdown of the texture size stuff. What you see here is obviously the in-game dwarf male. So his body texture size, that's what you're seeing in game right now. His entire body and head is a 512 by 512, and his head texture actually shares that bottom right-hand corner, and it's mirrored. So everything you see on the face currently has to be symmetrical. That hair texture is actually the hair that we use for every single hair that you see in the game has to come off of that one texture. His hand's kind of covering it here, but on the right-hand side you'd see the braid that he has on his beard. But we really have to figure out a way to make that work for everything. Our new dwarf male is this guy. So you'll see, like, I actually broke this out into two sections here, which drives our lead technical artist crazy, but in reality what it is and what you're seeing is the face texture and the body texture are on one huge sheet, and we broke the face texture apart like that so that we could specifically do non-symmetrical facial features. So we can do scars, and the things that you saw with the Pandaren model, that's kind of what we're trying to pull off now. The Pandaren model was really what we set out as kind of like a goal. When we did that, it was a test to see how far we could push our engine before we broke it. So after the programmers came and screamed at us a few times, we came to an agreement and set that as the bar, and that's what we've been trying to match ever since. The hair texture is obviously twice the size now, and it's what you see there that we are creating all the new hairs with. Here's a beauty shot of the dwarf male along with one of the facial poses we're able to do. All right, let's talk dwarf female. We're just in process with her, but we wanted to give you guys as much as we possibly could. So these are just some renders of what we call her T-pose. This is how it comes out of modeling before it goes into animation. And there's a close-up on her face. Here's what we've done with the orc male. You've seen a little bit of this already, but here's a little bit of a closer shot. And Steve is actually going to show some really cool animation stuff so you can see this guy moving around a little bit more and more expression. I wanted to focus on the face a little bit. This is our current in-game gnome female, obviously. She's trying to smile here. I don't know if you can tell. I couldn't. I really didn't know what was going on, but somebody told me she's smiling. So when we created the new one, we used that expression, and this is what we came up with. Again, before and after. And here's a beauty shot of her with some of her expressions. And lastly, this guy. Oh, so there's no interest in, okay, I'll just go back to nobody else. Here's where we're at. We just got this guy done. He's hot off the presses, but here's where we're at with the Tauren male. Thank you guys so much. Steve's going to talk a little bit about animation.
All right, the second half of ACL's question is going to be a great one for Steve. Essentially, what's being asked on the next slide, which is missing. Okay, here's the question. Were there hurdles that you encountered that related more towards any underlying principles with design, or were they technical in nature? Also, what aspects of new character models turned out to be the easiest to address?
So one of the technical challenges that we faced was the facial hair. We weren't sure if we were going to have enough bones to animate the individual pieces of the hair. So a technical artist came up with a solution for us at the time. So the checkered geometry that you're seeing represents the beard, the mustache, and the sideburns. So it's going to follow the character's body movements, and this helps for the hair to retain its shape and volume. This will also help to prevent it from displaying any odd behavior.
We should have used this for the new player character redo.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
What?
Yeah, we could do that. In the end, we were able to get enough bones to animate the facial hair. One of the biggest challenges for us is preserving the existing animations. These help to establish the look and feel for the characters that you've grown to love. So here you see the current model, and here's your updated dwarf. You can see he's got a lot more detail, a lot more character to his face, and he's just been brought up to the same level of quality as our panda models. Here's an example of preserving his animation. You can see we're still trying to keep that same feel and look of the dwarf, but we just added a little more weight and loosened up his body. You can see his facial hair is moving. The current model wasn't really handling dynamic poses all that well, so you can see the updated model with the additional geometry is able to handle that. Some animations were just not coming across very well, so the animators wanted to punch up their personality. Some animations just by adding expression and animating the hair just really helped to make it pop out a lot more. And if you choose to customize without a mustache, you can see all the hard work the animators put into the face. So same process with the orc. His hair was stuck to his body, his face was looking a little plain, and he just needed to be updated. You can see his hair is detached from the body. He just looks a lot more aggressive and feels a lot more muscular. We got rid of a lot of the pops and hitches that were present in his animations. With the walk, we really wanted to increase his weight a little bit more, just make him feel heavier. You can see we've loosened up his body a lot more. All the characters' capes now have a chain of bones, so they'll flow more naturally. Yeah. And same with his emotes. He went through the same touch-up process, just trying to still preserve the existing animation, just punching it up a lot more. Animations that didn't have a whole lot of movement now have more fluid motion. And here's a quick glimpse of the gnomes. By this point, the team has come onto the gnomes. They're comfortable with the facial rig. They've applied the same touch-ups with the adding animation to the hair. And he's just consistent with the orc and dwarf. His facial features are a lot larger, so you can really make out those expressions. And something is, just by adding a facial expression to the dance, just helps make it pop out a lot more.
It makes it pop out a lot.
Oh yeah, a lot more.
Poor choice of words.
The animators had a lot of fun with the gnome female. You can see her hair also has movement now. She's got a lot more character to her face. You can really see the emotion coming out of the animations now. If you look closely, her cheeks are moving. You can see all these different shapes that have been posed in her emotes. And her dance looks more like Like she's twerking now, so it's good. It's nice.
Give it up, give it up. Actually really excited to see what they can do with the machinima now. Next up is a really long question, and this one's going to be for you, Gary. As we can see on the screen, Mahanar from Ice Crown has basically asked when a new zone is about to be created, where does it all begin? Are you taking cues from overhead maps, concept art, or are there other values that need to be considered before a zone can be developed?
Well, that's a really good question, Chad, and I'm really glad we got an environment question. But I just want to take a second and thank you, Chad, for coming and being our mentor for us. We asked Chad last minute, and he's from the community team, and I thought he'd be great, and you're doing great. So thank you very much, Chad.
I'm so nervous.
Awesome. All right, so let's get going. So that's pretty hard to follow up the character team. So as you know, the environment team is responsible for all of the exterior environments of the world. And it's really exciting to talk about what it takes to make an entire zone just from scratch. It's pretty fast and easy, actually. It's just that fast. So most people don't realize that the environment team actually gets a lot of creative freedom, a lot of creativity that we get to put into the game. And when it comes to starting a new environment, or especially a new expansion, it's really exciting time for us because literally anything goes and the possibilities are endless. So sometimes it's a little difficult to get started and figure out where to start in a zone. So to answer the question with the zone maps right here, or the concept art, we actually use a little bit of both. Our concept art, or our zone maps rather, they'll tell us like how big a zone is, how big the playable spaces are, and basically what's happening in the zone. But our environment map, or our concept art rather, that's going to tell us the real meat of the zone, the real artistic vision of the zone, the mood, the lighting, the color of the zone. And it's also important to remember that our concept art is made by artists, and our zone maps, well, they're made by designers. So we have to use both of them actually to fulfill that vision. So luckily we do have help from our extra level team. These guys take all of our props and all of our textures and trees and everything and help us put it together in the zone with WoW Edit that you see here. So they're really all helping us to fulfill that vision from the concept art. We do have a lot of tech help from our tech team, and I got a really cool demo for some texture scaling that we can do. This debuted in Mists of Pandaria, and we're still trying to figure out how to use it best. But isn't that cool? We took a regular size texture and can scale it up, and it still tiles just like a regular texture does. So we can paint another texture right on top and really get a lot of dynamic range out of one texture. Another really cool thing is height-based texturing. So you see I can paint snow right onto the cracks of another texture. So we're basically taking a tile set and putting another texture in there that can tell us the height, and you know, the dark parts there can tell you where the low bits of the texture are. It's really cool process. This also kind of debuted in Mists of Pandaria, but it basically allows the texture artist to paint like a rock texture right onto the snow, and depending on the pressure you're putting, how much that texture is going to come through. So you can see you push harder, more of that texture. I could even take some lava and paint right in between the cracks of another texture. This was literally impossible just a few years ago. Another really cool feature, what you're seeing here, is vertex shading. What that is just lets us like paint light and color right onto the texture, beyond what the texture can do. It really adds a whole nother dynamic range to our environments. You're gonna see here these textures without any vertex shading on. They look really good, but in a second you're gonna see it with vertex shading. There you go. Adds a whole nother dynamic range to our textures. You won't even notice some of that's even happening. Thanks.
Very nice.
That was Matt Sanders right there. He's working on his own.
It's right there.
He might be. Another really cool feature I like, which usually comes about the end of creating a zone, is our lighting. So here you see the regular lighting for Frostfire, and there's completely different lighting. That's not just the skybox changing, that's the direct light, the fog, the ambient light is all changing. And look at how much it changes the mood. We can make it feel hot, we can make it feel scary. It adds a whole nother element to just fulfilling that, that vision from the concept piece that we got. So that's a really fast rundown of all of the tech and the work that we go into making all of our zones. Here's a shot of, what is this, Terracar? Nice callback to, or I'm sorry, that's Talador. Looks like Terracar, callback to Terracar. So really a lot goes into making our zones and fulfilling that vision. I should mention too that some of the stuff you're seeing may change because we're actively working on this stuff right now. I literally captured most of this footage about 2 weeks ago. So we're still working on this stuff. We do a lot of iteration. We'll build an entire zone, and if it just doesn't feel right, even if it follows our concept, we're going to do it again. We'll just it's called iteration, and we'll redo it. This is Gorground right here. So a lot of this stuff is still in the works. So hopefully by the time you play it, you may notice a few changes, may notice a few upgrades. This is Shadow Moon. Really proud of a lot of these zones. So a lot of effort went into it. A lot of people behind this. So when you see one picture like this, it's over a dozen people, dozen artists that have touched this one scene. So really, so that's just to answer the question, whether we start with concept art, whether we start with zone maps, we really start with as many things as we can, and the zone maps and concept art really help us fulfill that vision. So really good question. Thanks, Chad.
Keep your eye on the frog. There goes. All right, the next one is for Wendy. Tarhoof from Earthen Ring has a couple of questions. The first essentially asks, when it comes to dungeon design, how are different responsibilities in your department handled? Do individuals help out in all aspects, or do they tend to focus on one discipline?
Well, as far as the dungeon team's concerned, they are very multidisciplined, multi-talented. Some of that stuff I might not be able to mention on this panel, maybe another one. But because of the scope of assets that we create for the game, we divide the team up into two separate skill sets. We have texture artists and we also have 3D modelers. We then team them up to create some of the buildings and structures. For instance, this cool asset. It is the home of the Thunderlord clan. I'm sure the designers have come up with some really jazzy, spiffy name for it, something I probably won't be able to pronounce, but we just call it simply Bone Town, because it's got bones in it. So our 3D artist, well, what do they do? 3D art, obviously, modeling. They will also work on the block out, trying to work with the designers to come up with the layout. They'll also start artifying that block out. They'll come up with a general lighting scheme, and this will change throughout the process, especially when we get textures onto it. They work with the designers about play space, add some UV texture mapping, prop placement, and that little bug-generating invisible barrier called collision that players seem to figure out how to exploit. You know who you are. So while the dungeon artist is working on dungeons, they become the sort of the gatekeeper or dungeon master, so to speak. They will work with design, obviously, and the prop team. Sometimes they'll work with the environment team because we'll have exterior dungeons. They'll work with programmers if there's something specific that the design requires as far as the play space and the boss encounter. I'm showing here the ogre compound, and you can see how all of those elements are coming together really nicely. Basically, for dungeon artists, their kind of duty is to develop the flow and the functionality, or what maybe the new and shiny Metza might call the vibe.
The vibe.
Missed that cue there. It's okay. So our texture artists, They kind of work a little more organically within the team, working on dungeons as well as cultures. Some of their responsibilities include, but not limited to, coming up with concepts. They'll figure out what material choices, they'll do paint overs on the models, base textures, unique textures, and they will also do UV mapping, their favorite. Maybe not. So our process for creating textures really hasn't changed, maybe post-Mists of Pandaria. We're just getting better at it. We still do hand-painted textures. We don't use any photo manipulation. But we have included ZBrush as part of our process. And this is kind of added to the look, enhanced basically what is already a WoW style. Basically, when you give an artist a new crayon on their crayon box, they're going to go crazy with it. So you'll see more of that in 6.0. And back to you, Chad.
All right. The second question from Tarhoof asks, as you can see, what goes into designing a cultural package for a new race?
Well, first and probably most importantly, we need to get their story. It's what helps us artists kind of brainstorm and come up with some really good ideas. There we go, the story. You can read the little part there. So with the Iron Horde, for example, we already knew we had some design hits that we were kind of vibing on from the Garrosh compound raid. There was one in particular design hit that we really were liking. Grill. Okay, not that grill. This grill. You may recognize it. And we were really liking this design, and so we wanted to make sure we carried it out through 6.0, and this is kind of what we came up with. So it'll be kind of fun if you're walking through the Iron Horde kit, you'll kind of notice this. So once we get the general pitch, we start collecting reference, and we kind of look to history, different cultures, and figuring out how we can pillage some of that and put it into our new culture kit style. Some of the things that we start referencing. As we're working on that, we start coming up with concepts, little rough sketches. Sometimes we'll draw on Post-its, whatever works just to try to get the idea going. The goal for us is to try and bring everything together for not just us artists, but for the designers and pretty much everybody else that's involved in the process. And once we do that, we come up with kind of a taste piece. And this piece, I'm surprised I find it, it's pretty much gets burned and forgotten, and we move on to creating a block out of that piece. And then we'll start playing around with materials and different silhouettes, a little bit of tweaking here, adding spikes there. And then finally, against all odds, we will come up with a design. And everybody is happy with it except for that one guy. And we pretend to ignore him, and we move on to the style guide. So the style guide for us is just a bunch of call-outs, kind of helping us know what we want to put across the whole entire kit. Some of the things that we're thinking about when we're creating that, scale and proportions, silhouette, obviously very important, lighting, color, that's huge on our team, and exaggeration, as well as composition once it gets put in the environment. What is it going to look like? So sometimes, as we are coming up with concepts, shapes start to kind of look like other shapes. And this is no offense to the artist. Jimmy Lowe's an amazing artist. But for me, I just started looking at it, and I'm like, is there something familiar about this? I don't know. Maybe you guys can see it. I don't know.
There might be some robots from a cartoon.
From the future?
From the future, maybe.
All right.
I'm seeing it.
There it is. Ta-da. It's good. People saw it.
All right, our next question for Wendy is from Kai Sear of Lightning's Blade. She would like to know, how do you think the WoW art style will evolve in the next expansion and beyond?
I would say we're constantly evolving, but our fundamentals will always stay the same. For instance, we're working on the garrisons, and you're probably familiar with these assets. They're from the human and orc from Vanilla WoW. But what we tried to do is enhance the style and enhance the character of them. Once we get the props on this, it'll really kind of start to sing and come together nicely. So, pretty much with the dungeon team, we don't fail to give you eye candy. So look forward to that in 6.0.
All right, so far we've gone through character, animation, environment, and dungeon design. And now let's take a moment to center ourselves. Let's find our zen and contemplate the wise and philosophical question from this young player of Kirin Tor. What is best in life, Eric?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Life, best is what?
That's pretty subjective. I didn't really have time to prepare for this or think of an answer. But if I had to guess, I think we can all agree that what is best in life is tanks. Tanks are the best. Tanks are the best because you can put a tank with anything and that thing will be better. If you think of a movie with Whoopi Goldberg, if you add a tank to it, suddenly it's awesome. If you have a tank and add another tank to it, it's a doubly awesome tank. If your kid is having a birthday party, it's better with a tank. So with that very well thought out philosophy, the moment that we heard we were going to do this thing called the Iron Horde, we went right for, well, can we do like a machine army? And the answer is yes, we can, but we have to really be careful that we don't turn these guys into another race of goblin engineers. So we also made a style guide, and this is basically a set of rules. I'm not going to make you read all the crap on there, but you can see the ball in the corner with the pointy things on it is the Corcoran pointy thing ball from Siege of... Let's be honest here. None of us know the names of any of this stuff until we hear it on a forum or something. It's called the spiky ball, and spiky ball. No, now I'm really flustered. So the idea behind that was to put something in the Siege of Orgrimmar that we could call out to in the expansion to give a little bit of a connection, like where did the orcs suddenly get tanks? Well, they have this engine, and Garrosh is a genius, and I think we all know that. He's not a genius, but he remembers or brings with him, tucks into his loincloth, plans for this thing, and smuggles, look at, this is... We're not going to admit to this afterwards, but this is the one connecting thread to that siege. And you'll see that same thing carried on throughout all of their weapons. The main reason is so that they look consistent, or that they don't look too complicated. Look at that! Flamethrower tank. It's a tank, that's a flamethrower. We call it the fire engine, because it's an engine with fire, and it blows up. Heavy cannon. Blows up also. The tickler. Heavy mortar. It punches. It's a tank and it punches. Because it's not enough to shoot somebody. You can punch them. And they can punch back. A chariot. I just saw this in the game the other day, and it's really cool having, because it's not super huge, it's just big enough for you to deal with and get run over by pretty easily, but super awesome. Anyway,
All right, next up is Catherine from Airy Peak would like to know, how do you decide how far to take a given faction or racial aesthetic? For example, in Mists of Pandaria, the Grummel have their own architecture but lack a unique racial mailbox to go with it. The Klaxi, however, do have a mailbox. How do you decide?
Oh, look, apparently they do have a mailbox. Come on. It's a guy. There's all kinds of lore written about these guys. It says they were messengers to the Mogu and then the Pandarans, and it's a really, really wordy way of saying, let's make the NPC be the mailbox.
I totally knew that was there. I wrote about the Timeless Isle. So then how do you prioritize this stuff?
Mailboxes?
Well, or spiky things.
So whether or not somebody gets them, so like the Iron Horde, that's these guys here, they probably won't get a mailbox because players aren't going to hang out for long around their stuff. They're going to go in and they're going to fight and fight a lot and get run over a lot, so they don't need a mailbox. But if a race is connected with a hub and players can spend the night there alive, they'll get a mailbox. We base this, how much work we put into these by how much we think we're going to put players there, put players with them. We're often wrong, of course. I mean, we're never, ever wrong. Ogres, I'm going through a few kits and I'm going to show you something really sad. So this is all fun, but then I'm going to show you a sad slide. So just, you know, be ready. Ogres, there's meat because they're ogres. And we've got the Draenei. And this was actually a lot of fun because we didn't really get to finish, I feel, with the Draenei the first time around. Now we get to go in and sort of describe their life, put less of the floaty crystals, more of, you know, these guys are another race in Warcraft. They fight just like everybody else, and they have a day-to-day life. We're showing a lot of that in this, and that kit is much more fleshed out. Also, it helps to have, when you have a big bad wolf, you need a little piggy. And that's these guys. That's my opinion anyway. Oh, you guys all like the Draenei, don't you?
I like the Draenei. They have powers.
Orcs. The orc clans are cool. This is mostly basic orc stuff, and then we're going to do more things for the specific clans. I think the sad one is next, so children, look away. This is the Kobold kit. Do you know how many of these creatures have died? I found out that between us, just in the Alliance starting zone, just there, Northshire Abbey, going down to Elwyn, over 1 billion with a B. That is genocide. It's huge. Oh, but we want the candles on their heads. Fuck you, we'll take your candle. What?
All right, I'm going to give this name the precise French pronunciation. Hippo from Shadow Song wants to know how much time goes into set dressing, and are the designs of interior spaces driven by the owners of the establishment and their culture, or the zone they're in, or a combination of both?
What?
Hippo.
So a lot of time. As much as the producers will give us. We will spend every last second, and producers have fake time and the time they tell us that something's due, and the real secret date that they keep behind their desk. And we know that there's a secret date, so we always push for more stuff. So every chance we get, we try to put everything. It kills us if we end up with something like Kazan, where there was empty goblin houses. It murders us. But this question is very long. Designs the interior space driven by the owners. Yeah, it's driven by the owners. Who else would it be driven by? And the zone, and a combination of both. So, oh good, I have a slide that describes this. The garrisons are super cool because we get to redo a whole lot of the stuff that we already did. like the Alliance human. If you look at this, it manages to look like the original kit, but it's actually a whole lot more detailed. There's a lot more stuff in here. And there's that backpack, which nobody in the world wears, but it's there, and you can recognize little swords and whatnot. We have, here it is in the garrison. All those pieces get moved around, and each little bed has its own story, kind of. And we have a knife stuck into a nice table. We have the same backpack, but again, a big kit of stuff so we can keep, the designers can keep placing stuff. Oh, there's a candle. See the candle? At what cost? And the trade skills. I don't know about you guys, but the trade skills to me have always bugged me because there's never enough going on there. This, you walk up on this and there's going to be a guy working here. When it rains, I'm going to commit to this. When it rains, he's going to go sit inside and drink or smoke. He's got his own keg there, and he's going to hang out and stay out of the rain. And we're hoping to get a little more of that kind of action with the NPCs so that they, at least in the trade skills, so that they can just feel a little more real, like they have a life, other than waiting for you to poke them. There it is in the garrison. Oh, so pretty. And you know, actually the slide that Wendy showed earlier, or the movie, was much better than what I'm showing because it showed more of the props. But this is the Ogre Citadel, the corner where there's no props. And so we have to fill this out. And of course you're fighting a lot of ogres in here, and so we always have to keep the floors open, but our job is to figure out, well, how do you make the periphery look full enough so it feels like a lively place. This is this one is better than her movie because we have a better throne here than the one that was there. It's really nice. Anyway, so we make stuff like that, and that's my last slide.
All right, and of course the most important question about not taking candles, how many candles can you not take in game? I mean, how many different models are there in game?
This question is even sadder now because out of all those billions, there's only 572 candles, and I counted them, and I got a look from Chris. It's a look that we never like getting, but I got the look and the little.
I just know
when I said I spent an hour.
So
you what?
I just know how long it takes you to count, so I figure we're probably.
My kids already know, but I get to 10 and then I get really flustered. So 572, including 42 of those are for the 42 different kobolds that are in the game as well.
All right, there we go.
Thank you, Hippo, for making me count all those.
Hippo. I'm sorry if you get any harassing tells in game. All right, finally, one more question. This one's going to be for Steve. Haley from Wormrest Accord wants to know, actually she says, I'd actually like to know your process for when you do an animation for a spell.
Okay. What I have here is, oh, that works.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, man. Come on.
There
we
is.
go. So this was an animation for a character that required a spell effect to be applied to it. So to the right of the screen, the animator blocks in, just with simple geometry, the spell effect that he was intending. So this effects artist does an awesome job, but what the block end does is it helps to let them know when the effect should be visible and when it should disappear. The effects artist makes sure that the effect isn't too overwhelming or upstages the character's movements. And speaking of characters, when you get home and you redeem your item code, this is the little guy you're going to be receiving in your WoW mailbox.
Everybody watching at home also gets that pet as well. All right, it looks like we've got about 6 minutes or so, so we could probably take a few questions from the audience. If you're brave enough, unlike me, jump on up here. We've got the microphone right there in the middle. And let's hear them.
Hello.
as soon as it turns on.
Hello?
She looks.
Hello?
There it is.
Oh, there we go. So my question is, as an engineer, I really loved the new mounts that came out for us. Since this expansion seems to be really engineering driven, can we look forward at any new crafting mounts? Particularly anything that you might have had real fun designing from an artist standpoint?
Are you in the Iron Horde? No.
But we can steal their stuff.
I'm sure we will. There's nothing that we kind of have to show or talk about right now, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, that's a really awesome kit, and hopefully we can use more of it for sure.
Okay. One more quick thing. When you do culture sets, how much of the placeholder stuff, not placeholder, but filler stuff, how much of that actually has to have story? Because I know, like, in the Blood Elf starting zone, there's like golden statues of people, and then there's lots of wiki pages with, well, this is what it's about. But so how much of that do you have to actually fill out for story?
What was the question for poker sets? I didn't hear the.
So you might want to restate that again a little bit. Get in there, but you were talking about the Blood Elves and the prop kit for them.
I get the question. That was just like one of the questions we did have, which was, so the answer is a lot of times yes. And for every one of those cultures, like the Blood Elves, we actually have a historian, a team of them actually, that we have to go to because there's so much information on them that was written before. So yeah, and a lot of times they put in little Easter eggs in there, and definitely some of the older eras, you'll see stories tied to them. Sometimes we write the stories and tuck them in there, actually.
Thank you.
Statues. Hi guys. When you create a male night elf these days and opt to give him a clean shave, he'll lose the eyebrows. Is there a way with the new character model we can keep our clean shave and keep our eyebrows?
I believe we possess the technology. That doesn't. That actually doesn't sound like a conscious decision that we made, maybe, but I'll keep that in mind. That's a good point. I'll look into it.
Thanks.
Hi there. I got two questions. First one is, with the characters being remodeled, is it going to be, other than the Pandaren, all the other ones, or is it only like the original aids?
Yeah, so we kind of cut off right at the goblins and the I'm blanking right. Worgen, yeah. So we did those guys. We felt like that was kind of taking us up to where we wanted to be. And then when we started working on the Pandaren, we kind of hit this new stride of like there's all this cool stuff we were doing with animation, and the Kung Fu really, I think, went a long ways into kind of describing their movement and made us realize we wanted to take it even farther. So we kind of take a look at that range, and I think where we're at right now is we're planning to do everything up to those guys. So we'll be including like the Blood Elves and the Draenei, and then once we get all that done, we're going to take a look at it as a kit and make the decision whether or not we feel like we need to address the Worgen and the Goblin.
Okay, cool. And the second question is, with the garrisons, they look very typically Alliance or Horde based. Are they going to, since they're specific for the player, are they going to be just Alliance and Horde based, or are they going to be like racially looking?
Well, we do have some props that have specific race variants to them.
The answer I've heard on that is everybody would like that. So I think it's a, we'll see.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Wait, did you say
now,
racist garrisons or racial?
You hear what you want to hear.
He does.
Hi, thank you. Can you show us or tell us a little bit about the redesign for the female troll, please?
Oh, I wish I could. Yeah, we literally, I think we just saw the latest rev of that on Wednesday, so unfortunately I don't have it here, but what I wanted to do, I really wanted to come with the whole thing, right, and just kind of build it up and get everybody excited about everyone, but we don't have them right now, we're kind of right in the middle of it, so we wanted to come and show you as much as possible. And at this point, we're planning on probably doing some website releases or other things just to kind of, as we go along, show you guys our progress and kind of keep you updated on what we're doing with all of that. So I would just look, come to our website and just keep checking back, and we'll put some messaging out there. We'll get chat on it, put some messaging out there about when we're going to be done on that stuff. It's all you now, man. It's all on you.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
My question regards some models, when they have hair or ears, they'll poke through, and it makes it look really tacky and gross. With the new bones and hair and that sort of thing, is there going to be less of that or none of that at all?
So like when you're wearing a helmet, they'll poke through awkwardly? Is that kind of what you're talking
Or
about?
in the case of my Draenei Paladin, through the shield?
Through the shoulder?
Through the shield.
Oh, the shield?
Like when it's in back.
Yeah, a certain amount of that is kind of inevitable. Like, we try to cut it off where we can, and we have to make that choice. Is it egregious enough that we're going to take the ears off? And can you notice if we take the ears off? There are a lot of armor sets and helmets where if we cut them off, you can tell. So we opt to leave them on just for the believability. But I think we can probably move a little bit more of that stuff with the animation, but I don't think it's going to really give us what we need to make sure that that case never happens.
Okay.
Thank you. We did find some of it, like while touching up the animations, there were a lot of clipping with like the ears and the hair. We've adjusted that and just addressed some of those little clipping issues.
All right, you guys, that's going to have to be it for us. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you guys so much.
On behalf of Chris, Steve, Gary, Wendy, Eric, all the teams they represent, as well as myself, thank you for coming to the Art of World of Warcraft panel. Enjoy the rest of BlizzCon.
Thank you for attending the Art of World of Warcraft panel. Up next, Diablo 3 Lore and Story Q&A. Welcome to the World of Warcraft Q&A about almost everything panel. Here to answer your questions are J. Allen Brack, Tom Chilton, Ian Hazakostas, Dave Kosak, Corey Stockton, and Greg Street.
Hello, BlizzCon. One person's name that you didn't hear that we were lucky enough to drag away from other stuff is our art director, Chris Robinson, who's here in the end. He's the main guy, the main architect behind the new character races, which I'm sure you're very excited about. So, welcome. Fire away.
Questions.
I'm Cherub from Khadgar, and my number is 18592. Look for me. Hi. My question is about garrisons. It looks like they're going to be tablet, kind of. Are you thinking about putting it into the WoW Armory app?
That'd be really, really cool. I can't say that we're actively working on it. It's going to be a very complex system to make it work awesome on the PC, and we feel like we have to really devote all of our attention to that to make it as good as it can be. A dream would be to have it on tablet, and I wouldn't rule it out as a possibility someday, but not yet.
Nice robe.
Hi. As an RPer from Earthen Ring, I'm super excited for player housing player housing on steroids in the form of garrisons.
That's right.
I was wondering, right now it said something about a party system, but I was wondering how many people can be in your garrison, and are there any plans for your friends to be able to access your garrison while you're offline?
Probably not while you're offline. We definitely allow, you'll be able to invite your friends to your garrison while you're there. We don't have any mechanic designed for it to happen while you're offline. I'm not really sure what they would do there while you're offline other than maybe, I don't know,
trash your
pick your
garrison.
flowers or something.
She's from an RP server, Tom.
Oh, that's true. Well, you can probably imagine. But no, we don't have any plans for that right now. It's an interesting idea. But certainly we do plan to have some cooperative gameplay. You were asking a question about parties, and I'm assuming you meant like the followers, where you would put together some of your followers and get together with some friends to do missions.
No, I was
Okay.
actually wondering how many of your real World of Warcraft friends, guildies, can be in your instanced area.
Oh, like invite a raid, all 40, whatever.
Dear server programmers, we're sorry.
Hi, I was just wondering about the dwarves. There hasn't been a lot of them lately, I guess, in the storyline, and I was wondering if there's anything happening with Magni.
I'm not ready to talk about anything happening with Magni yet. Maybe. We are really focusing on Moira, and I think there's a really interesting dynamic going on right now with Moira and the Dark Irons and the other Council of Three Hammers. We explored a little bit of that in patch 5.3, and Moira sort of stepping up to help the Alliance in a bit way. And we're going to see a few Dark Irons. We're going to see a little bit of that happening in this next expansion as well to kind of continue that story on. So we'll get a little bit of that, a little taste of dwarves. Delicious dwarves.
How you doing, Brune's got Badass Warrior? Get a question. In Myth, before you even released it, really, you said, Garage last boss. Do you know what the last boss is in Warlords of Draenor? Or can you tell us, please?
Grommash Hellscream.
What? All right.
What, did you not want to know?
So we can kick both Hellscream's ass.
That's right.
You're welcome.
All right. Quick questions. One, there are certain zones like Silver Pine and Twilight Highlands where you meet Garrosh and then talk to him, but Garrosh isn't the War Chief anymore, so will they be updated to War Chief Vol'jin? And is the Emerald Dream restricted to Azeroth, or is there an Emerald Dream on Draenor and Argus and other planets?
Two good questions. Emerald Dream is very much kind of an Azeroth sort of creation when the Titans created Azeroth. The other question, wait, what was the first question?
Will zones...
updating the old content. Yeah, it's actually pretty resource intensive. So I think we'll leave the old content as it is. You know, when you're playing the old world, you're really playing Azeroth as it was during the Cataclysm and experiencing those events that happened during the Cataclysm, and then the other expansions move the timeline forward.
I mean, the reality is we keep our existing content there, and it's sort of a timeline that you're playing through story-wise as you level up, and as you're going through, you know, Northrend, obviously, in reality, the Lich King has been vanquished, the Scourge largely defeated, but obviously there's still a present threat, and of course Garrosh is there leading the Horde forces, but it all makes sense. It comes together as you hit max level. We want to keep that intact for people to play through as it always was.
Hi there, I'm Hatsuma from Kel'Thuzad. My question's regarding Duskwood. There's an area called Beggar's Haunt. It's also called Knight's Hollow in the art book. There's a lot of art for it. Was it meant for anything like the Stalden quest line or the Scythe of Elune?
We don't really have any plans to use that area for that. Sometimes when we get on a roll, we create a lot of awesome art, and this guy is on top of it. Sometimes we don't get to use it as much as we should have, but that is a cool area, but we don't really have any other plans with it.
Hello, Root Faith of Dalaran. I have a question about pet battles. Is there going to be any major changes made to the pet battle system?
There's a few things that we have in mind that we've been talking about, but in general, we really feel great about the base that we have. What we really see expanding upon with pet battles is the collection aspects. So adding more new pets in Draenor for you to collect and to find, having new trainers that you can battle against. There's a couple ideas for things in the garrisons that we could do too. We've got one building is called the Pet Stable there, and we're thinking about giving you the chance to maybe fight a unique trainer there. Maybe that might be a way that you could finally get epic pet battles from that building too. So there's a couple ideas on the table there that we can do with that.
What is the likelihood of you adding more character customizations, such as mixing hair, dances, facial paint things to them?
I think it's there's a likelihood. We're taking it in stages right now, so we wanted to see after we finish that kind of broad stroke, bringing everything up to the level that we want it to be at. We'll take a look at it and just feel like if there's enough breadth there that we want to add a little bit more to it. I mean, we're always pushing and wanting to do more. It's just a question of cost versus reward, and I think that's something we're going to definitely keep looking at in the future.
Hi, my question is, are we going to see Rathian in the next expansion?
I love Rathian. You guys love Rathian? Yeah. Pretty cool. I think he played a great role in Pandaria, and he helped kind of put the whole story together in Pandaria in a really neat way. He might take a little bit of a break. It doesn't feel right to have him do another legendary quest in the next expansion, so I would expect a cameo, but I wouldn't expect that kind of role again for Rathian.
So he's not the final boss of Warlords?
He's Grommash will ride him into battle.
Hi, I'm Starlene from Static, and I was wondering if there's any plans to make healing less smart heal focused and more target based, more like TBC healing was, especially with raids being 20-man now. Smart heals in their current form are going to be healing a higher percentage of the raid.
Yeah, and I think smart heals are one of those things that we agree have probably gotten out of hand to an extent. I think that as more and more heals have been converted over to be smart, it actually comes at the expense of some of the engaging and interesting healer gameplay at times, where you have a raid that's standing in a healing rain and an efflorescence and a holy word sanctuary, and then there are ancestral awakening and atonement procs going on, and someone takes a really big spike of damage, and the good player is like, oh, that person took a big spike of damage. Let me go cast a flash heal or a flash of light or whatever. And when you're about halfway through your cast, in the meantime, that healing rain and efflorescence and everything else has ticked, and your heal overheals. And you're like, well, okay, I guess I should have cast more smart heals. So I think we want to keep some place for those, and AoE targeted heals is always tricky. I mean, we have Prayer of Healing as kind of the only remaining party targeted heal in the game. One thing we're exploring is maybe actually making smart heals a little bit less smart while still keeping some of that functionality. So a way this might work would be to actually have most of our AoE smart heals simply prefer people who are injured over those who are not, like the way Chain Heal hops, rather than actively seeking out the most injured and lowest health target. This could make healing feel a lot more like it does on Malkorok, for example, where people with a full green shield are completely ignored by smart heals, but otherwise it doesn't discriminate between someone with a weak shield or a strong shield, and you actually find yourself having to still make those intelligent choices to single target top people off, while smart and AoE heals remain useful.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
That's an Ian yes.
Pretty
Ian,
much.
she's got your number.
One more
Nailed
quick
it.
thing. Greg, are you going to take away the 25% penalty to Chakra? It's not a bonus.
We've struggled a lot with that kind of design of, I'm going to go into this mode to do one thing and switch into this other mode to do this other thing. I don't know that there's many successful attempts in the game. We still like Chakra as a mechanic. We've been exploring some other things we could do with it. It's also possible we could just pull the whole thing.
Hello, I'm Bubbleheart from Laughing Skull, and my question goes on to 10-man rating. You guys have changed it to 20-man with Mystic rating, and that's not necessarily a problem. And you're saying, oh, there's going to be a problem with this, and we understand that. But is there any solutions that you can give me? Because besides recruiting or going on to merge another guild, what options do I have and what hope do I have? I mean, I have tons of people on my guild alone saying, oh, this is terrible, I might end up quitting. So either recruit or find a new guild. What solutions do I have?
Ultimately, we want to make it easier for people to find others to play the game with who are of a like mind. And things like Connected Realms are helping with that on lower population servers. And part of the point of giving advance notice of this change, I mean, the reality is it's not like you're going to go back from BlizzCon to Siege of Orgrimmar and have to completely change your guild structure overnight. It's something that can happen over time, and with the new expansion and people returning to the game, and the fact that you're still leveling up, gearing up, progressing through Heroic before you get into Mythic, the hope is that there is time for guilds to adapt and fit their rosters in terms of what they will look like then to the new 20-man Mythic structure. Ultimately, it's a change that's being made in the long-term interests of the health of that level of rating overall. One of the things we realized as we had expanded Flexible to cover all the other raid difficulties was Mythic, the highest tier, was the only thing that was left over. And the question was, do we keep this parallel 10 and 25 structure just for the top % of the game's rating population, or do we try to streamline it in a way that's really going to let us better focus our raid design and tuning and content going forward? And while I completely understand and I do sympathize with some of the short-term difficulties that guilds are going to face grappling with this transition, in the long run, we do think it's going to be a better experience for everybody.
Plus, the group finder will find you 10 new best friends.
I'm with Kel'Thuzad US Divinity. I talked to you yesterday, or the day before yesterday, Ian, at the dinner about the Hunter AoE abilities and how we only have targetable AoE abilities. What does Blizzard intend to do about this?
I'm not sure the context of the
Okay,
conversation.
Ultimately it's something for Greg maybe to speak to an extent. I mean, part of the context was specifically, I guess this is volley, and Hunter's missing volley, and the ability to just kind of lay down that blanket AoE kind of Blizzard flame strike style without needing a specific target. I think it's fair to the extent that we create and encounter situations where you want to be able to kind of pre-drop your AoE or pre-plan your AoE before there's a target there. And I mean, historically, that's the sort of thing we've maybe explored with glyphs to modify behavior of abilities, but it's not something that I can necessarily give a definitive answer to, unless maybe Greg wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think overall with the problem with, you're talking about the original volley, there are players who want to do the best damage they can, and obviously having very simple rotation will help with that. There are players who get bored of just channeling an AE over and over again, which is kind of what volley was like, say, in the the second Naxxramas. So we're trying to give everyone some type of AE rotation that's not just channel one thing over and over again. And with Hunters, we wanted to incorporate things like whether it was multi-shot or beast cleave or glaive throw or the level 90 talons to try to do something besides just channel a bar and have arrows fall from the sky, and when you finish, channel another bar.
I'm also from Divinity on US Kel'Thuzad. My main question is, with the addition of these tertiary stats added to gear, how do you plan to keep players from getting too much of the stats, like 20% movement speed increase, because that'll obviously have give guilds an advantage on a high-end level of rating?
The intent is that the tertiary stats are rare enough that you can't go out and farm, say, movement speed. We may not even put it on every slot. Maybe movement speed can only appear on boots and bracers, for example, and then if there's only a 10% chance you'll get that, you'll have to farm for a long time, probably beyond the point at which the progression is even an issue before you can complete that set.
Kind of similar to Warforged, right? It's very difficult to actually try to get a full set of Warforged. I don't think players generally have the expectation that they're going to get that.
And with the addition of these chance drops, are you removing heroic Warforged gear?
No.
I think the thought here is that these are multiple vectors along which items can be different and maybe special. That overall, the odds of you seeing an item that is better in some way, be it with a tertiary stat or a socket or Warforged, are probably going to be higher overall. And it's just going to be more variety and potentially more interesting combinations and ways to interact with your items.
Hi again. This is Verena of the Sentinels of Ravenhold. My question is about the legendary. I've worked on 2 legendaries now. I worked on Dragwrath, got that done. It felt like a huge accomplishment. This one just feels like a raid requirement. Is that something you're going to see again in the future, or?
I think that we definitely want to do a legendary quest line. I don't think that those are exclusive concepts. I think that something we want to get in 6.0 is both a legendary quest line for a type of item, kind of like the cape, while also being able to do the other types of legendaries that are a lot more exclusive to, killing a really hard boss. So in the same way that, right now we have the Garrosh heirloom weapons, those are a little bit more exclusive, almost like the old legendaries worked They aren't really exactly the same, but more along those lines. And I really think that we can have a balance between both of them.
Hi, I'm Scott. I was wondering if for people that have multiple characters, if they'd be able to enlist their alts as followers for their main character's garrison.
I mean, it's not an idea that we've thought about, but it sounds cool. I mean, we know that we have to come up with some sort of solution to deal with the fact of the garrisons they're unique per character. They're not an account-wide thing. And so we've got to do something there to help you so that, you know, if you want to make another garrison in your alt, we've got to have like some sort of shortcut or a way to do that. We're not really at that point yet in the design to get there to be able to talk about it. But it sounds like a cool idea. You know, maybe we could pull in their name, their gear, something like that. Could be awesome.
How you doing? Joe Castle from Pittsburgh. Go Steelers. I had a lore question. I've always found the Titan story very fascinating. It's been pretty front and center, I think, in a lot of the previous expansions. Ulduar and Lich King, and then again in Pandaria. Can you say anything about that? Is that something we might see in the next expansion? Is that something that might maybe become its own expansion as far as developing that storyline a little bit more?
Yeah, the Titans are a really interesting concept, and they've sort of had their fingerprints are all over the universe. The Titans actually visited Draenor, so we might get a little hint of what happened there. They kind of helped shape Draenor, and then they pieced out of there pretty early on, so they didn't leave quite a big a mark. So we might see a little bit of that. I don't think this next expansion will have a whole lot of Titan story behind it. But we will always kind of revisit that because ultimately the Titans are kind of one of the opposites of the Burning Legion, and there's a really interesting symmetry there. So we'll definitely see more Titan stuff eventually in the future.
Hey guys, my question is more about, I love that you're cutting out the crap on all the items like hit expertise. How am I supposed to feel rewarded when I get a drop, but then I have to go back, get a heroic, warforged, gemmed, tertiary stat weapon?
Itemization is one of the best rewards we have in the game, and we really want it to be, you know, you kill the dragon, you get the awesome sword out of the dragon's hoard. We're really not happy with the way the game has gone, where it's just a checklist and okay, I got my glove for this raid, okay, I got my belt for this raid, now let's go on to the next one. The plan with having all these rare affixes and things like that on the gear is to give it a long tail so that maybe you'll get a basic item pretty quickly and be able to function, but then you can still chase the awesome item rather than saying, you know what, I've got everything I need, peace out.
What we're trying to say is that Mr. Robot is not sitting up here on this stage, and he should not have to approve your items.
Hi, I want us to thank you for the green fire. Thank you. But my question is, as a raider in the heroic progression, are we going to be continually be punished for nerfs and buffs for any changes amongst, because everyone being troll, but we just use T-Morph to play another race, it seems kind of unnecessary.
I mean, so there's a couple of questions wrapped into that. I think as far as racial balance goes, I think in terms of the factions and the throughput in terms of pure damage potential from the racials, there's some balancing to be done there. I think beast slaying can stay beast slaying and not be 5%. I think that the various hit and expertise racials that a lot of alliance races have, well, those aren't going to do anything anymore because hit and expertise don't exist. So we'll have to come up with some other passives to replace those, and hopefully, in general, narrow the gap. I mean, our idea is that you should play the race that you want to play for sort of the fiction and the fantasy, or maybe some of the utility. And I think we're generally happier with racials like Goblin Rocket Jump or Worgen Darkflight that offer an active capability versus those where you say, well, okay, this sim's 2.3% better, so I need to be this race.
Hi, I'm Nate from Crimson Illuminati and No More Gone Forever and Warmarist Accord. Love the stuff I've seen with Warlords and really looking forward to it. One thing I like is the exploration of the Draenei story and the lore, which leads me to my question: when can we expect the same treatment for gnomes?
Well, it's hard. We can't win. For years, you guys have been saying, "Where's the Draenei stuff? Where's the Draenei stuff? Where's the Draenei?" Finally, we have some Draenei stuff, and immediately, out come the gnomes.
Besides, what about Chromie? We gave you Chromie.
Yeah, so they took Nomergon in Cataclysm. Hopefully, we can maybe find some opportunity to explore some more gnome stuff a little bit later. But I really can't promise that right away. But now we hear you. Maybe next.
Many of us are big fans of gnomes. It's just a question of getting the right time.
Blood gnomes confirmed.
Hi there, I'm Celeste from MMO Champion.
That's not a server.
No. Seeing as Starlene stole my question about removing the plus heal from Chakra, please, how many healers are you expecting to be running in the new 20-man format?
18.
And what sort of mana game are you looking to emulate from that?
I mean, I think healer composition is always going to vary a little bit, particularly at the very high end where guilds tend to min-max. My assumption would be that right now, where 6 healers is often considered a baseline for a 25-player raid, you'll probably see 5 healers as a baseline, and you'll see 4, maybe 3 in some extreme cutting-edge, heroic, mythic progression kills where you need to drop healers to squeeze out as much DPS as possible. But ultimately, one of the advantages of having a fixed raid size is that we can think about and target and implement mechanics that we often may have had to discard because they wouldn't have scaled down and been adaptable to 10. Splitting your raid up into more groups than 2, for example, or anything that really depends heavily on a single class mechanic like Spellsteal or Enslaved Demon or Blink or what have you. Anything that requires a specific class ability, we can't do because we can't assume that you have that class present in a 10-player raid. But in a 20-player Mythic mode that's really crafted for that specific size, there are a lot more possibilities.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gong Yu from Wormrest Accord. I like the idea of the events being allowed in Draenor to make it feel more alive. So what I'm wondering is that idea going to be looked into for older content, not necessarily rehashing anything like Cataclysm, but to make those older places feel more alive so that anyone leveling again or any new players could go around and say, hey, look, there is a barn on fire or something, and take a look, see if they can help.
We definitely love dynamic content, and it would be awesome to be able to incorporate that in the old world. But we also have to kind of juggle our resources, and we really want to concentrate going forward on the new stuff we're creating. So not in the immediate future. We're not really planning to do that. We definitely plan to really keep experimenting with it in Draenor, though, and really try and find the right balance that makes the world feel alive all around you. And I think that's going to be really compelling.
Any hour we spend on the old stuff is an hour longer it takes us to get to you the new stuff.
I'm a Archlight of Mugfell. I'm sorry, a Hydral. I just have a novelty question. I play a mage. Is it possible we can change the color of our evocation? Right now you can do it with different buffs, but maybe if we can include a glyph or something?
I couldn't hear the question. I'm very sorry.
The evocation is usually blue, but you can change it with different buffs or novelty buffs. Can you possibly see about changing it with a glyph? More customizable, more unique?
I think no specific plans along those lines, but it's the kind of thing that we've done in other cases in glyphs, and certainly a cool idea for us to explore as we add new glyphs to customize, custom spells cosmetically like that in the future.
Hi, are bonus rolls continuing in 6.0?
Yes.
Yes, that is the plan. We don't know exactly what you're going to do to get the bonus rolls. We're still trying to figure that out. But we generally like the idea that you have some control over saying, oh, I want an extra shot at loot on this boss.
As a follow-up, how does the bonus roll actually work now? Like if I roll 3 times an SOO and I don't get loot, there's supposed to be protection. But if I roll in TOT and get a bonus, does it reset it in SOO?
We have a guy in an office, and every time you try to bonus roll, he has a button and he pushes yes or no. And he just pushes no pretty much all the time. He has like a drinking bird set up. Just,
Best job ever.
Sometimes he goes to take a break. It's all about timing. No, honestly, yeah, I mean, we have a streak breaking system in place. In general, we don't want to delve too much into the details of it because the reality is it's supposed to kind of work behind the scenes. The second you know all the details, you'll again think about gaming it. But don't worry about wasting your chance on different difficulties or different zones like that. If you win something in LFR, it's not hurting your chance at your heroic bonus roll. At the end of the day, we just wanted to make sure that if you see somebody who posts, like, I used 15 bonus rolls in a row on this thing and I didn't win a single item, they're actually officially lying. I know you still see those posts on the forum. They're lying, trust me.
Exaggerating.
Lying.
Hi, I was just wondering if pet battles are ever going to be going on to mobile devices?
You know, that's actually something that we've talked about a bunch. Is something we've actually put some effort into. The question is, what we were looking into doing was trying to figure out a way to let PvP pet battles work on a mobile device. But what we found is that we really wanted the collection aspect of the game to work on mobile too, to have you have a way to be able to collect more pets, to play in the actual kind of PvE side of it. And I think that's the part where we kind of got hung up and felt like we have some ideas, but we haven't had time to really execute on those ideas and figure out the best way that we could do that on mobile. But it's certainly a desire, something that we would love to do.
Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
No. And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't. Remember when you had to like spam cities and say, need a tank, need a tank, need a tank during the Burning Crusade days? You don't remember that because now you just push a button that says go to the dungeon. You don't want to do that. Remember that one bug that really pissed you off that we fixed like 2 years ago? Still there in the past.
Hi, I'm Tamerlane from Elias Nathurism. I have a lore question. What's with celestial dragons? They're not celestials, they're not dragons. They show up in Throne, Aldior, and Mogashan vaults, and like, what's going on there?
That is an excellent question. What are celestial dragons? I think the Titans were involved and they were doing something.
We need to get you a red shirt.
I don't think we have any like official lore or official story about the celestial dragons. They're tools that the Titans were using. And honestly, primarily, they just look really bitchin'. Is kind of the main reason they're there.
Good job, Chris.
Thank you.
We have some celestial BSers up here.
Alice from Icecount, Guild Peons No More. My question is, with reforging gone, what will replace the vendor on the Yak?
You know that question came up almost immediately after that presentation.
We just talked about this.
Yeah. One idea was transmog.
Wait, stop. Hold on. So, were you guys designing at BlizzCon? Please don't do that.
We were pretty sober.
You say that now.
For a short period.
It was over lunch, like 2 hours ago, really.
What do you want on the Yak?
You know what you sound like?
Bank access.
No way, dude.
I think they said a flask vendor.
Vanilla servers on the Yak? Was that what it?
That's what I heard. Confirmed.
Hey guys, the Disaster for Skull Crusher. My question was about the Horde and Lion crests. The Lion's crest is a lion, but there are no lions in the Eastern Kingdoms whatsoever. So where did they come up with that?
Well, Uther Pendragon's crest had dragons, and there were none of those in England, were there?
Burn.
Now Tom needs the red shirt.
Yeah, sorry. The other thing was about the Horde crest. Is it a Naru?
I have no idea.
We'd have to ask Chris.
We need like a bucket of red shirts just to sit right there. You can hand them out to everybody
I
who's
would
coming.
love a red shirt or a character in WoW. Either would make me happy.
Hey guys, this is Houndstooth from Acris. And I was wondering, with tertiary and secondary stats, are we going to see a morph of that when we spec change? Or am I going to have to collect multiple pieces of gear that have avoidance or cleave if I like to play multiple roles?
The idea is just that the primary stat changes, strength, agility, intellect, and that the secondary and tertiary stats would all stay the same. That's part of the long tail there, that if you really like haste, you can still go and chase haste gear, but you could still function if you can't get that kind of gear.
I do think it's very important that we realize that we're still going to be experimenting with this stuff and testing it out, right? It's got a long way to go before we really finalize what all these tertiary stats are and exactly how they'll work and what percentage chance there are to have these things. So there are a lot of the details will probably morph some before it actually goes live, but I think it's really legit concern.
Hey, I was wondering, with Warlords of Draenor kind of bringing up the past again, would you ever maybe possibly consider the old Warcraft games being available to play again on a modern computer, please?
So we actually have a guy on our team, actually several guys on our team, who are actually working on a side project to do something like that in some form or fashion. We're fans of Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, and we'd love to replay those games for sure. Thanks.
So I was wondering about the garrisons. Are they going to be in predetermined locations throughout the zones? And in one of the slides, I noticed the dance studio.
What do you mean?
What? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I saw it in the medium buildings there.
I don't think that's accurate.
Is that an announced feature? I don't know. It's weird.
Surely we would never troll our player base like that.
We would never do that.
It's ridiculous to even suggest such a thing.
Who would do that? But in regards to your first question, yes, the garrisons are in a predetermined location in the zone. And it'll be like that for all the different zones that has a garrison. So you can choose to, if you have it like in Shadow Moon Valley, you would be in that spot. If you choose to like maybe have it in Gorgrond, there's a predetermined spot there. And then within the garrison, you can customize it by placing the buildings wherever you want within that kind of predetermined area. But by having it be in a predetermined area like that, we can make it look super awesome. Like we've got them built right into the zones with waterfalls and lakes, and all the unique features of the zones themselves will be built into that garrison. So each one has a really unique kind of like vibe and feel to it.
I think if we allowed complete freedom, most players would just like, I'm going to put it right in front of the entrance to Blackrock Foundry. Bleh.
Hi, Malazar of the Shadow Wolves of Smolderthorn. I had a gameplay mechanic question. So when the Dark Portal turns red, how do you get as a max level character in Draenor to Old Outworld or Outland if you want to do old lore or get old achievements?
You're trapped there forever. If you're in Outland, if you're max level and you're in Outland, you want to get to Outland, we're still talking about that. We've actually talked about one way to do that actually might be through the Caverns of Time. We may also just make it so that if we're also talking about how to handle it for non-max level characters that are still, in their level 60s or whatever. What do they do when they want to get there? The reason we say that is because if you think about the current timeline, it's kind of broken. You go through the Cataclysm timeline from 1 to 60, and then you kind of go back in time to the Outland timeline through Northrend, and then you go forward in time to Cataclysm again. You kind of jump around. So if you think about it, you could actually argue that Outland is currently back in time. So that would be one way to approach it, but we're still trying to resolve how to do that. But we will give you a way to go there.
Hi guys, Boosh Baguette from Full Spectrum Guild. I just want to thank you for your decades of awesome work. I really appreciate it. So I'm in a 10-man guild that does heroic content on 2 nights a week, and I'm in for some big changes. So my concern is when we go to Mystic with 20, and ideally we're going to have 25 in a guild, and 20 get to raid, 5 people are going to get subbed, but if your lockout is on loot base, you're going to run it twice, so those 5 you subbed get a chance for loot. And then with the new heroic, you're going to want to do that for tier, for trinkets, things like that. I'm concerned that we're going to have to do 48 bosses every single week to be really competitive.
Okay, so that's something that I should probably clarify from what was said in the last panel. The Mythic raid lockouts is pretty much going to work just like Heroic does today. There's nothing changing with that. It's very traditional in that regard. That is boss-based, static raid ID. You can't hop from one Mythic raid to another. Really nothing is changing there. So you definitely will not be running sort of parallel main alt raids through Mythic content. And as far as other difficulties, I think the thought is that it'll work pretty much like it does today, where coming out of a prior tier, you'll probably go into whatever you were doing and 1 tier below. That is to say, heroic guilds coming out of Throne of Thunder with full Throne of Thunder heroic gear did normal Siege of Orgrimmar and then went to heroic Siege of Orgrimmar. They didn't really have much, if anything, to get out of Flex Siege of Orgrimmar, and we didn't really see them doing it all that much. We certainly are sensitive to players' desire to not find themselves running the same things over and over again multiple times per week, unless they're doing it just to help out their friends. I think it's very different when it feels like part of your necessary progression, like way back in the Argent tournament days. So that's something we're sensitive to, and we will try to minimize wherever possible.
Hi, I'm Mooney from Aloon and the Sentinels RP server. In Dawn of the Aspects, we saw a great variety of proto-drakes and an immense variety of the different abilities that they had. I was wondering if we could get a bit of a definitive answer of the different dragonflights in their current form and their breath abilities.
I really don't have time to go into detail on that on the panel, but it is something we talked about. Honestly, there's so many different sort of forms of dragons because that makes for great gameplay for us. It's nice to have a variety of draconic types of creatures to fight. Some of the details we haven't really ironed out as to whether they evolve into these other forms or how exactly it works. So that's a really good question. And I believe we have a printed book coming out that'll go into a little more detail about that, but I'm not positive about that. It's part of our sort of atlas kind of thing. So yeah, I don't really have an answer for that right here, but it's something we've been talking about.
Hi, my name is Tim Marble. I came out here from Maine, and my question is for Mr. Greg Street. On behalf of the entire Hunter community, I was going to ask, where the hell is Eyes of the Beast? That was the coolest ability in the game, and it disappeared in Cataclysm. Who doesn't want to control their pet and make them run around?
So, I would like to apologize for what happened to Eyes of the Beast. We had very good intentions of trying to prune abilities from classes, but made a mistake in that some of the things we proved weren't really the abilities that were confusing players. They don't take action bar space. You're not throwing down Eyes of the Beast as part of your single target rotation unless you're a really kind of weird hunter. So we took it out, and then there was a bug, and the programmers came to us and said, what are the chances you're going to keep this ability. And we're like, I don't know, we don't think so. And they clipped off that part of the code. So it's not like we can just stick the ability back in and it's back again. It would be a non-trivial amount of work for our engineers to add that back in, which would come at the expense of some other cool ability we'd like to add. If there's a way we can figure out to do it, we know there's a lot of requests from the hunter community to have it back, so it's on our radar. I just don't have a great solution yet. Great question.
Hi. Earlier today, it was mentioned that in Warlords of Draenor, features like normal and heroic mode raiding will be available cross-realm. That being said, why would you want to pay to realm transfer anymore?
So we want to make it easier for you to play with your friends. You know, we still believe in realm locality. We still believe in people having a kind of a home that is kind of called their own. But we still want to lower the barrier so that you can actually play with your friends. If you don't want a realm transfer, then that's okay.
There's still a lot of attraction to being in the same guild as your friends and sharing guild chat. So that's one of the cool things about being on the same realm, is just being in the same guild.
What's up? So the Horde took a pretty big hit lore-wise. I was wondering, are you gonna even them out? I mean, the Alliance is kind of crazy, super strong. So what can the Horde do to get back to that level? You know, maybe absorb some of the Iron Horde after we're done with them?
They could faction change to Alliance.
That sounds like a good thing to be on the back of the yak now. Good faction change to Alliance.
Way to rile them up. So the Horde is really going to be able to go back and really redefine itself and really look at itself and what it values. And I think the Horde is going to come away from this little adventure a lot stronger and a lot more with a stronger core than ever before. And I think we're going to see that happen over the course of Draenor.
Hi, I'm Palthus from Mal'Ganis. Right now, there are 7 times as many guilds that have killed Garrosh on 10-man as opposed to 25. Behind every one of those guilds is a unique culture, leadership, and style. By going to a 20-man raid, you're completely changing that. And what are you gonna do to provide content for people that want to raid hardcore as a 10-man, as a small group?
I mean, this is something that we've addressed. The reality is that moving forward, we have to make the decision. Do we want to support multiple different difficulties separately, only at this highest level, or do we want to streamline the system going forward? And our answer is that we have settled on 20-player content. And I completely understand that it is a difficult challenge and it's going to be a difficult adjustment to make, and that many people may be unable to make that adjustment, and that is unfortunate. But there is awesome content waiting for you at the end of the tunnel, and we ask that you bear with us and come with us on that trip, because we think it's going to be awesome when we get there. But I do apologize.
You could also get really slow computers and just play heroic.
Hi. My name is John. I play on Storm Reaver for the Alliance. I am an original WoW player. Been playing since 2005 from Firetree. The PvP aspect for World PvP has gone down. It feels like it has, at least. You have servers that are massively, highly populated in Alliance or in Horde, and there's no even. I understand you're doing the sandbox, but is there something for the world PvP aspect?
You know, to be honest, I don't know that that's really, we've never really had that since back in the South Shore Tyrant Mill days. And honestly, the reason we had that was because there were no battlegrounds, right? There was no other alternative. What we did is we put in the honor system, which gave you a motivation to kill other players, and there was nowhere else to do it. So world PvP happened.
I don't really know that that's something that we can or will be able to recapture. Certainly not when the realms themselves are really heavily imbalanced. I don't think anybody wants to be forcibly moved off of their realm or anything like that. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try to focus on the world PvP zone that we're creating and make it a really fun place to go when you just want to go and have some kind of random PvP action, the big PvP sandbox. I feel like that's something that we can make cool and deliver on, but I don't think that we can really get that fantasy of the South Shore Terror Mill kind of thing back.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Bayan from Wormrest Accord, and I'd like to ask if you guys were going to make any new hairstyles with the model changes.
Yeah, we actually have like a backlog of hairstyles that we haven't yet put in. So we already have them. I think it's just a matter of like finding the right way at this point to put them in. So yeah, we have some of that stuff for you.
Well, I was a little concerned just because there wasn't a lot with the ones that you showed up on the panel yesterday. So I was wondering if there was any more than that.
Oh, like, is that all that we've done? Yeah. No, everything that you've seen so far is gonna be, like every single hairstyle is gonna be redone. So it's not just the stuff we showed. We just showed everything that we had done, but at this point, but we're gonna continue to work on it, so.
Thank you.
Somebody ask about quivers and stuff, please. I have an answer for you this year.
Thundersong, proud orc shaman of Sisters of Elune. The garrison's kind of satisfied about the secondary production profession, having the NPCs and building the workshops. However, what are the limits of that? I find a blacksmith, I build a blacksmith shop. Can he make the epic weapons?
Not actually sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What we're looking at right now, we're planning to let you be able to find recipes through the missions. So like you put a blacksmith to work at the shop, you could send him on specific blacksmithing missions to pull back recipes. I don't think we've actually finalized which recipes you're going to be able to get. I mean, we could let you build epic blacksmithing items if we wanted to. I think it's just a matter of trying to balance that out with someone who actually is a blacksmith and making sure that it still feels valuable to be a blacksmith even outside of your garrison.
Thank you.
Hey guys. So I've been really impressed by seeing how transmog is going to work in Diablo, where you get the item, you've unlocked its appearance across all of your characters, and you don't have to keep it in the bank anymore. Any chance we could get that into WoW?
Yeah, it's something we'd definitely like to do. There's quite a bit of time and effort that we have to put into it. We have a kind of an idea for a collection system and how that would work. I don't think it's something that we'll be able to finish by the time Warlords of Draenor comes out, but it is on our minds.
We almost showed it in the presentation, but we knew that would then turn into a promise that we were scared to break, but it's pretty awesome.
Nathaniel from Cenarian Circle. My question is about instances, particularly heroics. So for Firelands and Wrath of the Lich King, when the endgame content came out, we had a lot of really cool heroics that came with it in addition to the ones we had before. In Pandaria, we didn't really see that. It's kind of a gap. In Warlords of Draenor, are you going to bring back that system? It's really weird to hear myself talk.
We would like to, yes. I think that we need to do that, though, while being mindful of managing some of the challenges that introducing new 5-player content mid-expansion can create. I think that when we brought back Zulaman and Zul'Gurub, for example, that was awesome. It was new content to do, but actually it removed a lot of the reason to do the Cataclysm launch dungeons. And so whereas before you had 9 unique and varied dungeons to run, now you were suddenly left with 2 that you ran over and over and over and over again. And ultimately, no matter how awesome the dungeon is, if we basically replaced a broad tier with having to chain run the same couple of dungeons over and over again, that's not going to be ideal. We have some ideas that we're discussing, maybe scaling up the difficulty of the launch dungeons to kind of match the new ones that we release while keeping them all relevant, but just expanding the pool of available dungeons. That could be one way to do it. But we do want to continue to advance our story and give people who really like 5-player content, which includes all of us up here, more stuff to do over the course of the expansion.
Thank you.
Sinblade from Halmarush and from Sargeras as well.
I've been playing every game Blizzard has put out since Lost Vikings, and I absolutely love the Warcraft lore. And I was wondering, going back to all this history, if we're going to be seeing Alaria Windrunner and Terralion again.
They're not on Draenor at this time, so you're not going to see him here, but we definitely have plans for them. We definitely do. You will see them again.
Final boss confirmed.
On the yak.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I play on Alliance on Stormrage and Horde on Killjaden. I was wondering when you guys plan on removing the cap for Real ID and BattleNet?
You're saying you have hundreds of friends?
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of the pug community, and I'm always getting add-on Real ID to join their raids or help out their guild. And I always have to find someone who hasn't played in a month and delete them. And you guys have been really pushing us to make friends, so that would be really awesome. And as a suggestion, if the WoW Armory app had a way to contact those friends so we could have met up with them at Blizzcon.
That's a good suggestion.
Okay, we're out of time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, fans.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, BlizzCon. We love you.
Welcome to the Warcraft movie presentation panel. Your panelists are Duncan Jones, Rob Pardo, Chris Metzen, Bill Westenhofer, and Nick Carpenter. What up, Blizzcon?
All right, everyone. Welcome to the Warcraft movie panel. So we did this, I think 3 years ago we did something like this. But this time I think it's going to be 10 times as exciting because we actually have a release date for the movie. So I want to introduce everyone on the panel. So to my right is Duncan Jones. He is the director for the Warcraft movie. He's directed a couple really awesome films, if you guys have seen Moon or Source Code. And more importantly, to you guys, I think Duncan has been playing Warcraft games since Warcraft 1, played Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft, even played Lost Vikings.
Amiga!
I think you guys all know the gentleman to my left, which is Chris Metzen, the guy in charge of all lore and story and franchise direction in Blizzard and pretty much just the soul of Blizzard. So he'll be able to talk a lot more about the movie and what we've been trying to do with it. And then to his left is Bill Westenhofer. Bill is the special effects supervisor for the film. He's actually won the Oscar twice for Life of Pi and The Golden Compass. But really, I don't think you guys should care about that. What's really important is that he has a level 90 Alliance mage and several other honorees.
A lot of Horde out there, I hear.
Horde, you out there? And then to Bill's left is Nick Carpenter. Nick is our VP of Cinematics, and he's really the guy that's responsible for all the awesome Blizzard films. Did you guys see the Heroes of the Storm cinematic yesterday? Well, that is the work of Nick and his talented department. So thank you all for coming. And what I want to do, I'm going to kind of moderate the panel and kind of serve up questions to these guys and just try to get them to talk as much as possible. The one thing I will kind of put out there as a disclaimer is we're still over 2 years away from the movie actually being released, and we haven't even started filming yet. So a lot of what we're going to talk about today is really these guys' background, you know, kind of what they've been doing with trying to do all the pre-production on the movie. But there's really not a ton of brand new information that we can reveal because they haven't even started marketing the film yet, so we got a ways to go. All right, with all that out of the way, maybe Duncan, you can kind of start and just talk a little bit about why you like the Warcraft franchise, why you decided to take this on.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa, I'm loud. I was, you know, I've been playing games for a while and used to be involved in another franchise playing it, Ultima Online. I started a clan for that, played that for a few years as a beta tester. And then our whole clan kind of migrated over to Warcraft, World of Warcraft when that came out. And was a huge fan of the game, playing it for a couple of years before I started, you know, getting very busy with my first feature film, Moon. And after Moon, I did Source Code. After Source Code, I was kind of really at a place where I had the opportunity to do a couple of different franchise films. But you know, I was already aware that Warcraft was out there and that they were trying to make it into a movie, and it had been taking a little bit of time. And I constantly, my producing partner and I had kept on checking in with the production to find out, you know, what's going on with it. You know, when's it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Is there, you know, any chance? You know, maybe I can get involved. And fortunately, you know, or unfortunately for other people, but fortunately for me, the opportunity arose, and I was given the opportunity to read the script that was available at that time, and I was like, oh, this is so great, but.
We say that all the time too.
And it was a you know, I wanted it to be the Warcraft that in my heart I felt, you know, the film deserved to be. And at that time it was very human-centric, very alliance-centric. And I thought, no, you know, if we're going to make this into a movie, it's got to be what the original Warcrafts always were, which is you can be a hero no matter what side you're on, and it's about both sides. It's got to be red and blue.
Well, I mean, on that point, you know, the first day we met, we had been working through kind of versions of the story for a very long time, which you guys know, and having that balance represented was something that was very important to us. And in certain iterations of the stories we had, you know, the first day we met Duncan, he was just like, this has to happen. And we had kind of been told from time to time, like, it's too much. You know, audiences really want to focus on one or another. And we had just done this dance, and the first day we met this guy, it's just like, it's got to be this. And we're like, oh, yes.
Well, and the funny thing about that, too, was just that I think we had always wanted to see, you know, that other side, the orcs, brought much more forward. Yeah. And, you know, it always felt like, oh, the audience doesn't really want that. And lo and behold, you know, Duncan came in and pitched to us, and he was worried that we weren't going to go for it. You know, he was like coming in going, I don't know if the Blizzard guys are going to like my pitch, going to like the way we're going with it. And then I think just me and Chris
we're looking at each other across the table going, is this happening?
And then another thing too, which I think got us really excited to work with Duncan was, you know, you'd been turning down other films. Like, you know, after you did Source Code, you know, I think you had a lot of people knocking on your door and really wanted you to work on other films, and you kept on holding out.
You know, there was opportunities, but it's so easy to get sucked into franchises that maybe you don't have the connection to. And I think for me, Warcraft was an opportunity to be involved in something where I actually really gave a shit. You know, and I really wanted it to be what I had loved when I was playing it. So that, yeah, and you know, about that pitch, I mean, the fact that we were going to try and make sure that if we were going to do this as a film, we needed to really make sure that our audience, beyond, you know, people who know Warcraft, everyone understood that if you're, you know, the orc heroes, you have to feel as empathetic and care about them and their situation and why they're doing what they're doing as you do about any of the human beings.
Well, I think that's one of the things that makes Warcraft a lot more unique and separated from something like Lord of the Rings, right? You know, it's that the orcs, the red side, they're not just bad guys. You know, they are characters and they have a viewpoint.
Sound.
Hold on, one at a time.
Yeah. All right. So, Bill, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you got started working with Warcraft and what kind of your play experience.
Sure. Can you hear me? Is that better? So this was interesting. I'll start for a second with when I interviewed for this job. I sat down, and the very first thing that the producers asked me is if I knew anything about the Warcraft universe. And I just about spit up my coffee because I started playing Warcraft in the alpha test way back in 2004. In fact, it became so obsessive, I was on the set of Lion Witch in the Wardrobe, and I had to dedicate a couple hours to make sure I got, can keep going and get my character leveled and get the dungeon run in. I even, you got to do what you got to do, right? I was working on Golden Compass, and that was in London, and my guild was back here in the States. So I did get up at 2 in the morning a couple times to do a Blackwing Lair run. So with that point, I want to emphasize the fact, with the people who are working on this film, these are Warcraft fans who are making this, and we're going to make sure that it's really special and that everyone's proud of what they have to see. So specifically for the characters in the film, we're doing live action with CGI. It's an extremely complex endeavor for the visual effects side. A lot of times I liken this to Avatar meets Game of Thrones in terms of the level of complexity of what we're doing. We are using real actors for the orcs. The orcs are going to be as emotive, and like Duncan said, you have to believe them as much as any human character. So we're striving incredibly hard with minute detail to make them as real as possible. This is going to be gritty and real. The guys get dirty. There's, you're down with the characters when they're fighting, but we are dedicating this, and in fact, we have an incredible team at Industrial Light and Magic who is working on the orcs for us. So it's in good hands, and you all will be very proud of it.
So maybe Duncan and Chris, you guys can talk a little bit more about kind of trying to adapt the lore and the storyline and really make it feel like an authentic Warcraft movie.
I mean, I think one of the real difficult decisions we had was what part of the lore to focus in on. You guys have achieved such a huge, vast timeline and so many different stories and memorable characters. It was really about picking what worked for us, and also what really got to the root of what Warcraft is and where it came from, without saying too much.
Oh, boy, this feels like quicksand. Right. Because we had been working on multiple iterations of the story, for the years, coming up before we had met. And it was kind of this tap dance between, do you focus on, all these different races? Each faction really has a number of races with distinct stories, and ultimately the community, everyone wants to see their thing. Like, where's my troll movie? And we sit and go, troll movie, trip out. You're really good, I don't know. So, it was kind of a process of kind of honing in on what are the themes that are the most universal, right? If it's going to be difficult to construct a story that really sings to everybody's specific factional or racial reality, the trick was can we find that perfect touch point that really has the broadest Warcraft themes that I think everybody gets,
Well, like one of the things that I think we talk a lot about is that Warcraft is such a huge franchise that it's almost like, where do you shine the spotlight? Because there's really no way that you can translate what everyone here has experienced in the game into a single movie. So a lot is figuring out which part of it you want to do, and also what characters do you want to bring forward, because aren't movies a lot more about kind of the characters rather than about the world?
And how much time do you spend in the Lion's Pride?
Exactly.
A lot.
So one of the things I think is going to be pretty exciting to people here, though, is maybe talking a little bit about the locations, and the places that we're going to be able to show within the movie itself.
Well, I mean, this seems like an opportunity. We have a couple of pieces of very early concept artwork that we could show, if you're interested in that.
Do you guys want to see some concept art?
Pushing the magic button.
Uh-oh. There we go.
So we got, is that Drenor? Oh, yeah, fantastic. So this is like an early piece of Drenor. And, again, one of the things that we needed to work out is just where the story takes place and how much of it takes place in each location in order to really give a sense of the grandness and scale of the world. This is an environment, obviously, we felt very passionately about making sure was in there. Anyone recognize that? So this is another piece. This is Dalaran. One of the things we should really mention also is the amazing team that we have around us working with us on the film. The production designer on the film is Gavin Bouquet, who worked on a number of different Star Wars films, ironically.
Yes, Star Wars.
Yes, Star Wars. And then we've been working with also with Blizzard's artists as well. There's a number of artists we've been working with from you guys.
Yes. Nick's team has been great, helping and bringing a lot of the DNA from Warcraft, and in particular, Wei Wang has lent a hand on designing creatures for us, and it's really incredible to see the detail and the work. You're going to see it's as if this world existed first, and what you've been seeing all along is an interpretation, and you're going to see a real orc, and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we've had a chance to work pretty closely with you guys, and really realize Duncan's vision. And you guys, from what I've seen, it's not going to disappoint. It looks like a Warcraft feature film, and it's mind-blowing.
That's a little bit of Iron Forge.
It strikes me that one of the really interesting things to have watched over the past 6 months, as Duncan's team has been doing a lot of design, and I've had a little bit more visibility into what Nick's group has been doing. It strikes me that when we're just doing this work, let's say we're building an expansion set or we're just working on the game, what's like so often we'll have a vision, we'll have an idea like Dalaran or Ironforge or any of these spaces. And when you're building it for purposes of a video game, you're kind of constricted by how many polygons you can put into a scene, how you block a scene, player traffic and flow through a city. Like there's so many design constraints, or design strengths really, but that kind of demand things of your vision. Oh, we gotta put a window here, we gotta take out this hallway and do this, and it's kind of an exacting science. So one of the really fun things about watching this production process go has been that these guys are kind of freed to kind of capture the vibe of these areas, but kind of explode it out a little bit. Make these areas feel more cinematic. Make them feel a little more lived in, a little more grand than what we can literally do in the game. Like that, Alliance?
And
I feel like home?
And not to make you all jealous, but I did have a little geek out moment when I realized that I was actually going to be standing in Ironforge and Warcraft in Stormwind. So that I'm pretty excited about.
I mean, I think one of the most fun things for us about working on a film like this at the scale we're doing it at is we actually get to physically build a lot of locations in the film. So
you mentioned Lions Pride Inn, so everyone on the Alliance side, one of the first things they saw was the inn in Goldshire.
You can just imagine, what our production parties are going to be like and where they're going to be.
Exactly.
But I mean, it's even that. It's like, looking at a lot of these big marquee areas, which is super exciting. But just things like, no, we're gonna plant a shot at the Lion's Pride Inn. I was just like, it's like I've almost spent more time, well, I hate to say this, but like in Goldshire, right? After X number of characters over the years, but it's just so familiar, right?
Yeah.
It's just the grassroots of Warcraft, and there's obviously places like that all over the world, but I love that this potentially takes us to kind of more the intimate spots as well that are almost as familiar, right? Well, the one thing, I don't know if I've ever said this before, guys, but I think you will all agree, is that when we talk about Warcraft, we talk about this big franchise, and someone's rocking in the other hall. We talk about this thing, and you talk about the main characters or the plot lines or some of the big chapters that have come before. But the trick is, you know what character is most famous in World of Warcraft to all of us? Hogger. The character that is most famous is the world itself. You might have met Thrall, and you might have fought the Lich King, and you may have found Hogger over there in Elwyn, but I guarantee you we've all spent X number of hours in the Barrens and Westfall, and it's almost like the placement of the trees and the roads and the vibe and the color palettes. It's actually, most of the engagement we've had is literally in the world itself, and that's been a really major value of ours is in translating to film and making this thing cinematic. It's finding those values. Almost like, you guys remember yesterday we were talking about like the player models, like don't break it, right? It's the point of maximum familiarity. Sure, you can reanimate everything, and sure, you can blow the polygons out, but that's not where the flavor is. It's not where our hearts are, or the visuals that we're so connected to. So that value is critically important, that we kind of pull out the nuances of these areas with maximum familiarity. It just feels right, even though it's a little grander for storytelling purposes.
So Duncan, like you kind of mentioned one of the other people that is not on stage that's been working on the film, but maybe you can kind of tell the audience here about some of the other people that are working on the film, and kind of reassure them that Warcraft's in good hands.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the people that I wanted to mention is Maez Rubio, who's doing our wardrobe costume design, and that has become an incredibly important and interesting puzzle for us to solve. Because obviously half of our cast is live action and real, and that's a very traditional route. But with half of our cast being virtual, being performed by actors, but using motion capture technology, it's like, how do you actually approach that as far as how you costume those characters? So we're actually, even though they're not going to be performing in the costumes, we actually have to have them for photographic references, and so that we can actually see on camera what those costumes look like, how they move, how gravity affects them. So we've actually started making orc costumes at full scale, which are incredible. Yeah. and Maya's worked on Avatar and also on Apocalypto as well. So I think for what we're trying to do, she was just the perfect person for that.
It just shows that that's the level of detail that we're after and seeking to put into this, getting down to how a rivet attaches and how the leather straps from a pauldron are weaved in. And by building it real, we're getting that stuff as detailed and interesting as possible.
So it's probably safe to say that Maez would always win the costume contest year over year.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Other people I'm working with is Paul Hirsch is the editor that I worked with on Source Code, and has an amazing body of work. He worked on Empire Strikes Back, won an Oscar on Ray. He did Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Just a crazy, eclectic body of work. He's an institution in the industry, and an amazing editor.
Cool. Maybe Bill and Nick, you guys can maybe talk a little bit about what it's like to try to translate Warcraft into visuals. I know you talked about it a little bit, but obviously it's going to be a real big challenge to make orcs and do orcs that have acting, how you take these goofy, cartoony looking characters that we create and make them photorealistic, but still Warcraft.
Well, I mean, funny enough, in the cinematics department, we do this all the time. We work very closely with the game teams and try to translate that into a much higher resolution space. And so when we had a chance to be a part of this, the discipline is very similar, except they're just going so much further. And I mean, like Chris was saying, we've seen all these spaces. We'll make a concept. I'm like, wow, we're seeing it from game and then actually translate to concept, and then what these guys are going to do with it. It's absolutely amazing. And, I can't tell you guys enough. It's absolutely in the right hands. Trust this guy. He's gonna make an amazing film.
It's fun. It's we want to do it as much justice as possible, and we're pushing the technology. We're doing on-set motion capture, a lot of technical jargon, but it's the kind of thing that we're really the orcs aren't going to be. They're not monsters. They're really going to act. They're going to have personalities. And then the level of detail is we'll go to lengths to build a real costume. We'll build full-size lighting maquettes just to get all the details just right.
And there's a constantly moving frontier, I think, on that technology as well. Exactly. And you see it from the Planet of the Apes movies to Avatar earlier on, and what they did with Mark Ruffalo in the Hulk as the Hulk in the Avengers movie. Absolutely. In fact, it's we're working with the same team. Yes. That did the Hulk on the ILM movie. Right. And we're benefiting, I think, from the fact that we're working with people in Alex Gartner and Chuck Roven, who worked on the Batman movies, was producing those, and Legendary and that team who've actually given us the support to make a film the way we think it needs to be made.
Absolutely. In the environments as well, where what you're going to see, the concept art, it's going to look, you'll recognize it as the environment, but it's going to look completely real. If we're doing Elwyn Forest, there's trees, and perhaps the size of the trees and the distribution are something you might not see in this world, but the fine detail is something that looks completely photographic. So it's that kind of thing. That's how we're trying to push a realistic, amazing vision of what you've seen in the games and what you're familiar with.
Yeah, just keeping the spirit, and when you guys go through this experience, it's going to feel like you're living in this world. Like he was just saying with the trees, they talk about the bark, and we look at in-game screenshots, and we're like, how do we translate that into physical prop? And down to the roots and the leaves, you guys. Like, when we talk about some of these spaces, these guys dig super deep.
And there have been times where, as a technical consultant, I've had to log in my character and go fly over to Dalaran to get some screenshots. But it's good to be a mage. You can port around.
The other thing, Bill, he's such a fan. Like, every day, like when we're working things out, he'll be like, it'd be really cool. This little Easter egg right here. And I'm like, I don't know if anyone's going to see it. He's like, dude, I got this. And so we're always chasing these little things. You guys, they are putting so much cool little details.
Pay close attention to everything.
Yeah, I think that's always been one of the ambitions, is to strike it on a level where people can enjoy the film who don't know everything about the world, but at the same time have enough things in there, in the subtext and in the environment, and even some of the storylines where you actually know more than some of the audience will know. So you're going to get even more out of it than what's there for everyone else.
So I think one of the challenging things with taking franchises like this into movies is, how do you partner with a franchise holder? In our case, obviously us. And I think what Legendary has done a great job is that they've always kept us very collaborative. But I thought it might be good to hear from you guys about, working with Blizzard and where the benefit of the collaboration's been and how involved we've been.
Well, to go back a little bit to what Chris was saying, I think it was kismet when we first started talking and I gave you my pitch. The relief that that's where you had hoped it was going anyway was really what made it feel like, oh, okay, this is home. This is going to work out all right. I'm not going to be fighting my way through this. We were all kind of already seeing it in the same direction.
Yeah, it was definitely a love connection, like immediately. Like, it was good. It was a happy day.
And I think kind of the same things happened on the art side, right, Bill?
You get, when we talk about designing a character, to have, support from designers who have that in their DNA and know it's a second hand. It just gets that essence of Warcraft without having, automatically in the first go.
I mean, and it goes both ways. I mean, when we work with dev teams internally, everybody gets the Blizzard style, and then we all have this very specific idea of what we want to create. These guys are exactly the same. They plugged right in day one, and just we've been running ever since.
It's good to have that mindset because we do have to work out things. Like Duncan said, we have live action, we have people, and we have live action concerns where, the Warcraft style, if you're going to try to reach over your head to grab something, you have this pauldron that's knocking you in the side of the head. Those are things that we have to work out.
Oh yeah, I'm sure always like, make the shoulder pad bigger, bigger, and they're just like,
He's gonna
this
fall over.
is not gonna work, Nick. I'm like, not my problem.
Right.
So, what do you think is going to be the most challenging part of this, trying to put this whole thing together?
Well, I mean, we're at the exciting time where we can really see the shooting date coming up on us now. So it's really about just integrating all of these amazing people who are working together, and making sure that we all kind of hit the mark at the same time, and we're all going at speed. A couple of people I also needed to mention is Simon Duggan, who's our cinematographer, who did iRobot, and also you might know him from Great Gatsby as well. And those are both films where there are so many technical layers to the filmmaking. And to me, it was just really important to surround myself with people who understood the intricacies of integrating all of those different layers and making sure that everything that Bill's got to do fits in with everything that Gavin's got to do and all these other departments, because it is an epic quest to get this film right.
It's very challenging on the technical side. When we're done, we leave the stage. Quite often, all you're going to see is a piece of set with a bunch of blue screen, a couple of humans swinging swords at guys in pajamas with little lights on them. So that's got to be translated. And in order to do that right, we have to plan very well to make sure that the finished product is going to live up to what we want.
Well, and for you, Duncan, I mean, this is the biggest film you've ever made. With Moon being kind of small, and then Source Code I know being bigger. Like,
yeah.
What is it like for you, kind of making this jump to a film of this scale?
It's interesting because you always have the same puzzles to solve. It doesn't matter how big the film gets. It always ends up being, how do I fit this grand ambition into this shape? And what makes it easier or harder is the people that you're working with. And again, we've been incredibly fortunate, and I think smart in the people that we've surrounded ourselves with, and also being able to work so closely with you guys, because I think working in parallel like this, it keeps us honest to what it is we're trying to make, and it makes sure that we're always going to go for broke and make sure that we make this a film that reflects that world. We can't detour too far, because then we're not addressing what the goal of the film. So I think that's been great, actually, because in a way it kind of keeps us anchored and makes sure that we're making the film that you guys want, and I think what you guys want as well.
Cool. So, I think we've asked most of the questions that we had up here for the panel, and we're going to ask some questions out to let you guys ask a few questions of the audience. But I kind of need your guys' help a little bit, because I've been kind of arguing with these guys backstage and trying to get them to talk a little bit more about what's coming out, what's going to be in the film. Do you guys want to hear any more actual details about what's going to be in the movie? So
it's 2 years away. It's 2 years.
I know, but you're up on Twitter all the time, so I figure you got to be able to reveal some stuff. And you did something special for Comic-Con, and I think Blizzcon is more important than Comic-Con. Because I just feel like this is where it all came from. Comic-Con's just a bunch of posers compared to the Blizzcon audience. So I really need your guys' help. I need you guys to really talk Duncan into this. And then when all the legendary PR people rush the stage, I need you to tackle them.
There are some producers in the front. I'll ask them if give them something. I mean, it's not fair. We have to give them something.
I know, exactly, right?
I could get fired. I need to just make sure I'm not going to get fired.
Get fired. Don't get fired. Don't get fired.
No one's run on yet. No one's run on stage yet. Okay, well can we just mention, are they out in the front now?
Well, I
Can
don't
we
see
just
him
mention
rushing
just
the
a
stage.
couple of characters? Just a couple of character names. All right, so, we've been, obviously we sort of talked our way around it, trying to have not mention any names, but it is orcs versus humans, obviously. And for us, I think the story that was most important to tell was an origin story of that first contact. So for us, for me, and I think you guys agreed, the story to tell was between Lothar and Duratan. That was the story to get into. And I would imagine most of you know your lore and can kind of know where this is going. But it's, I think if I stick with that, those are the two guys. I would say that again, talking about the amazing input that, and working with Blizzard, some of the stuff that Wei did for Duratan, some of the artwork is just mind-blowingly good. And it's been hard to find an actor who looks like Duratan. Every time I meet someone, I grab their face and I just kind of squish it around a little bit. Yeah, I can kind of see you.
Yeah, quite often you get a concept design and then you want to work the actor into that. Wei's artwork is so great.
Yeah, we're going to make it the other way around.
Makes you want to think the other way around.
So thank you for outing that to everybody. I think everyone really appreciates that. And hopefully everyone can be on the internet pleading that Duncan does not get fired. It'd be nice if we could keep him on the film. But maybe, Chris, do you want to talk a little about Duratan and Lothar and kind of their back lore for maybe the people who don't know much about them?
Well, now I'm worried about getting fired. So it's, how do you do that without saying too much? I would say without saying too much, I would say for you guys who are dialed in with the lore, you might immediately go like, wait a minute, did Lothar ever meet Duratan? Because we haven't actually covered that in the deep lore. But the shape of the vision that Duncan's been playing with is just, these guys were tailor-made for each other. And they both represent ideals that are the highest ideals for each of these races. Lothar for his soldiery and his loyalty and his, this guy that has been burdened with protecting his kingdom, Stormwind, for a very long time, potentially throughout a time of peace. And you have Duratan, who classically, while we technically in the RTS games back in the day didn't really see him, he's a character that was introduced a little later, but Duratan as well really represents kind of the highest ideals of the orcs when they are not crazy. That family and clan, are the highest ideals. This is a guy that believes in his people, that believes in their future, and is ultimately horrified by the idea of them getting into some dark, cursed areas. And ultimately, again, without totally spilling the beans or whatever, both of these men are going to find themselves at this crux point of history, really, and they will be put to the test.
Both of them are protectors. Both of them are protectors of their peoples, and I think in an impending war, a situation that you just know is coming and you can't seem to find a way out of it, I think both of them want to do the right thing for the people that they're responsible for.
Well, and I think one of the exciting things about exploring the storyline that we are is that the early games really weren't a great mechanism for telling these stories. So it really allows the movie a lot of flexibility to kind of do the, like you like to always say, the ultimate version of Warcraft history.
Totally. I always go back to, as we're talking about all these ideas, like the Ultimate Spider-Man thing. I don't know if you guys know about the Ultimate line, but it was an opportunity in the comics world for kind of retelling classic stories and really keeping all the details and all the vibe, but just kind of tightening the bolts after years and years worth of fictional development. So kind of working with these two characters and the vector of this story allowed us to kind of really tighten a lot of bolts and tell this thing just in a much tighter way than we had been able to before, through the game series. So it's been an incredibly rewarding process of relooking at these ideas. Can you guys hear me? Is this thing cutting in and out?
Yeah, it's
all good?
I'll just speak louder then.
So, you know, as Duncan was saying earlier, I mean, especially through the character of Duratan, I mean, it's really embodying the nobility and the power and just the huge-heartedness of orcs that are not corrupt. Was really, really a fun thing to see kind of come into play. And boy, I'm struggling to not say anything that would be criminal.
Well, the other thing I think is really interesting when you look at kind of the history of where Warcraft started was those games actually told parallel stories.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so...
The series, yeah, especially the RTS series, had always been very binary, right? You play the human campaign, you can play the orc campaign. And in those early games, they were kind of contiguous, right? So we had to decide, as we started Warcraft 2, who won? Warcraft 1, right? Well, you know, the orcs kind of got the better of them that time. And we had to kind of fudge the continuity as it went because they were really built to be one or the other. So kind of looking at this structure, you know, for this film has been really fun. I mean, obviously someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. But in a weird way, it's kind of like, I don't know, everybody loses at least a little bit, right? It's kind of Pyrrhic.
Well, I mean, I think it's a hell of a thing, really, that we're getting the chance to make the movie this way, because it's for any film, any franchise, I think to tell a story where you're really honestly telling it from both sides, especially a war film, it's unusual. And I think the fact that we've been kind of given the opportunity to do that really on a storytelling level is breaking a few barriers in certainly for these kind of for a big film like this. I don't think you're going to see many films that have this kind of structure.
Well, and especially when you're telling it from a side, you know, from what I think a lot of non-geeky moviegoers will view as the monster side.
Yeah.
Right. I think everyone here understands that it's, you know, that is not who the orcs are.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be really unique to try to, I don't want to say humanize them, but you know, to really make, you know, kind of that broad, empathize with them with a more broad audience. All right, so I'm going to let you guys ask a few questions. Understand that we're probably not going to be able to reveal any more than we've already dragged out of Duncan, but if you guys have questions for anyone on the panel or want to hear more about kind of their history or how to make movies or anything like that, we're going to go ahead and take some questions.
All right, Duncan, first of all, over here. Canucks are going down. I was originally going to ask about what camera you were thinking of shooting this in, but after that revelation, I'm going to ask for a request. Can you blink once for yes, two for no, if the movie is going to tie in with the ending of Warlords of Draenor?
I cannot tell you any more than what I've said. But what I will say is that I also cannot tell you where we're going to be shooting the movie, which may be fairly obvious.
Well played.
Giving a shout out to my friends. Now, there are war movies, and then there are war movies. Is this going to be more like something like The Golden Compass or the war scene in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe? Or is this going to be like The Patriot, Braveheart? I mean, what kind of rating are we looking at?
Gladiator. Really gritty, muddy, down in the dirt, covered in grime.
Hello. You've talked about the epicness of the world, characters. What about the music? Wait.
That's a very good question.
I mean, I know you guys have some wonderful talent in-house. Is that the route that it's going to go? Or are we going to see something, you know, Zimmer, anything big like that?
It's a very good question, and I think I can't tell you any of the details on the music. But what I can tell you, I think, is as true to the spirit of the world and the characters, I think it's as important that the music also has a presence, because the music is, you know, for the game itself, it envelops you and it's what brings you into the game world. And the music of the film has to be as true to the game as the environment is.
So my question, when I think of humans versus orcs, I think of that traditional cinematic where the infernal comes down and breaks them apart. Now the armor of the human is very exaggerated, very cool, kind of unrealistic, but I'd love to see that translated to real life. Will you guys be able to keep that Blizzard style intact in the armor?
That has been a huge part of the development and the work that we've been doing together, especially with Nick and the team of artists that they have at Blizzard, is to find that fine line where it's believable and it works in a real world situation, but it stays true to the scale and the impressiveness, I think, of the game armor.
Yeah.
The swords that are being built are the biggest swords that a human can wield, I'll tell you that.
It won't disappoint.
Well, and that's been one of the challenges, though, with the costuming is like a lot of, I think, our costumes digital characters can wear, but maybe not actual actors. Yeah, right. So maybe you can talk.
I can't see out of this damn thing.
You run into little things. There's no scabbards anywhere in World of Warcraft. So when we figure out where a sword's going to go, they don't just hit the Z key and it pops in their hand. So, we have to work out those kind of things.
Blizzard has been really amazing in releasing collector art books and even in bookstores, cinematic art books. Are there any plans for an art book for this movie?
I don't know if there are. There are certainly not plans at this stage, but what I would say is that we are documenting the process as we go along. And the concept artwork that's being made for the film, obviously you've seen 4 pieces, but that's 4 of 4,000. I mean, there's so much artwork behind the scenes that's being generated. I would love to see something at some point come out. I know my beautiful wife is doing a behind-the-scenes photography of all of the construction and of all of the department's work. So I don't know what we'll end up doing, but we've certainly got the assets for it. So hopefully at some point in the future, you know, I would love for that stuff to get released.
Hi, I'm Netherwind from the Alderman server. Audacity is our guild. My question is about the cast. Since you're going to start filming in January, do you have any cast worked out?
Yep. Sure do. Lots of them.
Hi, Warspark, Horde. Yeah. My question for you is, I understand you can't reveal that much, but can you cast Chuck Norris?
I think the question is, can I not cast Chuck Norris? He can do anything.
Hi, I'm Peter Yurkowski. I grew up on these games. Are you still casting for these movies? I'm an actor, and I would love to be in this. I mean, I'm going to go there. All these people want to know that, too.
Let me see. I'm trying to think if I can give you some lines. You can try it right now, but oh, that would be giving away too much. I can't do that.
Hello. Oh, my question's about if you're gonna plan on making it into a trilogy.
Into a trilogy. Well, you know, I think for us right now, it's absolutely about getting this first film right and making sure that we, you know, tell the story that we want to tell. But, you know, let's be honest. If we're gonna do this right and it works out, I think we would all be excited and enthusiastic about continuing the story. It's not like we have a lack of stories to tell, and we certainly have an amazing cast of characters.
It seems to me that we could do a number of trilogies if we really put our minds to it.
On movie 7, we'll look back at the initial trilogy and say that
I was going to
right
say,
on.
go see it a couple times.
First of all, for the Alliance. Right. My question is the main thing going to be based on Eastern Kingdom or Draenor?
I would say that the majority of the tale does take place in familiar locales located in what we know as the Eastern Kingdom.
I just heard someone uncock a gun over there in the back. I think you're okay.
We're cool. It's cool. It's cool. Did someone just say the Eastern Kingdoms of Outland? Was that what I heard? It's too clever.
So you've made references to a lot of superhero movies and other nerdy movies, and among those, there tends to be a bit of a lack of representation of strong female characters, and Warcraft notably succeeds in doing that. And you can see you have a fairly mixed audience here, especially for a convention like this. But I mean, are you planning to cast some of the heroic characters? I know Garona's around here, and Sylvanas, and Jaina, and Tarinde. I mean, it just goes on. But so far, everyone mentioned has been male, and yeah.
Well, actually, I think one of the challenges that these guys have had, it's been kind of funny, I think, for especially Chris and I, is that if you look at the lore during that era, it's pretty much a bunch of young white guys, and that's been, I think, one of the challenges that when you're young and you're just kind of making up characters, you're just making up what you know. So what really the movie guys have been saying is, you guys should have more female characters. I think that'd be better for the movie. So that's actually been, Duncan and Bill and the movie guys have really been pushing that quite a bit. And obviously, we're kind of outer reveals today, but it's a huge value for the production and for Duncan himself. And I think you guys are going to be pleased once we finally can reveal a lot more details.
Without revealing too much, I really can't reveal any more names, but I think any of you who know your lore will see that there is definitely the opportunities for some very strong female lead roles in what we're doing.
Yep.
Michael Gonzalez, combat vet, Hyjal, and for the Horde. When's the soonest we can see a preview?
That would be very soon. Way too soon.
I would say come next year.
So probably sometime next year. It's one of those things that they haven't even started filming yet. So that schedule is just not put together yet. And I think a lot of times it's like about a year out from the release they start doing previews and things like that.
I would say that I think next year's Blizzcon panel is going to have a hell of a lot of interesting stuff to show.
There you go. So make sure to come to Blizzcon next year.
Okay, hey, I'm Narmana of Ouroboros, and I was wondering why you decided to make a movie instead of possibly a TV series, since you have such a big story that's beautiful that you can put into a TV series.
I guess I would answer that these guys have an awful lot on their plate as far as delivering games.
I would say unofficially, like nothing official at all. I'm just riffing here, but like I want one of those too.
I think the other thing too, if you look at when we kind of went down the road, I think it was in 2006 when we decided to do a movie. That was way before like Game of Thrones existed, right? Like I don't think fantasy in TV had been as proven as it is today. And you know, if we're starting over again, you know, maybe we would just do both.
Which means we've been doing this for so long. The industry of television has transformed itself.
Well, and you know, if Duncan does the job I know that he's going to do, then maybe more studios will be knocking down our doors to do TV shows.
It goes back to that point about the number of stories that you guys have available to work with. You know, we get this right, and we're going to do our, everything to make sure it turns out well. Then you can go anywhere with this. You know, you can start going anywhere.
All right, this is not my main question, but I'm very interested in the previous gentleman's question about auditioning. My agent would like to know. But I'm wondering when we can pre-order tickets to the movie on our Blattle.net account, and what epic pet we'll get.
Great idea.
Wow, we haven't even got to the place to start thinking about ideas like that. I think I'm going to have to make sure to write that one down and think about that once we get a little bit closer.
Yeah, great idea.
Yeah, you should be working in our marketing department.
Hi. Earlier I heard Warcraft referred to as a franchise, and it is, but I think at this point it's really hallowed ground. It's an institution, and it's as much ours as it is yours. And the question I need to hear answered to know that this is in good hands is, are you taking this movie as seriously as they took Lord of the Rings?
I can't speak for Peter Jackson. All I can say is, those movies were groundbreaking and took me into a world, in a way that I hadn't seen ever, I think. It just completely enveloped you in this whole culture and world. And, those were the movies that inspired me and wanted me to be able to do something like this. I think, my first two films were science fiction. And I think there's been an absolute explosion in what kind of science fiction films are getting made right now. And I think, myself and Neil Blomkamp, when we did District 9 and Moon, right in 2009, science fiction had kind of been not really seen as that opportune a place to actually branch out and tell different kinds of stories. And I think right now, fantasy films have the Lord of the Rings franchise. And that's what people see and think of when they think of fantasy films. And what I really want is to have the opportunity to explode fantasy in the same way that science fiction is now exploded. And I think Peter Jackson has really set the bar as to what fantasy needs to be. Anything we do has to match or beat that.
Hi. I'm sure a few people in the audience has some opinions on this, but stereo conversion versus native. What's your opinion?
I have one eye much better than the other. So 3D films are not something that immediately works great for me. I actually prefer watching the 2D experience, but I've seen some things. But 3D is obviously a massively important draw for some people who really get a lot out of it. I don't know if you've seen Gravity yet, or if you actually saw that in 3D, but the response to that has been that 3D can work. So we'll look into it. I think 3D is something that I would hope that we would release in both, so that people could choose which one they want. I'm a 2D fan, but I know that there are people out there who really do love 3D as well.
All right, we're almost out of time, so we probably don't have time for one, maybe two questions.
Awesome. All right, so I'm a linguistics major.
Oh, it's weird hearing myself. All right. So I'm wondering, you guys brought up Avatar, Lord of the Rings, and Game of Thrones, and they all have something in common, that they have fleshed out languages that sort of add more depth to the world. Do you need someone to flesh out Orcish? And if so, when do I start working?
We do have someone who's fleshing out Orcish, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, the job is taken. And he is someone who has worked on some of those things that you mentioned. No, we're in good hands, but there will be, I think, more to that language at the end of the development of this movie than maybe already exists from the game side of things. And hopefully that will cross-filter back to you guys as well if you'd want to use it.
Let's go, Kick. All right, last question.
Zug indeed.
Hello, my name is Keaton Savage from Austin, Texas, and I was just wondering, what are you trying to gear this for? Like, what tone and rating? Is it going to be PG-13 to appeal to a much broader audience, or is it going to be R to allow for more stuff to be put into in some way?
I missed the end.
PG-13 rating.
Oh, about the rating. It's, I think we're going to be probably PG-13. So I think, but when you actually look at the films that have come out lately at PG-13 and what you can do in that, there is a constantly shifting and sliding line as to what is possible. The Batman movies were PG-13. And if you remember the Joker scene with the pencil, that's PG-13. So you can get away with some shit in PG-13.
All right. I want to thank all you guys for coming out to the panel, and especially thanking so much that Duncan and Bill is here to share all the information about the movie. And please, all you guys, give them a hand for making all these reveals possible. All right, and wait till next BlizzCon, and hopefully we'll be back showing more.
Welcome to the Evolving Sound of Warcraft panel. Your panelists are Andrew Brock, Russell Brower, Mike Johnson, and Andrea Toyes.
Everyone, welcome to Azeroth 2013. I'm Russell Brower from Kurt Haven. I'm a little taller, maybe, than you expected. You play the game, come on. I'm Russell Brower. I'm the director of audio and one of the composers at Blizzard Entertainment. And it's just thank you. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 2013 BlizzCon Sound Panel. Thank you so much for coming. It would not be a sound panel if we didn't have live music, right? Any of you seen us before? Cool. Well, I think we got some live music here. Now, some of you may know that some of your favorite pieces from World of Warcraft, to be politically correct, I'll say both Stormwind and Orgrimmar, were written by this gentleman right here, Jason Hayes. Jason is back to stay at Blizzard Entertainment, I'm happy to say. And he's brought a few friends with him in the form of the band Critical Hit. Many of these people you've heard on our soundtracks. So they're going to start by, evolving the sound of Warcraft. In this case, evolving the sounds of the classic Jason Hayes piece, Legends of Azeroth. Enjoy.
You guys ready to play some World of Warcraft?
Critical Hit and Jason Hayes and company, everyone. Give it up. Wow. So we're going to have more of these fine folks playing at the very end. So just to give you a quick overview, we're going to talk about the evolving sound of Warcraft. And that would include Hearthstone. Yeah. And we will have some Q&A for a few minutes, and then, but we'll keep that a little on the tight side because I want to be sure that you hear these folks. They've got more for you. So welcome to the evolving sound of Warcraft. I said that already. To help me discuss this and share all this with you, I'd like to introduce our panel. First off, the supervising sound designer for the World of Warcraft. Please welcome the amazing Mr. Michael Johnson. And celebrating this week 13 years at Blizzard Entertainment, the original sound designer, one of them, from World of Warcraft, Mr. Brian Farr. Also, our esteemed voiceover and casting director, Andrea Toyas. And to represent Hearthstone, again, we had to evolve. We had to bring from across the pond someone whose accent should tell you that he knows what he's doing. Welcome, Mr. Andy Brock. When you hear him speak, you will swoon. You two ladies. And finally, the composer from Hearthstone, Mr. Peter McConnell. Welcome. How are our slides? We have slides and we do have them. It doesn't matter. So, first off, we're going to talk about Warcraft. And I'm just going to spend a few moments on the music, because I'd rather have you hear music than talk about it. And so, there we go. We've got slides. Now, when you want to evolve, when we're doing Warlords of Draenor, what, do we want to do something new and different? And sometimes when you evolve, you need to look at where you came from. And as we often do when we start a project, I spend some quality time with Chris Metzen, and when we're done partying, we then discuss what the heart and soul of these projects. And he has never failed to give me the inspiration I need for whatever I have to do. And in this case, I asked him, well, what does new and different mean? Because I had heard a few people say, we want something new and different for Warlords of Draenor. And you know what? We realized that means going back, actually, to the roots of World of Warcraft's musicscape. And so credit where credit is due. The late, great Basil Polidorus did a score classic now called Conan the Barbarian. And if you listen to specifically Anvil of Crom, you will hear the DNA of the World of Warcraft score, and it's really cool. And Chris said, start there, make it more spiky. It should put your eyes out. It should hurt. This is the Iron Horde. So instead of playing this music for you here and all that, you've actually heard a lot of it during the announcement yesterday. And it's playing all over the hall, so please, keep an ear out for it. With that, I'll leave the music alone, and let's move on to sound design for Warlords of Draenor. So with that, Michael's got some stuff that he wants to share that is coming soon to a World of Warcraft near you.
Coming soon to expansion near you. Hello, everyone. How many people, hands up real quick, how many people made it to the opening ceremony or the What's Next panel? Okay. All right, so you obviously know that there's a lot of things, new things that are happening in this expansion, Warlord of Draenor. So I'm going to talk about the sound design really quick. There's 4 things, but we're doing a whole bunch of things, but these are some of the things that we wanted to tackle this expansion. So first of all are the new player models. Obviously, this is the new orc model. And in this expansion, there are going to be updated player models for a lot of the original races for the game. And one of the things that we wanted to do to help bring these new models to life is to embellish the vocalizations that they have, their attacks, wounds, and deaths, aggros, and everything else. And the really good thing about this is that when you're fighting these guys, you know, you will cut down on that repetition that you hear, you know, when you're killing them, engaging them in battle. And actually, if you actually go to the demo area and actually play the Frostfire experience, you can actually hear some of these guys, and also the Shadow Moon experience as well. So moving on.
Well, I see what you did there.
You see that? Yeah, I got that. I have a spy in the audience with the clicker. Next thing we want to do is footsteps. Footsteps, often overlooked, but they're a really good way to get feedback of the environment with your character. So right now there's a very small set of footstep sounds that are shared across all the races and the creatures in the game. And something that we wanted to touch on this expansion was to actually embellish these and add more variations as well. So right now there's about 6 surface types in the game, but there's a myriad of different terrain types that you actually walk on as you explore the world. And so we're going to add new surfaces to that. So when you're actually running through a swamp, it'll sound like a swamp. Whenever you're running over glass, it will sound like glass, et cetera, et cetera. So how we did this is that we went to a professional Foley stage in Hollywood and got to work with one of the best Foley artists in the film business. And of course, since we can't actually have an orc run all the different surfaces, he has to pretend to be all these different creatures and player classes. And for the first time in World of Warcraft, you'll actually have unique footstep kits for some of the races. Examples would be Tauren, Draenei, and Goblin, to name a few. Moving on. The next thing I wanted to talk to you about, and something that that's really close to my heart and something that I really like, are all the creature sounds. One of the reasons why I play Blizzard games, especially World of Warcraft, and one of the things I really like doing is exploring the world and then finding all these new creatures that are announced and then killing them. So so what we wanted to do, again, just like the player races, we wanted to actually add to the variations. And this is a really good example of things that we've been doing that's a good evolution of the sound ever since the game shipped. Slowly but surely, we've been able to add more and more variations to all the creatures, most notably starting in Cataclysm and then definitely on Mists of Pandaria. So on this next expansion, if go to the next slide. Next slide. There we go.
I love those effects.
Dramatic pause. I'm like, Anyway, so what we did for Mists of Pandaria was that there were tigers, and we actually went out and recorded tigers in that for that expansion. And so for this expansion, Warlords of Draenor, we wanted to go out, identify all the creatures that are going to be new in this expansion, and then trying to get real sounds of them. And a couple of our guys went out there and recorded wolves for this expansion. So for the Frostfire wolves and their for their wolves, they're actually wolf recordings. So when you're actually in the demo area today, you can actually hear some of these in the background, and when you play the game today.
It looks dangerous.
It was dangerous. Yeah, Chris came back unscathed, so he lived to live another day. And the last thing I want to talk to you about are updating the working sounds. So this would be blacksmithing and mining predominantly. And the reason why we're doing this is just, again, to enhance the variation that we have in the game so it's less repetitious when you're actually mining and crafting and blacksmithing. So how we went about doing this is that we actually went to an actual blacksmith and had him bang on almost everything in this huge shop. And he had, you were there, I mean, it was
He had like
half a dozen anvils that are 300 pounds.
And then he
or
started
something.
pulling out these tiny anvils. It was like 50, I think, by the end of the day this guy had in his shop. It was incredible.
Yeah,
And
it
he
was
looks
pretty-
like a blacksmith. So.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like, like Russell's brother,
Yeah,
I think.
I was going to say, apparently my cousin or something.
I don't know what his musical ability is. But anyway, moving to finish up real quick. So we recorded a whole bunch of material that we're going to add to for all the working sounds, especially for the blacksmithing and for the mining sounds. And again, thank you for coming, and I'll pass it back to Russell.
So it's often true that for sound people that as much as we're so passionate and we have to be about what we do, our best work goes unnoticed, and that's on purpose. If you notice what we're doing, then probably we failed in some way. So that's really why we want to eliminate that repetition, because these are sounds that you're going to hear a lot of, and we don't want to be annoying. We want to increase immersion. Now, earlier you heard me mention sometimes when you evolve, you got to look back at where you started. And such was the case with spells. And Brian spent some time working on another project, and when he came back to World of Warcraft and working with some of our newer staff members, he told an amazing story about how he first, conceived of the spell sounds for World of Warcraft that lived on to this day. So, Brian, if you would give that story to us.
Sure. So a big part of World of Warcraft has always been the awesome use of color. And I don't have to tell you hardly even what that color even means, because you probably have learned over these years where all these schools of magic come from just by looking at a spell effect. So let's turn the color on for him here and let him see all these. This is an awesome slide, by the way. I love this picture. So if you guys all look up at the screen back here and over there, just by looking at this, I bet you all of you in this room who play WoW can probably identify what schools of magic each of these spells come from, even though they're not even captured in game, because of the use of color. This was something that we honed in on early on, and we knew we had to figure out a way to get our sounds to perfectly match. We started with the precast, and not only because the precasts were the first thing for the most part that players heard and also visually seen, but it was also a place where we can have a sound build over 3 to 5 seconds. And in the sound world, we all know that 3 to 5 seconds is a big deal for us, because usually we have a split second to make something happen on the screen. We took a simple wind recording for the nature precast to start out, and what we did was we manipulated it and EQ'd it in a way and processed it where it almost sounded like a musical chord. And the reason for this was because music has a way of making you feel happy, sad, and you can remember it almost instantly. You can hear a song on the radio driving down the street and you've never heard it before, and it will make you can tell what the story is in the music. It's a lot harder to do that with sound design. So taking this approach where we were tuning the precast to sound like a musical chord, it would kind of give the player something to remember. And this was a huge part of how we brought these sounds in all the precasts that you hear today. And not only when we put them in the game did the sounds perfectly match to the colors we were seeing, players were also able to hear, even in the alpha, what was going on behind them and know what was happening all around in their surroundings. So when you're playing in a raid or whatever, that's why you can identify these things. We started with this musical chord idea. Once we had that foundation perfectly established, we were able to take that idea and put it into the missiles, into the impacts, into the cast that you hear. And even though we have evolved tremendously since the very beginning of this project, with new sound designers coming aboard and just doing amazing work, we've always had that foundation to go back to. And it's just been an awesome experience to see where it's gone. But you may not realize this, but over the last 12 years, we have history that goes all the way back 12 years of sound design in a single game. I don't know of any game that exists that actually has 12 years of sound design that goes all the way up from something you can hear in 2001 next to a sound that you can hear that we just released in the latest patch. So obviously we have our work totally cut out for us to not only evolve, but keep the history of the project going forward. So with that, of course, sometimes, you know, it's hard to obviously look through the, you know, the dark portal or whatever, and not only look back in time, but look forward into the future and know what's going to stand the test of time and what isn't, you know, what does stand the test of time and what isn't going to stand the test of time. Which is a question I'm going to ask you guys. How many players out there have hunters? Okay, let's do that one more time really loud so the people watching live can hear you too. Again, hunters. Okay. Now you're getting me excited because when we found out you guys were transmogging your rifles to not hear the sounds anymore, we were like, okay, yeah. Worst cheer ever we have to hear. No, we knew, I mean, when we started out as a little team and we had what we had to work with, we did our best to make it the awesome experience, and it worked really well in the first, you know, box product. But going forward, I said, well, what the hell, what are they talking about? I'm like, I'm gonna play a hunter. And I hadn't played a hunter for a while, and I was like, these freaking gun sounds are awful. Who made these? Who made these sounds? And I was like, oh my God. So I take full responsibility, but you know what? Next slide, please. Yes, damn it, finally. You're welcome. You're welcome. We're really excited because with the new models that have come out, and it's just, okay, so you know what? We're not just going to do the rifles for you, we're going to do the bows and the crossbows as well. So, okay, new experience, and I'm going to shut up. You know why? We have a video to show you, and it's captured in-game. You can even go over and play a hunter and hear him right now for yourself. Thank you.
Nice and loud, please.
Take that. New sounds coming in the next expansion. Thank you.
Awesome, Brian, thank you. Another very important part of what we do is voiceover, voice communication. It's the most direct path for storytelling, and that must evolve too. Andrea, tell us what you've wrought.
Hey guys. First of all, I want to say a huge thank you for coming out. We are all audio junkies ourselves, so to look out and see a room full of people who care about audio like we do, huge gratitude to all of you. So big love and cuddles for being here. So it's really exciting.
Indeed.
Thank you. So voiceover in World of Warcraft is amazing and fantastic and challenging because in no other titles of ours do we have as many races and cultures and mythologies and lores and characters to bring to life like we have in Warcraft. You know, with each race we've got lots of color in there, lots of infusion of personalities, and lots of character arcs, so it's quite challenging. But it's so exciting. I think it's actually, don't tell anybody, it's between you and I, that it's probably my favorite game because there's so much color and so many things we get to play with. So it's been an interesting journey for the VO in World of Warcraft. In the early days when we launched, you know, you guys probably know this, it was a lot of our programmers, internal people doing VO, because none of us could have predicted the success of this title. So we're like, you know, let's just get, you know, Joe in programming to do it. But obviously that didn't last for long because the game kind of got a little bit popular. And so it's been a journey for us. So we first kind of had local people doing it, our local internal staff. Then we reached out to the local acting community for our early expansions. And that lasted through Wrath of the Lich King. And then by Cataclysm times, we wanted to mix it up a little bit. So I spent 2 months, as some of you might, if you heard the behind the scenes, spent 2 months in New York working with some Broadway stage actors to bring our, for example, Greymane royal family to life. Worked with some great, authentic New Yorkers for wonderful goblins. I still love Trade Prince Scallywix so very much. He's a rock star. So it was really fun to evolve that way and go to New York and work with a whole new talent pool. But then Mr. Pandaria came, and that was a huge cornerstone for us because we actually signed on with the Screen Actors Guild. The Screen Actors Guild usually represents film and TV actors, but they also do video games. And by signing on with them, we were able to really bring in the kind of top-shelf voice talent to bring our pandas and our Jinyu and our Hosen and our Yongle and all our great races to life. I think that was particularly important because the mythology and characters in the world of Pandaria I'm so deeply in love with. So to find a good Chen Storm Stout, for example, was particularly exciting. So yes, love our Chen Storm Stout. So now, right when I think I've got everything sorted, now I get this new expansion, Warlords of Draenor, all about our wonderful race of orcs. But they are so goddamn hard to cast because you've got to A, find that voice, and you've got to find people who can act with that voice. And so I'm excited because I always love a challenge, and I always love bringing new clans and so forth to life in World of Warcraft. But it's going to be an interesting. I'm going to be looking under every nook and cranny, probably nationally, possibly even globally, to find just the right orcs to bring our new interesting characters to life. Because to have that texture and find nuances is going to be fun. So I'm excited. So I hope to do good work for you. We're going to look everywhere to find our great orcs, and I think Warlords of Draenor is going to be pretty fantastic.
And you can meet and hear a lot of these voices at the voice stage.
We have a voice actor stage if you haven't been to it, which is pretty cool. So we've got a bunch of cool stuff happening today, so please come by and say hi. We'd love to cuddle you. Right? Here we go.
And thank you, Andrea. We obviously, it's hard to talk about sound, and I would love to play you more, but again, it's all out there in the demo, so please, check it out, because in context is the best way, so please be sure and check that out. Before we go to Hearthstone, a quick commercial break. We have released 2 new Blizzcon exclusive CDs, and they're at the store. The first one is Mist of Pandaria, Volume 2. Check it out. And StarCraft, Heart of the Swarm, Volume 2. And you can only get these here at BlizzCon, so please check them out. Now, thank you. So, Hearthstone. This is worthy of its own slide, for one thing. The Hearthstone team approached us early on with this project, and it was so different from anything else we had ever done. It posed a lot of challenges, especially given the notion that, we should mention, Andy Brock has his own card. Are those your superpowers?
Hi, everyone. I just want to say that card is actually hiding a fair few very talented sound guys and musicians and voice actors. It's not just me. It wasn't a solo effort.
We, they told us, it's our first free-to-play. It's our first casual game. It's going to be on mobile. And but we love what you do. They tell us we love all the music you do for Warcraft. We love the sound design. It's epic, it's bold, it's awesome. And we want none of that in our game. So what are we to do? Well, that's what these gentlemen are going to help us suss out here, because it was quite a challenge. It's like, we have to ask ourselves, what's the role of sound in the game? It's definitely the same Warcraft universe, but we're asking us for a different vibe. Would you say?
That's right, Russell. Yeah, it was. It's really. The game takes place in a tavern in Azeroth, and it can be any tavern. And they really wanted this kind of comfortable, friendly, good-natured vibe of just playing a board game, and putting all the Horde versus Alliance rivalry to one side. So it's kind of like an armistice.
Right. So I mean, you can play as an Alliance, but have Horde minions, which is, either way you turn that up, that's kind of awesome, right? Like the other side is your slaves. It's awesome.
It's really strange because you can play as Uther as a paladin, but you have like a Frostwolf Grunt or Murlocs, which is so. It's really about the actual tokens themselves as game pieces.
but they kept telling us, don't stray too far, for those sounds they told us not to use. We want to be iconic and reassuring that this is a game that's friendly and fun and not an epic battle. So I think at some point we realized music would help us out with that a lot. So we needed help because we do epic, we do bold, we do that well. Help, Peter. I'd like to introduce Peter McConnell. He came to our minds, and I just have to say, one of my favorite games from the iconic days of LucasArts was Grim Fandango, scored by this gentleman right here. Peter, I knew you'd have the sense of humor, a wry way of looking at our world differently. What finally turned the corner for you?
Well, it was interesting because when Russell first called me about this, and I saw the art from the game, I was like, wow, this is World of Warcraft, but it's really different. It's lighter. And so how do you do epic light? And I think we started out with this concept of epic light. So I did a couple sketches that were sort of a combination of light orchestral and kind of Celtic bar scene music. And when I actually saw them play in the game, I think my reaction was, this ain't working. So what is it? How do you score? Because you don't just score a picture, you actually score a game. So the turning point for me was when we actually went into the sort of test area, and there were a couple of guys actually playing this game. Yeah. And they were...
You saw a live grudge match.
I saw a live match, and let me tell you, it just completely changed my entire worldview at that moment. I mean, here were two guys trash talking each other, no, I got you, no, wait till you see this, and what I realized was that, card games, or the idea of a card game is actually a very tough guy kind of thing. There's a lot of battle that goes on at a card table. I mean, that's why people watch, poker, right? And there's the Wild West and so on. There's a great deal of cultural weight behind the idea of a card game standoff. And so I didn't know quite what to do with that. But when I got home and started working on it, I realized that there was this element missing, which was the blues, basically. And I don't know, is that guitar working? Is it plug-inable?
Uh-oh. A musician is about to wield his weapon. I tried to learn something from Jay Moore last night about vamping.
About what?
About vamping. So, a priest, a mage, and a paladin walk into a tavern.
So I don't know.
But before they can get anything out, some dwarf comes up and says, shut it, you maggots, and let's play some Hearthstone.
Sounds like this can be heard out there, right? So you start out with something that's just sort of, a little more traditional sounding. Oh, thank you. I've been screwing that riff up all morning. But then there's this element after that of just the groove, right? That kind of thing. And that's what I found when I started. This is actually going to be guitar music. So that the whole shift changed from being like a sort of a small orchestra thing, or maybe maybe a little bit of a pub band sound, to really being a pub band with a cranking guitar, and then sort of a lot of winds that we brought in, a contrabassoon, and I mean, I could go on and on about this, but
So we have live players to keep it human feeling.
Exactly.
You know, just because it's a casual game doesn't mean it's automatically, okay, let's just go synth.
Right, and we recorded some wonderful players, bassoon, contrabassoon, bass clarinet, and clarinet, along with the guitar, and it just gave it that sort of ancient sound of having these low winds with the guitar, and you know, just live people cranking away.
So, with all of this, Andy, what's in the box? Because, you know, it looks like a game box. Yeah, use that mic or else there.
What's in the which box? Oh, right.
Yeah. It looks like a box. We have, I think, you know, we realize this is less about literal card sounds, although we do need tactile audio feedback and all of that. We do have epic moments. How does it play out in this game?
Well, we really focused on making it a very chilled out sounding game, you know, because you could be playing the game and thinking, and it's about strategy. It's not about all out action. So we made sure that the basic mood in the tavern, you know, was like very, very chilled out. But then when really big events happen, like when you play, you know, Deathwing, or if you obliterate a large number of cards, you know, that the crowd react accordingly, and there's like a musical stinger, you know, it's a moment. It really jumps out at you. And so far, you know, the feedback in the forums and in our test have been really, really good, you know, really positive for that.
And you can play this out on the floor, so please check it out. We'll have a final thought here in a second, but I just wanted to say, because I want to be sure when we get the band in, if you have some questions, please feel free to queue up in the usual spots, and we'll do that in just a moment. So finally, Andy, is there, in working on this, is there anything that can give us examples of something that did not work?
Oh yeah. Initially, back in the alpha, we had the idea of having the crowd laugh at you when you lost, which was about as popular as a lead Zeppelin leaving Orgrimmar. We had reports. I think Jay Wilson was angry. Don't
overinflate that Zeppelin joke. With
you know, so
Jay's hot air.
So basically, you know, we toned that back down to be, you know, a more sporting kind of like, oh, you know, bad luck, and you know.
They do react though, don't they?
Oh yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, a huge part of the sound design is just the background crowd, you know, and how they react. It just adds that nice feedback, you know, when you play a really good move.
And finally, you did sneak some old sounds in there, almost unscathed, right?
Oh yeah, we did. We remastered all the sounds that were used from the archives, like Murlocs and stuff like that. One particular sound, the Job's Done, which
Job's Done,
which goes back to 1995, and we got that source recording and we remastered it, and it's being played in Hearthstone clearer and brighter and louder than it's ever been heard before. So, and we still use these sounds because they still resonate with you guys to this day. You know, it's not like they're just old sounds that we don't want to use anymore. They are still good sounds, so that's why we put them in Hearthstone.
So again, check it out on the floor. Thanks, you guys. Do we have any questions? Did anyone step up to the mic over there?
Hello. Hi. This is mostly for Russell. My question is, throughout the expansions, I felt that the music has gotten, you know, way more thematic and melodic. And I was just wondering, like, starting in Burning Crusade, it was a very atmospheric, and, you know, throughout Wrath and Kata and Mists of Pandaria, it's got, you know, very thematic and melodic. And my question is that, like, you know, more of a stylistic choice, like wanting to one-up each other, you know, each expansion? Or is it more like, now that you've gotten more resources, like more live instruments or more orchestral, you know, sessions? And, you know, that's basically it. Yeah.
Awesome question. I'd like to say that every expansion is different, and we start each one from scratch. And again, I think about, you know, those chats I have with Chris Metzen. Mists of Pandaria is an awesome example of where there were certain things we didn't want to do. we didn't want to sound like a certain Panda film series. Not because we didn't love those films, but because we felt it was too over the top. And, but we knew we wanted some kind of Asian overlay. So Chris, he told us, you know, music is a good opportunity to remind us we're still in Azeroth. So that guided us there. And so I'd say the art guides us. Certainly, as WoW is successful, we put that money back into the game and hire more of these wonderful folks. Thank you.
So my question is more in regards to voiceovers. When you're building an expansion, I know that you get the sneak peek of what the dialogue is. At what point in the expansion are you getting 5.4 voices done compared to building 5.0 voices?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So at what point are we thinking about the
So
the patch VO versus expansion VO?
Yes. At what point are you getting the dialogue all at once and you're building 5.0 to 5.0?
Oh, I see. I wish we did. That's another challenge. World of Warcraft is so different in the fact, you know, when we do Diablo or StarCraft, we do kind of all the VO in one fell swoop. But with WoW, we don't. We work on the expansion, that we finish that storyline, and then all these smaller storylines come up, and quite often they're quite different than our initial expansion. A whole new section, a whole new area, a whole new voice kit. So it's really, we kind of learn as we go, and I think once our expansion hits and we realize what's successful and kind of work on that area and bring that out in the expansions. So it's not all in one go. We kind of take it piece by piece and see how people respond and what we're going to do. Does that answer your question? Kind of? Okay.
Thank you. We have time for one or two more, because I definitely want to hear this band. Who do we have?
Hi. Huge fan of the music. It's so amazing. I love the orchestral stuff. So my question is, what is the biggest orchestra you've actually recorded? And also, when you're not using an orchestra, what kind of sound libraries do you use, if you even need that?
Sound what?
Sound libraries.
Libraries. You know, I'll just say I'll have Mike address the libraries. I guess the biggest orchestra we probably used was for Diablo 3, the initial release. It was our local family of musicians, the Pacific Symphony. What an amazing group. Recorded in a giant hall, the Segerstrom Hall, and there's no other way to get a sound like that. So it was really special. Mike, real quick on the libraries, and we will hear the band.
You know, the usual ones, Sound Ideas, Hollywood Edge. There's, again, so many that are out there.
But there's a caveat.
A lot of Boom
we
library,
don't want
too.
We don't want to recognize them, right?
Oh, yeah, it's true. I mean, they're just building blocks. I mean, it's like in a piece of stone, and we chisel what we want out via EQs and processing. And then our big thing, mostly in these new expansions, is going out and recording as much new material as we can.
I want to, if you have any other questions, please come up after, probably over here to the side, and we will absolutely answer your questions. So thank you. Thanks for attending. I want to turn it back over to Jason Hayes and his amazing band, Critical Hit, and they're going to start off with our very own Peter McConnell's Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft, main title, although decidedly progressive and rockin'. This is not how it appears in the game, but it's going to be very cool. Take it, you guys.
No.
1 second. All right, Hearthstone. So next we have something really special planned. This is from the world of Diablo. We're going to play a selection of themes that are featured in the new Diablo 3 expansion, Reaper of Souls. Who out here is a fan of StarCraft? We're going to play the Terran music from Wings of Liberty. Let's do it. Go Carlitos! All right, let's go! Thank you very much. We got something to rock for the last one here. This is a theme that represents the might and the glory of the world of Warcraft and Azeroth. This one's called A Call to Arms.